Chapter 2215 Palace Master. Is that the case? The disciples watching then understood what had happened. The most powerful man in the lineage of stars was the Palace Master. Below the Palace Master were the Hall Masters, who were all almighties. Among all the Hall Masters, Hall Master Hishio was one that many respected greatly. He himself was a genius who was incredibly powerful. By many myths, he was also a lineal disciple of the Palace Master. He was one of the most powerful men in the lineage of stars. It would have been weird if one did not improve greatly after being mentored by him personally. After hearing the explanation, Qin Feng felt more at ease. On the other hand, Jian Wushuang looked weird. He Xiao was his lineal disciple. Never have I thought that little brat would have such a high status within the lineage of stars. Jian Wushuang smiled. You there? You have yet to answer my question. How did you know senior brother Tian Yi has yet to use all his sword skills? Furthermore, who are you? The teenage girl in purple clothes asked Jian Wushuang again. I guessed it, Jian Wushuang answered casually. You guessed it. The teenage girl in purple clothes did not want to let Jian Wushuang go just like that. Right then, whoosh! A top figure appeared on this star as the aura of a top-tier chaotic real god radiated out in all directions. All the disciples on that planet panicked. What are all of you doing? It was a graceful, handsome young man. Even though he was not angry, everyone was afraid. He scanned the crowd as all the disciples, including Tian Yi and Qin Feng, lowered their heads. Aside from Jian Wushuang, no one dared to look him in the eye. This graceful young man noticed Jian Wushuang. The graceful young man turned pale as he appeared in front of Jian Wushuang at the next moment. Greetings, Palace Master! The graceful young man greeted as he broke out in cold sweat. The reason why he radiated out his aura was to control the situation. He had never thought that Jian Wushuang would be in the crowd as well. Ling Fei Bai, it has been a while. How are you? Jian Wushuang smiled. This graceful young man was Ling Fei Bai. They had both been disciples of the Star Palace at one point in time. When Jian Wushuang had just joined the Star Palace, he had fought Ling Fei Bai and lost to him. Now that they had met again, their fighting power and status were incomparable. However, Ling Fei Bai was a genius. He was the strongest top-tier, chaotic real god. His name was on the real god ranking list, and he had high hopes of breaking through to become an almighty. Palace Master still remembers me. Ling Fei Bai was pleasantly surprised. Seeing this, the other disciples were shocked. Who is he? Why does Elder He Ling treat him so respectfully? Elder He Ling is one of the most powerful real gods within the lineage of stars. He does not even treat an ordinary hall master with this much respect. If I heard correctly, Elder Ling called him Palace Master? Palace Master? Which Palace Master? The disciples were shocked. Palace Master? How many Palace Masters were there within the lineage of Star? There was only one. The identity of the man in front of them. There are some things I have to do. I shall take my leave. Jian Wushuang smiled as he disappeared from everyone's sight. After Jian Wushuang left, everyone on the star erupted into a frenzy. Palace Master. Oh my God, I actually saw the Palace Master himself. The Palace Master of the lineage of stars is one of the most powerful men in the eternal chaotic world. He managed to turn the tides of the great battle more than 20,000 years ago and was our savior. He just appeared in front of us. It really is the Palace Master. Never had I thought that he would be this easygoing. The disciples started to chatter in excitement. Jian Wushuang was referred to as a legend. Within the eternal chaotic world, many young cultivators respected him and believed in him blindly, especially those from the lineage of stars and the green fire world. However, it would be extremely difficult for even almighties to meet him personally. As for these disciples in the realm of universe gods, it was all the more impossible to meet him. However, Jian Wushuang had just appeared in front of them. "Oh my God, I just spoke to the palace master," and he replied. The teenage girl in purple clothes was dazed. She was overwhelmed with excitement. At the same time, she finally knew why Jian Wushuang knew that Tian Yi had yet to use all his sword skills. Even though it was Hall Master He who had mentored Tian Yi, Hall Master He Xiao was Jian Wushuang's disciple. Jian Wushuang did not know that the disciples had reacted that way. He had appeared on that star to view the battle between the disciples as it had piqued his interest. After he left that star, Jian Wushuang reached the meeting hall within the lineage of stars where Hall Master Yuan, He Xiao, Hall Master Guoxian, and others were waiting. Jian Wushuang sat on the throne within the meeting hall, and the remaining 10 experts sat below him. The number of almighties within the lineage of stars was higher more than before. Some of these almighties were originally disciples within the lineage of stars, while others were experts that came and pledged their loyalty. During the battle, the lineage of stars suffered heavy losses. Emperor God Zhouyin, Emperor God Xianwu, and Hall Master Niayin died, and lineage of stars needed experts to fill the gaps. Right now, these almighties looked at Jian Wushuang respectfully. "Come, speak. What happened?" Jian Wushuang asked as he looked down at everyone. Hall Master Yuan stood up and said, "Palace Master, as you know, the lineage of stars is getting stronger by the day. Our influence and standing in the eternal chaotic world is also improving. Now we are wondering what to do to those enemies we had." Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. Lineage of stars indeed had many enemies. Back then, there had been 3 forces that had allied together and attacked their headquarters. Luckily, he had been there. With the help of Emperor 13, they had defeated this wave of enemies. After that, because of the Great War, the lineage of stars had focused on improving their own strength. However, they would still fight there and teach their enemies if necessary. However, they had already settled their grudges with some of their enemies. Chapter 2216 Abnormality, just like Abysmal Palace. Jian Wushuang and Abysmal Saint Master settled their grudges and became good friends. Lineage of Stars and Abysmal Palace would not have any more disputes, as both parties were already on good terms. Like Soaring Heaven King Palace. Soaring Heaven King Palace had offended Jian Wushuang the most back then. However, with Jian Wushuang's current power level, he did not care about Soaring Heaven King Palace. Furthermore, the leader of the Soaring Heaven King Palace, Great Emperor Tianling, had fought together with Jian Wushuang during the battle at the 3 Emperors' World. Great Emperor Tianling had given his all during the battle. Hence the hatred between Jian Wushuang and the Soaring Heaven King Palace was not as strong anymore. After the battle, Great Emperor Tianling had apologized to Jian Wushuang personally. Even though on a personal level their grudge was settled, their respective clans still hated each other. The lineage of stars now was extremely powerful. Even though they had not eliminated their enemies, it was normal for the lineage of stars to make lives for their enemies difficult. Jian Wushuang knew about this. Of course, lineage of stars would not cross certain boundaries, and they knew their limits. Why? Are our enemies still trying something funny? Jian Wushuang looked at Hall Master Yuan and asked. These enemies knew their place and did not try anything funny at all. When they saw people from the lineage of stars, they would hide and would not offend us at all. However, the real martial arts divine church started behaving abnormally recently, Hall Master Yuan said. Real martial arts divine church. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. Real Martial Arts Divine Church was one of 5 members of the Star Extermination Alliance. However, after the battle back at the old location of Lineage of Stars, Real Martial Arts Divine Church had suffered heavy losses. Their leader was killed and their fighting power plummeted. On top of that, Lineage of Stars had continued to suppress them. This church was at the brink of annihilation. Lineage of Stars had stopped suppressing them after the ancient battlefield had appeared around the green fire world. Then the Great War broke out, and most of the other clans had been preoccupied fighting the war. They did not have excess manpower or strength to take note of the insignificant church. This had allowed them to barely survive till this day. If I am not wrong, the real martial arts divine church did not participate in the battle against 3 Emperors' World. Am I right? Jian Wushuang asked. Yes. When the battle broke out, experts from most clans within the eternal chaotic world joined the war. Some clans sent every single member they had, while there were some that did not participate at all. The clans that did not join used the reason that they were too weak not to reject the call of duty. The real martial arts divine church was one of such clans. Hall Master Yuan nodded his head and said, "Of course, the real martial arts divine church was at the brink of collapse and did not want to send any almighties to the front line. The Sanctuary Alliance sympathized with them and did not force them to participate. After the Great War, the power of the other clans were greatly weakened, but not the real martial arts divine church. They managed to survive their predicament and became one of the more powerful clans. So the abnormality that you were talking about just now is that the real martial arts divine church started to treat us like enemies again, right?" Jian Wushuang said coldly, "That is right. The real martial arts divine church originally kept a low profile, even during the 24,000 years that you were in slumber. However, their attitudes changed in the last 1,000 years. They were no longer afraid and acted high and mighty. Then they dealt with us. Under normal circumstances, the lineage of stars would not cause trouble for the real martial arts divine church. However, during this period of time, the real martial arts divine church started to cause trouble for us. They even started to fight us head on. It was like they were emboldened by something and no longer feared us. Is that the case?" Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. From what Hall Master Yuan had said, Jian Wushuang had noticed that the real martial arts divine church was acting abnormally. Because of Jian Wushuang, the lineage of stars had the best resources and was one of the most dominant forces in the eternal chaotic world. Which clan dared to make lineage of stars their enemies? Even if they suffered losses due to the lineage of stars, they would not take it to heart or tolerate these losses quietly. This was especially the case for the enemies of lineage of stars, as they were extremely careful not to anger their enemy. The real martial arts divine church did not keep a low profile, but provoked the lineage of stars actively. It might have been all right if they had provoked them while Jian Wushuang was in slumber. The reason could have been because they thought Jian Wushuang would not awaken, which would cause lineage of stars to lose their greatest asset. However, they had been extremely respectful while Jian Wushuang was in slumber and became more aggressive when Jian Wushuang awakened, to the point they dared to fight lineage of stars head-on. Hall Master Yuan is right. Where does the real martial arts divine church get their courage from? Jian Wushuang muttered to himself. Within the eternal chaotic world, who dared to go against Jian Wushuang besides Emperor Bai? Even the great emperors did not have the courage to do so. Hall Master Yuan, have you sent experts to investigate this matter? Jian Wushuang asked. Yes. After the most recent fight we had, I sent Emperor Godling Chu to investigate the matter. Lineage of stars had many almighties and emperor gods. Emperor Godling Chu was one of them. The leader of the real martial arts divine church died and was a lot weaker compared to before. The number of almighties they have is limited, and they only had one ordinary emperor god. However, after Emperor Godling Chu reached the territory that the real martial arts divine church controlled, we lost contact. If I am not wrong, Emperor Godling Chu has already died, Hall Master Yuan said. Oh, before he died, did he send any message back? Jian Wushuang asked. Nope. I only knew that he entered the territory controlled by the real martial arts divine church. Before he could send me any more messages, he died, Hall Master Yuan said as he shook his head. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes and thought seriously. Emperor gods were one of the most powerful kinds of people within the eternal chaotic world. It was not difficult to kill an emperor god, as many peak emperor gods could do that. But it was not easy to kill one without giving him a chance to transmit a message. Chapter 2217 Real Martial Arts Divine Church. Looks like something happened within the Real Martial Arts Divine Church, Jian Wushuang muttered. He had a keen look. This was the reason why I messaged you, Hall Master Yuan said. All right, I will settle this. Disciple, do you have anything important to settle in the short run? Jian Wushuang said. No, He Xiu answered. If that is the case, follow me to the territory that the Real Martial Arts Divine Church controls, Jian Wushuang instructed. Roger, He Xiu nodded his head. Soon, Jian Wushuang set off. The Real Martial Arts Divine Church was located in one of the sanctuaries and occupied a large territory. Before the battle at the Lineage of Stars, the Real Martial Arts Divine Church had been an overlord in this territory and was one of the strongest clans in the eternal chaotic world. After the battle in the Lineage of Stars, their leader had died and their overall combat power was far worse compared to before. Even though they were still the most powerful clan on their territory, they were not as dominant anymore. However, within the last 1,000 years, the Real Martial Arts Divine Church seemed to have recovered. They had become as dominant and overbearing as before. They had even dared to provoke Lineage of Stars. Those clans that tried something funny during the time they were weak were all eliminated. The Real Martial Arts Divine Church had once again become the overlord of this territory, and no one dared to provoke them. Within the Real Martial Arts Divine Church, an elder man in white robes was in an independent space somewhere within the group of majestic buildings. The aura from this elder man was of the level of Emperor God. He was the last Emperor God that the Real Martial Arts Divine Church had. Emperor God by Xing was one of the weakest Emperor Gods in the eternal chaotic world. However, he was still an Emperor God, and hence he took over the Real Martial Arts Divine Church and became its new leader. Church Master. A man in crimson armor appeared beside Emperor God by Xing. Have you done the final checks? Emperor Go by Xing asked coldly. Yes, there are a total of 12,000 people that come from outside the sanctuary. We have checked that they are virgins under the age of 30. According to the Lord's request, they have never cultivated nor explored the outside world before. The man in crimson armor said. Okay. Emperor God by Xing nodded his head as he looked up at a floating island in the sky. Many beautiful girls sat on the barren island. They were not cultivators, evident from the fact that they did not radiate any spiritual power. They looked around, confused. They did not know where they were or what was going to happen to them. This batch is good. The Lord should be satisfied. Now, go and prepare the next batch, Emperor God by Xing said. Don't worry, Church Master. I have already conquered 10 ancient worlds and commanded them to groom young girls who do not cultivate or venture out to explore the world. Even though it is difficult to have 1 out of 1,000, it should be all right if 10 of these ancient worlds groom at the same time. This can guarantee that we have enough numbers for the next batch 30 years later, the man in blood armor said confidently. That's good. Due to what happened to us back during the Great Battle, we were almost annihilated. Thank God we met the 3 lords. With their help, the Real Martial Arts Divine Church can return to, or even exceed its former glory. It is even possible to outshine Lineage of Stars and even Green Fire World to become the most powerful clan in the eternal chaotic world. Emperor God by Xing nodded his head and said, That's right. The man in crimson armor nodded his head seriously. He was absolutely confident in the 3 lords. Okay, can you take your leave first? I will inform the lords to come over soon, Emperor God by Xing said. I shall take my leave, the man in crimson armor said. Emperor God by Xing waited for a short while. Whoosh! A middle-aged man in silvery, loose robes appeared. Greetings, my lord. According to your request, I have prepared another batch of 12,000 virgins. Emperor God Bai Xing greeted respectfully. Yes. The middle-aged man nodded his head as he looked up at the island filled with beautiful girls. He stuck out his tongue and gave a bloodthirsty smile. The middle-aged man then flew towards the island. Emperor God Bai Xing turned back towards and left for his independent space. At the same time, he could clearly hear the sad and painful screeches and screams. Emperor God Bai Xing did not hesitate at all as he quickly left the independent space and waited patiently. 7 days later, the middle-aged man in silvery, loose robes walked out of the independent space. When he came out, his robes were blood-red. His tongue was still out, licking what remaining blood there was around his lips. He looked hungry for more. It'll come again after 30 years. The middle-aged man said before he left, See you, my lord. Emperor God Bai Xing watched the middle-aged man leave as he returned to the independent space. The independent space turned into hell. On the island at the center, there was a sea of blood as the dead bodies of girls were stacked up like mountains. Emperor God Bai Xing did not feel bad at all as he commanded people to start cleaning this place up. This was to provide a comfortable environment for the middle-aged when he would return 30 years later. As for the middle-aged man, he returned back to a quiet palace. When he appeared there, a blurry figure appeared from thin air. The middle-aged man looked serious when he saw the consciousness incarnation and greeted, Brother! You went to absorb the blood of virgins? The blurry figure asked. The middle-aged man laughed, embarrassed. Didn't your older brother warn you to stop this addiction? The blurry figure said with a deep voice. Brother, you too know that we were in slumber for so many years. It has been too long since I tasted the splendid virgin blood. I finally managed to awaken. Of course, I will take this chance to have a taste, the middle-aged man said. Chapter 22:18 The Bai, after hearing what the middle-aged man had said, the blurry figure fell silent. It was true that they had been in slumber for far too long. It was so long that they themselves had no idea how long they had been in slumber. After the great battle of the ancient past, they had been in slumber. Originally, there had been 5 of them. During the great battle, 2 of them died. Now, only the eldest brother, the second, and the youngest were alive. The youngest of them had a unique addiction. He liked to take in virgin blood. Back in the ancient past, there had been numerous experts. Hence, he had still held back. He only went crazy now because he was in an era in which he did not need to hold back, and he had finally awakened after such a long time. Brother, I will allow you to continue because you just awakened. However, please keep a low profile, the blurry figure reminded. Don't worry. I asked the people from the Real Martial Arts Divine Church to get those female virgins. There won't be too much commotion, as these females aren't cultivators and have no background, the middle-aged man smiled. The blurry figure nodded his head slightly and stopped reprimanding. Oh yes, have the Real Martial Arts Divine Church prepared the resources we need? The blurry figure asked. Yes, they have prepared them all. They are with me. However, these treasures are not of good quality. The middle-aged man brought out a Qian Kun ring and said. The blurry figure scanned the ring, not surprised at all. This era is far different from ours. They're doing well from the fact that they can still find these resources. At least these resources are beneficial to me and our older brother. Even though this era is far worse, there are still many resources out there. The main point is that the Real Martial Arts Divine Church is too weak and cannot be even considered a top-tier clan. Their means are limited, so of course they cannot get us all the good stuff. It would be a different story if it was Sanctuary Alliance. Brother, I don't understand why we are staying within a mere Real Martial Arts Divine Church. With our current fighting power, we can forcefully take over Sanctuary Alliance and use their power to find all the resources we need. Would that not be much faster and more efficient? The middle-aged man asked. It's not as easy as you think. Even though the average power level of this era is nothing compared to our era, that is because of restrictions of heaven and earth. We too are under these restrictions, and the maximum fighting power we can have is peak chaotic realm. We might not be strong compared to the top-tier experts in this era. For example, even our older brother is not confident in defeating the strongest two men in this era, Emperor Bai and Sword Emperor. They are just natives of this era. How strong can they be? The middle-aged man said disapprovingly, "Do not look down on them. Don't forget Blood Emperor from 20,000 years ago. He was an emperor of the Blood clan. Even though the Blood clan had many emperors, those who reach that level are definitely much stronger than me and our older brother. And that Blood Emperor died in the hands of the natives you mentioned," the blurry figure said seriously. "Furthermore, what we are targeting is heaven's horizon. There is no need for us to provoke the experts from this era. Hence, you should maintain a low profile. Do not blame me for not helping you if you anger a top-tier expert from this era and die in their hands." After the blurry figure said this, he disappeared. The middle-aged man curled his lips, evidence that he did not take what the blurry figure said seriously. On the territory that the real martial arts divine church controlled, in a large town near the headquarters of the real martial arts divine church, Jian Wushuang was in a tavern in the town, drinking wine. He Xiu, who carried a long sword behind his back, appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. "Master," He Xiu greeted Jian Wushuang respectfully. "Don't be so tense. Sit down and relax." Jian Wushuang waved his hands. "Yes," He Xiu nodded his head as he sat down in front of Jian Wushuang. "How was the search?" Jian Wushuang asked. "I checked 3 different intel departments. The intel I got was the same. No one saw Emperor Godling Chu from the lineage of stars. Furthermore, in recent years, there was no battle between any almighties in this territory. However, Emperor Godling Chu did enter this territory before disappearing," He Xiu said as he frowned. "An expert in the Emperor God realm had gone missing without any commotion at all. It was as though this Emperor God had never set foot here. This meant, it is okay. Since we cannot get any useful intel from these intel departments, let us find the experts from the real martial arts divine church and ask them." Jian Wushuang smiled. "Does Master want to confront the real martial arts divine church head-on?" He Xiu asked. "Confront the real martial arts divine church? I do not know what they have. It is not wise to confront them head-on. Furthermore, if the experts hiding within the real martial arts divine church saw me coming and ran away, what can we do?" Jian Wushuang shook his head and said. He Xiu was stunned for a moment before understanding why. "There is no need for us to confront them in their headquarters. We can just bait them out. The best-case scenario is we force them to use their trump card." "Disciple, I shall leave this to you," Jian Wushuang said casually. "I understand." He Xiu nodded his head as an idea formed in his head. He Xiu left once again. Meanwhile, Jian Wushuang sat at the window seat in the tar van. He smiled lightly as he drank wine and looked at the scenery outside the window. The town that Jian Wushuang was in was near the real martial arts divine church, hence many of their disciples were gathered there. Many of the top-tier experts and almighties would also appear here. Even now, there was an almighty from the real martial arts divine church here at this town, within a secret room. Many figures gathered here, and the leader was the man in crimson armor. "The Lord is satisfied with this batch of virgins. These are your rewards." The man in crimson armor threw a Qiankuan ring to the people in front of him. When the people scanned the ring, they were all pleasantly surprised. The man in crimson armor then said, "I have already given you the rewards. Remember, bring the virgins here every 30 years. Do not be negligent. If the Lord is angry, no one can save you." "Yes, yes." The figures within the room nodded their heads. Right then, boom! A loud bang was heard as a sword light appeared out of nowhere and sliced the secret room. The ruthless sword light tore everyone apart and killed them instantly. Only the man in crimson armor survived. Chapter 2219 reinforcements, damn it. Seeing the dead bodies around him, the man in crimson armor looked dark. He looked at the man entering the room, coldly. Who are you? Lineage of Stars, Hishio said coldly. You are from Lineage of Stars. The man in crimson armor was first stunned before breaking out in rage. How dare you appear here and kill so many experts from the real martial arts divine church? You speak too much. Hishio did not want to waste time speaking and attacked. Sword essence turned into a brilliant crimson sword river. The crimson sword river was very attractive. It appeared in front of the man in crimson armor in a flash. So fast! The man in crimson armor was shocked as he instinctively raised the battle blade he was holding to block the attack. Clang! A loud collision was heard as a vast amount of energy exploded beside the right arm of the man in crimson armor. He backed off quickly. How is this possible? We are both in the realm of Sir God, but why is he so much stronger than me? The man in crimson armor was in disbelief as he flipped out a transmission token and requested backup. Seeing this, Hishio squinted his eyes. He was not angry. Instead, he was elated. He wanted the man in crimson to ask for help. Die! Hishio roared as he continued to attack. A continuous stream of sword essence completely suppressed the man in crimson armor. These two Sir Gods started to battle it out at the center of the town. The peaceful town became noisy as the two started to battle. A large amount of cultivators rose to the air to watch the battle. This is a battle between almighties! I recognized the man using the battle blade. He is Sir God Emochio from the Real Martial Arts Divine Church. I don't recognize the other man. However, he is very powerful as he can completely suppress Sir God Emochio. Real Martial Arts Divine Chich's headquarters is right around the corner. He dares to attack Sir God Emochio here? The experts from Real Martial Arts Divine Church should be on their way. Many of the cultivators chattered. Many of the cultivators from the tar van walked out to watch the battle. Jian Wushuang was the only one who sat there, smiling, holding a winning trophy in his hand. Even though he was not looking at the battlefield, his soul power encompassed the entire area and he could see everything clearly. Haha! His sword skills have improved greatly over these years. Jian Wushuang smiled lightly. He knew clearly that Hishio was definitely a top-tier Sir God and could put up a fight against Emperor Gods. As for Sir God Emochio, he was just an ordinary Sir God. By rights, Hishio could have killed him easily. Of course, Hishio was holding back and had intentionally suppressed Sir God Emochio. His purpose was simple: attract more experts from the Real Martial Arts Divine Church to come over. Emperor God Baixing, who was within the Real Martial Arts Divine Church, had received the message from Sir God Emochio. Hishio from the Lineage of Stars came to the territory controlled by the Real Martial Arts Divine Church and is fighting Emochio right now. Emperor God Baixing squinted his eyes as he had a cold look. Humph! I knew that Lineage of Stars would definitely do something when Emperor Godling Chu disappeared in my territory. I did not expect them to come so quickly. Church Master, I have heard of Hishio. Apparently, he is a lineal disciple of the Sword Emperor and has great fighting power. Even though he is only in the realm of Sir God, he can go head-to-head with Emperor Gods. With his fighting power, Emochio should be in a bad spot. We should go and reinforce him quickly, as Sir God said. Of course we will go and reinforce him. However, the Lineage of Stars must have some trump cards if they dare to come all the way here. Hishio will not be the only expert. There will definitely be other experts hidden somewhere, Emperor God said in a low voice. This is what we will do. The few of you will go and reinforce Emochio immediately. Bring along 2 blood slaves with you. If you run into trouble, let these 2 blood slaves go and settle it. If they can't, message me, and I will ask the Lord to help us. Yes. The few Sir Gods nodded their heads solemnly and set off. He Xiao and Mo Chiu were still fighting in the large town. Naturally, Sir God Mo Chiu kept retreating, right when Sir God Mo Chiu could not take it anymore. 3 figures appeared in the distance. How dare you, He Xiao? Humph! Even if you are from the lineage of stars, we will not let you leave easily when you murder someone within the real martial arts divine church territory. 2 yells were heard. The surrounding cultivators heard the 2 yells, and they understood why He Xiao dared to attack. So that man is from the lineage of stars? No wonder he dared to attack. I heard that the lineage of stars and the real martial arts divine church were enemies. While the spectators were exclaiming, the 3 Sir Gods linked up with Mo Chiu as they looked at He Xiao angrily. Is that all that came? He Xiao face darkened. The few of us are more than enough to take care of you. Attack now, suppress him. Then ask his master, the Sword Emperor, to come personally to collect him. One of the Sir Gods said. There was an uproar from everyone in the town. Suppress He Xiao, then ask the Sword Emperor personally to get him? Within the eternal chaotic world, those who were educated all knew who the Sword Emperor was. He was one of the most powerful men within the eternal chaotic world. A mere real martial arts divine church was not qualified for the Sword Emperor to come down personally. Haha, his tone is really demanding. Jian Wushuang smiled lightly. At the center of the town, He Xiao started fighting against the 4 Sir Gods from the real martial arts divine church, even though he had been fighting 4 alone. He was not afraid at all. He no longer held back and fought with all his might. He had fought 4 Sir Gods and was still at an advantage. He Xiao flicked his sword up as a ghostly sword light pierced the chest of one of the Sir Gods. There was a large wound on his chest. He was severely injured. The 4 Sir Gods were already at a disadvantage. With one of them getting injured, their disadvantage in battle grew bigger. Chapter 22, 20 Blood Slave. This He Xiao is definitely the lineal disciple of the Sword Emperor. He is extremely powerful. If this continues, the 4 of us might be defeated by him. The more the 4 Sir Gods from the real martial arts divine church fought, the more surprised they were at He Xiao's battle power. We have no choice. Use the blood slaves, one of the Sir God said coldly. The other 3 nodded their heads in approval. The Sir God waved his hands as 2 figures which radiated enormous amounts of blood qi appeared in the sky above. He Xiao focused his eyes before staring at one of the figures. He was looking at a pale, weak, and skinny elder man. The aura this man radiated was at the level of Emperor God. Emperor God Ling Chu. He Xiao was shocked. This weak and elder man was Emperor God Ling Chu, from lineage of stars. He was the one who had gone missing after reaching this place. No one had expected him to appear so suddenly. Even though his aura was still at the level of an Emperor God, the vibes he had were completely different. What happened? What did you do to Emperor God Ling Chu? He Xiao asked. What happened to him? We just made him into a blood slave. Don't worry, you will become like him soon. The Sir Gods from the real martial arts divine church laughed. He Xiao looked dark. He could see that Emperor God Ling Chu and the other peak Sir God had lost their own consciousness and were staring at him in a hostile manner. In the Tarvan far away, are they under soul control? Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes as he studied the 2 figures who radiated large amounts of blood qi. No, even if they are under soul control, their vitality signs would be there, and the vibes they give would be like any other humans. However, these 2 people here have no vitality signs at all. It is as though they are battle puppets. Battle puppets? Jian Wushuang had already realized that Emperor God Ling Chu and the other peak Sir God had been made into battle puppets using certain weird techniques. To forcefully make an Emperor God into a battle puppet was much more cruel than soul control. Looks like my deductions are right. There are people supporting them. And these people come from Jian Wushuang started to think to himself. On the battlefield, blood slave, kill him. The Sir God from the real martial arts divine church ordered. The two blood slaves did not hesitate and attacked Hsiao. One of the battle puppets was an emperor god while the other was a peak Sir God. This was a much more powerful lineup compared to the four Sir Gods from the real martial arts divine church. Emperor God Ling Chu was already very powerful among the emperor gods. After he had become a blood slave, his battle power had become one level higher and he could put heavy pressure on Hsiao. I cannot fend off Emperor God Ling Chu alone. Hsiao knew this clearly. Hence, when Emperor God Ling Chu moved, he waved his hands and summoned 4 figures who were in gray armor. These 4 figures were 4 silver armored Dao soldiers. Jian Wushuang deliberately told Hsiao to bring these Dao soldiers along before they set off. Any one of the 4 silver armored Dao soldiers had the power of an ordinary emperor god, though they lacked fighting techniques. However, 4 of such Dao soldiers could still stop Emperor God Ling Chu easily. As long as Emperor God Ling Chu was stopped, Hsiao could take care of the last peak, Sir God, easily. The battle continued at the center of the town. It became increasingly fierce. Initially, the 4 Sir Gods were pleased when they had just brought out the blood slave. However, that changed when they saw that Hsiao had deployed the 4 Dao soldiers, which had stopped Emperor God Ling Chu. Hsiao brought 4 silver armor Dao soldiers? This is troublesome. With the 4 silver armor Dao soldiers, there is nothing we can do even if we have 2 blood slaves. Quick, update what happened here to the church master. Let him make the decision. The 4 Sir Gods messaged Emperor God by Xing immediately, within the headquarters of the real martial arts divine church. As expected, things are not so simple. We only know that Hsiao has 4 Dao silver armor Dao soldiers. If I am not wrong, there are other experts hiding in the dark, or he has other tricks up his sleeves. Emperor God Bai Xing was not surprised when he received the message. There is nothing the 2 blood slaves and Mo Chiao and friends can do in this situation. Even if I was there, the experts from Lineage of Stars would intercept me. If this is the case, I shall ask the lords for help. Emperor God Bai Xing no longer hesitated and went to look for the lords immediately. Within one of the quiet palaces, Lord, Emperor God Bai Xing stood respectfully in front of the middle-aged man in silvery, loose robes. What is the matter? The middle-aged man raised his head and looked at Emperor God Bai Xing. His attitude was extremely cold. Emperor God Bai Xing was only an emperor god. Back in the ancient past, he had just been an ordinary expert in the middle stage chaotic realm. The middle-aged man would not take him seriously. The middle-aged man would not even take the entire real martial arts divine church. If not for his special addiction to virgin blood and his elder brothers needing resources, he would not have had any interactions with the real martial arts divine church. Lord, previously, you made Emperor God Ling Chu into a blood slave. The clan he was from, Lineage of Stars, sent experts here. They are now at one of the towns outside of the real martial arts divine church and are fighting with the experts from our church. They might not be able to hold on for long. Emperor God Bai Xing said carefully. The middle-aged man had a calm manner. The real martial arts divine church did search for certain resources under the command of him and his 2 brothers. He knew that the method that the church had used would definitely provoke other clans. Hence, they had agreed that they would help if the church encountered any problems. When Emperor God Ling Chu first reached the territory belonging to the real martial arts divine church, the middle-aged man settled him personally. This is quite annoying. How many people did Lineage of Stars send, and what realms are they in? The middle-aged man asked casually. From what we know, they only sent 1 Sir God named Hsiao. Emperor God Bai Xing said, "This is ridiculous. You ask me to help you to deal with a Sir God? Are the people from the real martial arts divine church all useless?" The middle-aged man roared in anger. "Lord, please calm down. Even though he is a Sir God, he is a genius. His fighting power is that of an ordinary Emperor God. Furthermore, he brought along 4 silver-armored Dao soldiers," Emperor God Bai Xing quickly explained. Chapter 2221. The backing of Real Martial Arts Divine Church. All almighties from the Real Martial Arts Divine Church have surfaced except me, and even brought your 2 blood slaves. But still we are no match against Hixiao. The lineage of stars may still have other experts hidden in the dark. I come to you with no other choice." Emperor God Bai Xing said respectfully. "Is that so?" The middle-aged man raised his eyebrows. "If that is the case, let me follow you. We'll turn that Hixiao into a blood slave as well." "Thank you, my lord." Emperor God Bai Xing was elated and said, "I wonder if the other 2 lords are free to follow as well." "HNGH," the middle-aged man sneered. "My 2 elder brothers are busy restoring their pinnacle fighting power. They don't have time for this. The lineage of stars do not need my elder brothers to appear. I can do it myself." The middle-aged man was not impressed. Emperor God Bai Xing's gaze moved. Indeed, unless the Sword Emperor himself came down personally, no one could stop the middle-aged man. Even if the Sword Emperor himself came down, he may not even become a worthy opponent. Emperor God Bai Xing did not hesitate any longer and brought the middle-aged man towards the city. A fierce battle was ongoing within the huge city. There were more and more cultivators in the city, staring at that one battle. For a normal cultivator, it was rare to witness battles with so many almighties. Many even recorded it with a mirroring token. While the others were attracted by the battle, Jian Wushuang was still drinking aimlessly in that tavern, unbothered by what was happening outside. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang's gaze moved. "Is he here?" His soul power could sense an expert was approaching. Indeed, a figure emerged from a void far away and appeared in the middle of the city, in front of all the cultivators. "Leader." The 4 Sir Gods of the Real Martial Arts Divine Church were delighted. "Is Emperor God Bai Xing?" The leader of the Real Martial Arts Divine Church has finally appeared. The surrounding cultivators all recognized Emperor God Bai Xing. Hixiao stared at Emperor God Bai Xing as well. Only Jian Wushuang paid no heed to Emperor God Bai Xing, but focused on another direction instead. Sealing off space-time directly? A clever space-time seal method as well. Simply laying it down feels enough to block normal Great Emperor's transmissions. Jian Wushuang sneered. With such methods, it was no wonder Great Emperors were unable to transmit. Like Emperor God Ling Chu, after sealing off the space-time, a figure gradually appeared in the void. It was a middle-aged man in a loose silver robe. His aura was strange. It felt like an ordinary almighty, but it was definitely more than that. "Bai Xing, there are too many people here." The middle-aged man looked around with his cold eyes. "Please take down Hixiao freely. I will handle the rest." Emperor God Bai Xing smiled. He knew what the middle-aged man meant. He did not want too much attention from the experts of that era, instructed by his 2 elder brothers. Like the last time they had handled Emperor God Ling Chu, they had handled it properly and at a remote location. Nothing had got out. But now they were in a large city in front of so many cultivators. To make sure news did not spread, the Real Martial Arts Divine Church could only be crueler. "I need to handle him." The middle-aged man looked over Hixiao, like looking down on an ant. Hixiao felt shivers running down his spine, being targeted by that middle-aged man. He had to control his trembles. "He's so strong. Too strong." Hixiao clenched his teeth, but showed no signs of fear. After all, he was not alone. He had someone covering his back. So what if the person was strong? He could not possibly be stronger than Master, right? "Hixiao, you must not be the only one from lineage of stars this time. Call out to all your experts behind you." Emperor God Bai Xing laughed. He was confident with the middle-aged man behind him. At that moment, Jian Wushuang, who was drinking beside the window in the tavern, disappeared. In a moment he appeared beside Hixiu. "Are you the backing behind the real martial arts divine church?" A faint voice resonated. Everyone was attracted by the voice and had their eyes on the young man beside Hixiu. The man was in a red robe and stood there casually. The aura of all the experts around were completely suppressed. The entire city became peaceful. This strange scene turned the faces of everyone around. Emperor God, Bai Xing of the Real Martial Arts Divine Church, and the few Sir Gods had their eyes dead on Jian Wushuang. Their eyes were virtually popping out of their sockets. "Sword Emperor!" A terrifying scream came out from Sir God Mo Chiu. Sir God Mo Chiu felt his head almost exploding. He had only fear within him. Unprecedented fear, dreadful fear. This scream made the people present understand the identity of this person. They all turned fanatical. Sword Emperor. The Sword Emperor himself. Leader of the lineage of stars, the highest leader of the eternal chaotic world, the strongest in the eternal chaotic world. The legendary Sword Emperor appears in front of us. I'm not dreaming, am I? The countless cultivators were all dumbfounded. Some almost slapped themselves to make sure it was not a dream. The leader of the eternal chaotic world, Sword Emperor, had arrived. Chapter 22 Xiaoyu, Sword Emperor. The Emperor God Bai Xing stared at the young man in front of him, full of fear. He was the leader of the Real Martial Arts Divine Church. He knew how terrifying Sword Emperor was. The Sword Emperor was the recognized leader of the eternal chaotic world. No one could surpass him. But he also knew that Jian Wushuang had slaughtered his way to the top. His fame was built on the blood of others. Notorious, he had not expected the Sword Emperor to arrive personally. Naturally, he was shocked. The only person that did not fear Jian Wushuang was that middle-aged man. "You are that Sword Emperor." The middle-aged man looked at Jian Wushuang lazily. "I hear you're the strongest cultivator in this era, next to Emperor Bai, but you don't seem like much." He did not take Jian Wushuang to heart at all. That was normal. He was from the ancient era. For experts from that era, the highest experts of the new era were only peak chaotic realm, nothing in comparison to their era. After hearing that, Emperor God Bai Xing calmed down. "So what if you're the Sword Emperor? How could you compete against our ancient era lords?" Emperor God Bai Xing thought to himself. Jian Wushuang glanced at the middle-aged man. "From the ancient era?" Jian Wushuang had long ago guessed the latter's identity. In that era, besides Emperor Bai, no one could have doubted him. If the Real Martial Arts Divine Church provoked lineage of stars because they had the backing of this middle-aged man, then he must have been from the ancient era to give the church such a confidence boost. "Emperor God Bai Xing, your backing is only this?" Jian Wushuang swept at him. "HNGH, Sword Emperor, you are scary, but only in this era. With Lord Xiaoyu from the ancient era, you can forget about escaping," Emperor God Bai Xing said. "Xiaoyu was the middle-aged man's name. Is it?" Jian Wushuang's lips curled. Thanks. My second brother had instructed me not to clash with experts from this era. But you came to my doorstep yourself. You can't blame me." Xiaoyu was smiling deviously, now with a red dagger in his hand. The crimson dagger exuded a cold glaze under the sun that made one shiver. "It would be interesting if I killed you and made you my blood servant." Xiaoyu smiled and made his move. Xiao! A red shadow zoom passed in the void. No one could fix their gaze on Xiaoyu. So fast! The cultivators were all astonished. "Careful, master!" Even Hixiu warned him. He too felt that Xiaoyu was too fast. But Jian Wushuang stood there, not moving a single muscle. Wong! A crimson light tore through the void and appeared in front of Jian Wushuang without a trace. The crimson figure was going straight for Jian Wushuang's throat. Xiaoyu had a devious smile on him. Diane. The dagger was getting closer to his throat. The surrounding crowd held their breaths. As the crimson light was about to pierce Jian Wushuang's throat, a large hand grabbed it. Pap! The hand exuded surging divine power and stopped the crimson dagger with his own bare hands. In the void, Jian Wushuang remained standing, Xiaoyu about a meter away from him. His crimson dagger was being held tightly by Jian Wushuang like a large plier. No matter what Xiaoyu did, the dagger would not move forward. How is that possible? Yes, eyes glared in astonishment. The dagger was a formidable chaos divine treasure, and he had given everything he had in that blow. But Jian Wushuang had caught it with his bare hands? He was an ancient era expert. Even though he was restricted by the rules of heaven and earth, he had so many secret skills experts of the current era could only dream of. He was confident no cultivator of the current era could be his opponent. His two elder brothers had their reservations towards Emperor Bai, but he had always dismissed those fears. But now it was beyond what he had expected. How could he actually catch my dagger? How is that possible? Xiaoyu mumbled. As he was in such shock, Jian Wushuang in front of him was staring coldly at him, his gaze full of ridicule and disdain. Expert from the ancient era? I wondered how strong could you be, but in the end, you're nothing more than an ordinary third-stage great emperor. Jian Wushuang chuckled. As Xiaoyu made his move, Jian Wushuang felt it. Nothing more than an ordinary third-stage great emperor. For comparison, his abilities were alike to Demon King Qinyu. That level of power would have posed a threat towards him if they were fighting 20,000 years ago before the war. But Jian Wushuang could not care anymore. He caught Xiaoyu's blow with his divine power alone. If your abilities are only as such, you will not leave this place today. Jian Wushuang's voice was indifferent. He placed his strength into his right fist, returning a terrifying blow as he knocked Xiaoyu's dagger away. That fist encompassed Jian Wushuang's divine power from the ultimate phase of the seventh step inverse cultivation, the bloodline power from the ancient god clan, and improved divine power from the immemorial celestial Bodhis second scroll. All of that combined was heading on its way toward Xiaoyu. Chapter 22-23 Thunder-like suppression Hong. That punch split the earth. A large hole that permeated the entire city came out of thin air. That horrifying, earth-shattering blow was heading toward Xiaoyu. The sheer power alone took everyone around aback. Xiaoyu's face darkened, and he threw a punch out consciously, trying to resist. But as the fists collided head-on, there was a bang. Then there was the sound of crackling of bones. Xiaoyu's entire arm had been blasted away from the sheer power, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. This level of power, chaotic divine demon. Xiaoyu was terrified. Impossible. Are there no restrictions placed upon this earth? Everyone can only reach chaotic realm powers. Sword Emperor, how can he do that? Impossible. Xiaoyu was being torn apart. He did not know that the restrictions were only placed upon typical cultivators and did not affect inverse cultivators. When Emperor Bai had given his all during the final fight against the three Emperors' world, along with the secret skills of Star Palace amplifying his powers tenfold, he could have reached chaotic divine demon levels. But Jian Wushuang's fighting power now was stronger than Emperor Bai's. Emperor Bai needed the secret skills of Star Palace to reach chaotic divine demon levels. But for Jian Wushuang, with the ultimate phase of the inverse cultivation's seventh step mastered, bloodline power and immemorial celestial body, he could hit chaotic divine demon levels even without secret skills of Star Palace. Jian Wushuang could crush Xiaoyu with pure power alone. That left Xiaoyu no room to even struggle against Jian Wushuang. Run. Xiaoyu finally got his act together, or perhaps Jian Wushuang's power had frightened him. Grabbing his dagger with his bare hands, then releasing chaotic divine demon powers in a single punch? How could he block that when he could only perform pinnacle chaotic realm powers himself? He had to run. Don't think you can escape. Jian Wushuang glanced coldly at Xiaoyu and leapt over casually. The leap seemed casual, but it contained the power of space-time, making him endlessly faster than the speed at which Xiaoyu could escape. Immediately, he caught up with Xiaoyu. He has rules of order. Xiaoyu glared, but Jian Wushuang had already pulled out his blood mountain sword and directly threw it up in the air, turning it into a large mountain. The bottom of the mountain had streaks of mysterious lines, forming a large black hole in an attempt to suck in Xiaoyu. Suppressing me? Dream on. Xiaoyu was enraged and started to struggle in a frenzy. Struggle? What's the use of that? Jian Wushuang could only sneer. The suppressive abilities of the Blood Mountain Sword increased in proportion with Jian Wushuang's own abilities. To activate the suppression, divine power had to be used. With Jian Wushuang's divine power being fully released to chaotic divine demon levels, how could the chaotic realm Xiaoyu possibly have blocked his suppression? No, no. Xiaoyu could only scream as his body approached the black hole. Brothers, save me! Xiaoyu screamed as he transmitted his call for help to his brothers. After that, he was fully absorbed by the black hole. The large mountain reverted back to the Blood Mountain Sword once again and landed in Jian Wushuang's hand. Jian Wushuang remained indifferent, as if he had simply suppressed a normal man, instead of an ancient era expert. His heart did not flutter at all. Indeed, an ancient era that could only demonstrate the third stage great emperor powers no longer excited him anymore. He could suppress or kill them with a flip of his hand, but it looked completely different in front of all the cultivators. This Emperor God Bai Xing of the real martial arts divine church was dumbfounded. His eyes were almost falling out of their sockets. Sir God Mo Chiu and the rest were equally shocked. Perhaps the other cultivators could not feel much, for they do not know much about Xiaoyu's background anyway. But Emperor God Bai Xing and the other Sir Gods knew that Xiaoyu was an ancient era expert. An ancient era expert had been so easily suppressed? How could that happen? Emperor God Bai Xing was on the verge of collapse, but he came to his senses before long. Run! Emperor God Bai Xing led the escape. The other Sir Gods from the real martial arts divine church were not slow either, and all started running away. If even Lord Xiaoyu could be so easily suppressed, none of them would stand a chance against Jian Wushuang. Emperor God Bai Xing was only thinking of returning to real martial arts divine church and getting Xiaoyu's brothers to appear. He knew that the brothers were much stronger. Perhaps they stood a chance together against Jian Wushuang. As Emperor God Bai Xing and the rest were escaping, Jian Wushuang was still indifferent, not moving an inch. It was as if he was about to let them go. But not long after, a mysterious attack quietly struck the five of them. A trace of terror flashed across the eyes of the five of them. The next moment, 5 corpses were plunging straight for the ground. Dead, the leader of the real martial arts divine church and his 4 almighties, all dead. How are they dead? The Sword Emperor did not move at all. If I'm not wrong, he used a soul attack. The surrounding cultivators were in awe, looking at Jian Wushuang in respect. Jian Wushuang remained indifferent. Soul attack. Indeed, that was what he did. Chapter 22-24 Apologizing. My disciple, go pick up their treasures, Jian Wushuang instructed. Understood. He Xiu immediately took the treasures and the Qian Kuan rings of Emperor God Bai Xing and the others. He Xiu returned to Jian Wushuang. Master, do we still make our way towards the real martial arts divine church? No need for that, Jian Wushuang smiled. Xia, you mentioned his 2 brothers just now. Now that I have suppressed him, his brothers will definitely come for him. We just need to wait. Understood, He Xiu nodded. At that moment, within the real martial arts divine Chich's lair, 2 figures were cultivating in separate rooms within a secluded palace. Suddenly, Xiaoyu's transmission came over. Both of them in the room opened their eyes immediately. Number 5. Xiu. 2 figures immediately appeared within the palace. The soul power of both started to cover the entire real martial arts divine church. Number 5's not here, along with the church leader and his chaotic realm disciples. A black-haired man with a black mark on his forehead said. Immediately, they caught a senior from the real martial arts divine church and got hold of the story. Lineage of Star? Number 5's in trouble, let's go. The both of them then made their way to the city that Jian Wushuang was held up in. Within the huge city, countless cultivators gathered and stared in awe and fear towards the figure about the central void. Jian Wushuang had his hands crossed and was stood there casually, but his soul power was already spreading. Jian Wushuang immediately sensed 2 strong auras within his soul power radius. They're here. Jian Wushuang looked towards the void in front of him. The countless cultivators around followed Jian Wushuang's gaze and looked towards the void. At the edge of the void, 2 black dots appeared and were enlarging at an alarming rate. Finally, the 2 figures appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. One was in a black robe, black-haired, with a black mark on his forehead. He stood there, releasing no aura at all. The other man was red-haired in a red robe, with a fire mark on his forehead, exuding violent and hot aura. It felt like a burning flame. They took a glance at everyone around. Both of them also noticed Jian Wushuang. Number 5, where is he? The burly man with the flame mark shouted. Number 5. If you are talking about Xieyu, he's now suppressed, Jian Wushuang replied. Suppressed? You dare suppress my brother? The burly man was enraged, flames coming out from his eyes. There was no obvious fire, but everyone around could feel the heat and flames on them like they were being cooked alive. Retreat, let's move further away. The surrounding cultivators had to move to the edge of the city to escape from that fiery aura. So what if I did? Jian Wushuang had no fear. The nerve! The burly man was about to make his move. Brother, no rush! The black-haired young man stopped him. The black-haired man was obviously calmer than the burly man. He exhaled lightly and looked towards Jian Wushuang. You are from the lineage of stars and able to suppress our number 5. I assume you are the great sword emperor of this era? Yes, it is I. Jian Wushuang nodded, acknowledging it. Sword emperor, I'm afraid there has been a misunderstanding. The 3 of us only wished to cultivate and restore our peak strength. We had no intention of making enemies with the lineage of stars, the black-haired man said. No intention? But you have already done it, Jian Wushuang replied coldly. That is the act of the real martial arts divine church, I assume. We had no intention of offending you or any other expert of this era. We hope you can forgive our brother, and we will be willing to compensate you for the trouble we've caused for your lineage of stars. The black-haired man was sincere. Apologize? Compensate? Haha, if I'm not wrong, those 2 blood slaves are the work of your brother, right? Jian Wushuang pointed towards the 2 blood slaves. The black-haired man's face darkened at the sight of them. Blood slaves were indeed one of Xie Ye's favorite pastimes. In the ancient era, he loved turning live cultivators into blood slaves. You know, one of the blood slaves belonged to the lineage of stars, Jian Wushuang said coldly. Your brother ruthlessly killed my lineage of stars expert and turned him into a blood slave. Before you arrived, he made his move against me as well. If not for my skills, I'm afraid I would have been turned into a blood slave as well. The black-haired man's face darkened with resentment. He had instructed Xie you many times to not act wantonly, but it seemed that Xie, you obviously did not want to listen to him. Your Excellency, regardless of whether he is my brother, this issue will be put to an end if you release my brother. I will promise to never offend the lineage of stars. But if you insist on not releasing my brother, the black-haired man's voice deepened. So what if I'm not willing to release? Will you learn from your brother and turn me to a blood slave as well? Jian Wushuang sniggered. Looks like there is no longer room for negotiation. The black-haired man's eyes turned cold. The burly man beside him sneered. "Number 2, why waste time with words? Just kill him already." The flame and heat immediately encompassed the entire city, burning the void. Many buildings, and even the ground below, succumbed to the sea of fire. Immediately, the city's buildings were burned to ash. Chapter 22-25. It begins. My gosh! Luckily, we retreated far away, if not too terrifying. The huge city disappeared in a blink of an eye. The many cultivators that had retreated to the edges of the city were horrified as they watched the sea of fire sweep over the city. In the middle of that sea of fire, the burly man, now with a flaming axe, was the lord within the sea of fire. To the side, the black-haired man took out a black spear, his entire being looking as though it had morphed into a black hole that devoured everything. The auras of both of them reached their maximum. This aura feels like pinnacle 3rd stage, stronger than Lord Fun, but not Kaiser blood levels. Jian Wushuang's lips were raised. He was referring to Kaiser blood Emperor's consciousness embodiment. The consciousness embodiment Kaiser blood was already at pinnacle 3rd stage. Yet Emperor Bai could easily suppress him. These two people were not even at Kaiser blood's level. Sword Emperor, for the last time, will you let go of Xiaoyu? The black-haired man's voice became cold. Nope. Jian Wushuang gently shook his head. You want to die? The black-haired man's face darkened. Kill him already. The burly man was extremely bloodthirsty, and without hesitation, both experts made their moves. The two great ancient era experts had not much intention to clash with experts of the current era. Their intentions were much simpler. They simply wanted to restore their strength peacefully, and once the time was up, head for heaven's horizon. But not wanting to clash with the current era's experts did not mean that they feared them. At least they did not fear Jian Wushuang. From the information they had received, the scariest expert around was Emperor Bai and Jian Wushuang, even though he had been critical in the fight between the 3 emperors' world 20,000 years ago. Jian Wushuang had been able to release such power due to his trump card, and it would be hard to use it again. Jian Wushuang's true power seemed to be at pinnacle chaotic realm in their opinion. Nothing more than an ordinary 3rd stage great emperor. But their fighting power were both pinnacle 3rd stage. If they teamed up, they could even fight Emperor Bai. What was a sword emperor going to do to stop them? I gave you a chance. Don't blame us. The black-haired man shouted and appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. A terrifying dark aura came bursting out as his black spear pierced forward. Hell! A dragon's cry resonated. A huge dark dragon appeared, circling around that spear, while that eerie spear was sparkling in front of the chest of Jian Wushuang. The horrifying speed and explosive power of that spear seemed menacing. Yet, Jian Wushuang had no intention of dodging. The next moment, the black spear went straight through his body, but no flesh or blood could be seen. Jian Wushuang's body gradually turned into nothing. What? The black-haired man's face darkened, immediately locking eyes with Jian Wushuang at the void not far away. That was fast. That kid actually got a bit of space-time rules, and he knows how to use it well. The black-haired man was shocked. What he did not know was that Jian Wushuang had practiced in the tower for 1,000 years. While practicing with the experts, he had mastered both swordsmanship and rules of order. Thousands of years of slaughter had improved his swordsmanship and his rules of order. He had dodged the spear with space-time rules of order. Die. The monstrous voice could be heard everywhere. The burly man with the flaming axe struck down at Jian Wushuang's side. But before the axe could come down, the rising heat could have been felt first. If it had been any ordinary expert or even a great emperor, the heat alone would have stopped breaths and made them lose all ability to resist. But Jian Wushuang was not affected by it all and threw a punch. Pum! The huge axe and fist crashed head-on. Based on how sharp the axe was, it should have cut off Jian Wushuang's entire hand. But in fact, Jian Wushuang's hand was not affected at all, and the power of his hand even passed on towards the burly man. The burly man could feel a sharp pain in his arm. That power! Shocked, the burly man retreated, and soon the sea of fire started retreating. The man was now covered by the burning flames. Like a flaming giant, he raised his axe again. Flaming axe! Hua! 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 3 axe strikes were made, every move coming with boundless flame. HNGH! Jian Wushuang snorted without fear and threw out 3 punches with his right fist. Pung! 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 3 explosions then followed the retreating body of the burly man. After a while he composed himself. Damn it, the restrictions on this earth are too strong. I threw 13 axe blows at him, but only the weakest 3 came out. If I could throw my 6th axe out, I would definitely cut the dude in 2, the burly man growled. He was dejected. As an ancient era expert, chaotic realm powers had been nothing to him in the past, but now he could only demonstrate chaotic realm powers himself. It never felt good to be restricted so tightly. Xiao! The black-haired man appeared beside the burly man. Watch out, Sword Emperor is stronger than we thought, black-haired man. I know. The burly man nodded and his face stiffened. Jian Wushuang watched the 2 people regather, and a smile was on his face. Both of you are not bad, much better than Xiaoyu, worthy for me to pull out my sword. Under that devious smile, the Blood Mountain's sword showed in his hand once again. The sword was out. He was finally getting serious. Chapter 22-26 Execution. From his appearance to taking down Xiaoyu, to the previous attacks, Jian Wushuang had never pulled out his Blood Mountain sword for swordsmanship. At most, he had used the Blood Mountain sword's suppressive abilities to suppress Xiaoyu. Now, finally, Jian Wushuang was about to perform his sword skills. His abilities were finally being revealed. Brother, I have a bad hunch about this. Be careful. The black-haired man stared at Jian Wushuang and said, The burly man nodded. Jian Wushuang in front of them, finally, made his move. A casual step, yet it contained endless power of space-time, and he appeared in front of the burly man. Jian Wushuang casually swung his sword, like a child playing with a wooden stick. It was soft, there was no strength to it at all. It looked ordinary to the people watching, and rightfully so. It was indeed a very ordinary, casual sword move. But such a casual sword move can be drastically different in nature when done by Jian Wushuang. Space could not hinder his sword at all. The burly man's face darkened, but he dared not be reckless. He took his fiery axe and swung down, the endless sea of fire charging for the sword. Dang! It was a crisp sound. Jian Wushuang's arm shook slightly, pulling back his Blood Mountain sword. He twisted his wrist and held his sword horizontally, the body of the sword now forming a whip which was heading towards the burly man. Jian Wushuang had trained in the Sword Doctrine Trial Tower for a millennium. He had achieved a new understanding of sword principle. Now, his usage of swordsmanship was unpreceded. To him now, not only the blade could be used to kill the enemy, the body, the handle, any part of the sword can be used. The Blood Mountain sword left a blood shadow in the void and struck the burly man's axe. An overbearing power was passed over, enough for the burly man to grunt, almost causing him to let go of his axe. After the sword move forced the burly man into a retreat, he could feel several wind-breaking sounds heading for him. It was the black-haired man with a spear. His spear was as fast as a viper coming out of its hole, heading for Jian Wushuang's head. Jian Wushuang smiled. As he raised his Blood Mountain sword, Jian Wushuang turned into a huge beast that could devour everything in its way. The beast was roaring as an overwhelming explosion of swordsmanship burst out. Jian Wushuang held the sword with one hand and pierced it straight forward. Instantly the huge beast pounced and dense. Endless sword shadows decimated the black-haired man's spear tactics. The black-haired man's face darkened and started to spin the spear like a fiery wheel. Pap! Pap! Dang! Dang! Continuous clashes were heard. The dense, endless sword shadows were all blocked by the black-haired man's spear. The wild beast slowly disappeared. But after it had disappeared, a figure took its place and appeared less than 10 meters in front of him. Crap! The black-haired man was shocked. A scarlet sword light appeared in front of the youth's chest, tearing through his defensive armor, crushing all his internal organs. Sword Principal Xian Luo, Sanguis Extremis Style. The black-haired man's eyes dimmed before he could scream. Second brother. The burly man broke down immediately upon that sight. Ah! The burly man let out a hysterical howl, his expression wild. Faced with such endless rage, the sea of fire he was surrounded in turned crimson red. The fiery mark between his eyebrows let out a dazzling light as well, and immediately mysterious patterns emerged from the mark and surrounded his body. Covered by those mysterious patterns, the burly man looked savage. You will die for what you have done. The burly man looked at Jian Wushuang with murderous intent and strode over. Hung Long Long. An overwhelming aura had locked onto Jian Wushuang. He became stronger. Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes. I guess he demonstrated some sort of secret skill at a very high cost, his powers bursting out to be almost half-step divine demon levels. Shouldn't be that easy here with the restrictions. Jian Wushuang was right. The burly man had indeed performed a powerful secret skill, but its side effects are astonishing. Most importantly, he could only keep it up for 3 breaths. 3 breaths was the limit. Even with your secret skill, you only reached half-step divine demon. Jian Wushuang smiled. As the burly man charged at him in a frenzy, Jian Wushuang greeted him directly without fear. Flaming axe. Hua, 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 hua. 5 axe shadows, each one cutting down with endless flame. It was the same stunt, but this time he barely managed to perform 5 axe moves. But 5 was his limit. Jian Wushuang held the sword with one hand, and as the axe was coming for him, a sharp light flashed across his eyes. Who? A wind strong enough to destroy everything around came. The storm could tear great emperor experts apart, but the storm was the beginning of Jian Wushuang's sword move. Like a storm, it was Sword Principal Xian Luo's most powerful move, Blast Rainstorm. As Jian Wushuang's swordsmanship improved, the power of the Sword Principal Xian Luo started to surface as well, along with Jian Wushuang's current chaotic divine demon power. Hua! The sword light flashed past mercilessly. The sea of fire was cut into 2. As for the 5 axe shadows under the sword light, pung, 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 pung. There were 5 impacts, and the burly man's battle axe was thrown away. How is this possible? The burly man's eyes were wide open in astonishment, but the sword light was already in front of him, the endless storms flooding around him. Chapter 22-27 Control. The endless storm soon came to a rest. The fire that swallowed the entire city has gradually dissipated as well. The peace of the earth was restored. At the center of the earth, Jian Wushuang put his blood mountain sword in his Qian Kuan ring, gazing at the 2 corpses below him. 2 ancient era experts. Indeed, your powers were way stronger than they were in the ancient era. I can take you all down because you were not able to perform pinnacle powers. But because of this, it shows that you no longer dominate this era, Jian Wushuang murmured. He had no pity for the 2 corpses. Perhaps the 2 ancient era experts truly had no intention of provoking the top powerhouses of the era. They indeed had no intention to provoke Jian Wushuang either. But what they did could not be tolerated by Jian Wushuang. They had turned a pinnacle Sir God, and even an Emperor God, into a blood slave. Those were not the actions of a decent man. If he had allowed the 3 ancient era experts to remain, they would eventually pose a threat to the eternal chaotic world. Master. He Xiu reappeared in front of Jian Wushuang, his eyes full of fanaticism. He was a Sir God expert too. He could feel how powerful the 2 people Jian Wushuang had slain were. Unexpectedly, the two were much stronger than all those great emperors from the eternal chaotic world. But even when they teamed up, they were easily cut down by his master. The strength of his master, the backing of the real martial arts divine church, has now been removed. What happens next shall be left to Hall Master Wushuang. Let's go, Jian Wushuang said directly. Yes, Hsiao nodded. Immediately, Hsiao and Jian Wushuang left. When they left, the countless cultivators that had witnessed that battle were completely blasted away. Many cultivators had enjoyed watching that battle. The battle to them was perhaps the scariest battle they had seen in their lives. Too strong, they were too strong. Compared to them, let alone almighties, even an ordinary great emperor could not do anything. They also knew after that battle, the real martial arts divine church was truly over. Even though Jian Wushuang had removed those almighties and 3 ancient era experts, the real martial arts divine church was still around. But without the almighties and backings, the church would collapse in a matter of time. The lineage of stars would never forgive the church, and other forces would soon eat up their territory anyway. The real martial arts divine church had nothing to counter them with. Jian Wushuang was only in charge of wiping out the backings. He could not be bothered to handle the rest. Above the vast void, an ancient spaceship hurried away. In the ship, Jian Wushuang stood alone in a secret room, with the Blood Mountain sword floating in front of him. Xiaoyu, how does it feel? Not bad, right, being suppressed? Jian Wushuang smiled as his voice was transmitted into the Blood Mountain sword. Xiaoyu was full of despair within the Blood Mountain sword. He was already suppressed by Jian Wushuang with a serious injury, with no time to recover. Being suppressed also meant that a large number of torture techniques were being used on him, courtesy of the Blood Mountain sword. There were many kinds of torture. Torture of the body, the mind, the soul. After Xiaoyu had been suppressed, he had been suffering from soul torture. So painful, even an ancient expert could not handle it. In the beginning, he had been cursing and shouting, with no intention of bowing to Jian Wushuang. On the contrary, he had kept threatening Jian Wushuang to let him out. Otherwise his brothers would definitely not let it pass. Even though Jian Wushuang had ignored him, Xiaoyu had still been confident. He believed his brothers would save him and crush this Jian Wushuang, and for him. Sure enough, they had come and fought against Jian Wushuang. Xiaoyu had witnessed the fight clearly through the Blood Mountain sword, but he had not expected things to end up this way. Dead. His brothers had been killed by Jian Wushuang? No. Impossible. Xiaoyu was in disbelief, but eventually he had to accept the fact. It sent him into despair. If even his brothers could be slaughtered by Jian Wushuang, who would save him? Or who could? Now, Jian Wushuang's consciousness had finally arrived. You're the devil. Xiaoyu had completely lost it. The devil. Haha. You should have lived much longer than anyone here, but your mentality has been the same. Jian Wushuang felt disdain. The longer one lived, the stronger their mentality should be. But Xiaoyu, an ancient era expert, could not even fight against some Sir gods in terms of mentality. Xiaoyu, I have some questions to ask you, Jian Wushuang asked. HNGH, you think he'll answer? Xiaoyu replied coldly. You will. Jian Wushuang smiled deviously. Xiaoyu, you know why I kept you but killed your 2 brothers. Because you're much easier to control, Jian Wushuang smiled. Control. Xiaoyu froze, but his face darkened greatly in the next moment. At the same time, Xiaoyu could feel a boundless soul power coming for him. Soul power? You want to use soul control on me? Wish on. Xiaoyu was enraged. Soul control was worse than death, no better than blood slaves. Regardless of if it was during the ancient era or the current era, cultivators would rather die than allow themselves to be soul-controlled. Thus, Xiaoyu's soul power in his consciousness surged immediately, obviously wanting to resist. But soon he realized Jian Wushuang's soul power was so much stronger, and he simply could not resist. Chapter 2228 Jian Air. I'm an ancient era expert. After all, I was a chaotic divine demon. Even though the restrictions on this earth greatly weakened my soul power, but not to the extent that a chaotic realm could control me? Xie, you could not believe what was happening. He did not know that 20,000 years ago, Jian Wushuang had used the soul-swallowing pearl to perform the 3 divine lights, a soul attack skill against Demon King Qinyu. In the 20,000 years of his sleep, his soul power had greatly improved. His soul attack was naturally stronger than the rest's. Jian Wushuang now, with his soul-swallowing pearl and nether light scripture from the 3 divine lights to help him with soul control, who could stop him? In addition, it had already been some time since Jian Wushuang had left the real martial arts divine church area. Why did he look for Xie now? Because Jian Wushuang wanted Xie to suffer just a bit more in the Blood Mountain sword, rendering him weak and defenseless. No, no. I will not let you control me, even if it means death. Xie screamed, even about to ignite his soul. But soon he realized the soul power that had infiltrated his consciousness, had already corroded his soul power, controlling his consciousness. It would be wishful thinking to attempt to ignite his soul. Crap! Xie's face was dark as ash, but soon he started to calm down. Xie's 2 brothers were too strong for me to control, so I had to kill them. Xie's different. Jian Wushuang smiled. His soul power was already dominating Xie's consciousness, wiping away his consciousness. Within moments, the soul control was complete. As Jian Wushuang waved his hands, Xie appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. Xie at that moment was very calm. Master! Xie respectfully stood beside Jian Wushuang, his gaze full of fanaticism. This sort of fanaticism was only found when one was completely under another's soul control. From today, your name shall be Jian Air, Jian Wushuang said. Yes, Xie, now Jian Air, nodded respectfully. Sit down, there are some things I would like to ask you, Jian Wushuang said. Jian Air immediately sat down in front of him. Talk to me about you and your brothers in the ancient era, Jian Wushuang said. Jian Air, being completely controlled by Jian Wushuang, showed no defiance and began talking about it. Master, my 2 brothers and I were from the ancient era's divine Dream Heaven sect, one of 8 big holy sections. Although we were nothing against the 3 big holy land and 4 big holy tribes, we were good. Divine Dream Heaven sect. Jian Wushuang nodded quietly. He knew about ancient era factions. The 3 big holy lands for big holy tribes and 8 big holy sects were all elite factions, and the 7-star Black Sect. There were many experts within the Divine Dream Heaven sect. Us 5 brothers were all chaotic divine demon, but we were still nothing within the sect. Luckily, my eldest brother was the highest amongst chaotic divine demons, so we were able to obtain some resources. After the war broke out, the 5 brothers went into battle against the 7-star Black Sect, but during then number 3 and 4 fell, leaving the 3 of us but in a stasis. The slumber lasted a very long time. We woke up once, but, realizing the restrictions on this earth, went back to sleep. The 3 of you woke up once. Jian Wushuang frowned. Indeed, but we soon realized the era was completely different to the one we had lived in. The spiritual influence of heaven and earth was weak, and there are all sorts of restrictions. Under those circumstances, we won't be able to restore our powers. In fact, we would have lost our powers. Take me, for example. I was at chaotic divine demon in the ancient era, but when I woke up and stayed around, my maximum potential fell. Even if I reached pinnacle fighting power, it would be pinnacle chaotic realm. Jian Air said. What? Jian Wushuang flinched. It was better to not wake up? Waking up would gradually shred them of their powers. The land that they were in had that kind of power as well. Because of that, we had to continue to sleep to ensure our maximum potential would not drop, in hopes of eventually restoring pinnacle fighting power, Jian Air said. If that's the case, Why have you all woken up once again? Why within the eternal chaotic world? Jian Wushuang asked. Because the chance we had been waiting for is finally here, Jian said. What chance? Jian Wushuang asked. 3,900 years later, heaven's horizon. Jian replied. What do you mean? Jian Wushuang was puzzled. We received news. 3,900 years later, someone at the heaven's horizon will establish a link between this land and our homeland, back to the divine dream heaven sect. Jian said solemnly. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang was full of questions. Back to your homeland? Back to the divine dream heaven sect? Jian Wushuang's pupils shrank. There are other lands beside this? No, not another land. This is the same land as my homeland, but someone locked it and isolated it completely. Jian said. Chapter 2229 Seven-Star Divine Realm. Though Jian Wushuang was overwhelmed by this new information, he did not display his surprise. Actually, he had guessed it some time ago. The land was not the endpoint. The ancient era was not as simple as he had thought. He had confirmed that after the final battle between the three emperors' world, the blood emperor of the three emperors' world at that time had no intention of dominating or ruling the land. He had intended to destroy the entire eternal chaotic world. The Blood Emperor wanted to destroy all life within the eternal chaotic world to start his Kruer formation. But what was his purpose? If the eternal chaotic world was really the endpoint, then what was the point of killing all life to reach a higher level? He would be alone then. If the Blood Emperor's motive was limited to the land, he would not have done that. The only explanation would be that there existed another wider land beyond the current one. Jian words confirmed it. Jian you mean the land I am on now is one with your homeland? What does that mean? Jian Wushuang inquired. Master, the land you are on, now the eternal chaotic world, was a part of my homeland absolute beginning divine world, under the seven-star divine realm ruled by the seven-star black sect, the powerhouse of the ancient era. Jian powerhouse. Stronger than divine dream heaven sect, I assume. Jian Wushuang said. Of course, divine dream heaven sect was strong, but nothing compared to the seven-star black sect. Even the 8 big holy sects, for big holy tribes, could not compare. The seven-star black sect was the best in the ancient era. No one could say no. All the other factions had to step to one side, Jian said. Jian Wushuang could not help but shudder. He knew the seven-star black sect was strong, but not that strong. Absolute beginning divine world should be the beginning of everything, and the end. But seven-star black sect was the top force within the absolute beginning divine world. How strong were they? But even they were exterminated. Jian Wushuang could not help but sigh. Yes, they were strong. No one could take them on individually. But then all the sects, 3 big holy lands for big holy tribes, 8 big holy sects, and countless divine demons fought their way into the seven-star divine realm, about half of absolute beginning divine world's experts, Jian said, still in awe of what had happened. He had fought in that battle. He knew how terrifying that battle had been. But only with such a terrifying power could they enter the seven-star divine realm. Jian do you know why they attacked the seven-star divine realm? Was it because they were too strong, pressuring the rest? Jian Wushuang said. I do not know. Jian shook his head. Master, there were too many experts then, countless divine demons, and many even higher than that. My 4 brothers and I were inconsequential in that battle, like dust. Like dust? Jian Wushuang was shocked. Chaotic divine demons in the ancient era were nothing more than dust. It was too scary. We simply followed our sect's orders to kill all seven-star black sect experts. As for why the battle started, only my clan leader and top elder knew. The other elders were not even qualified to know, much less us. But it should not be because the seven-star black sect was too strong. They were strong, but they did not have many enemies. Without any specific reason, the other forces would never have agreed to work together, Jian said. Jian Wushuang nodded. The seven-star black sect must have known how to handle relations to become the absolute beginning divine world's powerhouse. There had to be another reason for them to force the other sects to exterminate the seven-star black sect. Jian Wushuang could not guess the reason for it either. Jian continue. What happened after? Jian Wushuang asked. After that, with the three big Holy Land leaders leading the charge, they broke into the seven-star divine realm. The seven-star black sect resisted and fought back. The entire seven-star divine realm collapsed, turning into battlefield after battlefield. Countless experts died, fallen missing. Even experts beyond chaotic divine demon levels fell. But ultimately, the seven-star black sect was defeated. They lost badly. All seven-star black sect disciples were killed. Only a few higher-ups were left struggling. But as the other experts were about to wipe out every seven-star black sect experts, one elite expert managed to activate a formation that opened the heavens. With that formation activated, seven-star divine realms' countless divine demons and experts' divine power and blood essence were sucked away in a moment. Many experts felt it and managed to escape in time, but some did not. That formation became a huge blockade between the seven-star divine realm and absolute beginning divine world. As for the rest, I guess you already know, Master. Chapter 2232. Jian Wushuang fell silent. He knew what happened after that. After the land was blocked by the formation, cut away from the absolute beginning divine world, many experts, including the seven-star black sect that remained, were all damaged by it. The restriction had forced them to a deep slumber as well, leading to the end of the ancient era. Everything after that was publicly known. As the restriction grew larger, the spiritual influence of heaven and earth grew thinner, and with fewer experts, then the first era, then the current second era. Do you know who placed the formation? Jian Wushuang asked. The expert was strong, even as good as the master of the Holy Land. I do not know of his past, but I heard the divine Dream Heaven sect leader mention a name, Xian-Yi, Jian said. Jian Wushuang's pupils shrank sharply. Xian-Yi, his master, Xian-Yi. When he had asked Jian-Yi, he too had said that the formation that had led to experts into deep slumber was a man named Xian-Yi. The formation was really placed by Master. Jian Wushuang was taken aback. He knew how scary the formation was. The formation forcibly split the land from the rest of the absolute beginning divine world. The absolute beginning divine world had countless experts, but could never come over. The restrictions were all caused by the formation. No wonder back at the Blood Emperor sanctuary grounds, Master had been about to control and add the restrictions to Blood Emperor. Jian Wushuang murmured. The restrictions had been created by Xian-Yi. The restrictions were from that formation. Xian-Yi, being the creator of the formation, could naturally control it. Jian Wushuang thought to himself, and a painting floated in his mind. The painting was the same ancient image he had seen in the Chilly Wind Valley. The painting depicted a burly man with a big forehead, surrounded by countless experts. But even then, the man would not give up and crumbled heaven and earth. That image gave Jian Wushuang a feeling that it was the one Jian had just mentioned. The moves that the man made were probably to activate the formation. If that was the case, then the man's identity. Jian Wushuang shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Jian since you received news about Heaven's Horizon opening a path 3,900 years later to absolute beginning divine world, that means it was not just the three of you that woke up, right? Jian Wushuang asked. Definitely, Jian nodded. But I do not know how many woke up. Jian Wushuang nodded, but that slightly stressed him. He was currently undefeatable in his era, but he was nothing compared to those ancient experts. If not for the restrictions, Jian Wushuang would be nothing but a tiny ant in their eyes. But Even with the restrictions, those ancient era experts were not to be messed with. He took a deep breath and pulled out a token. Emperor Bai. Jian Wushuang was transmitting to him. Jian Wushuang, what is it? Emperor Bai replied, I just came back from the Real Martial Arts Divine Church and met with some ancient era experts, Jian Wushuang said. Ancient era experts? You too? Emperor Bai's voice deepened. Too. Jian Wushuang's eyes squinted. Guess you know too. Transmissions, not convenient. Come over to Thunderbolt Island. We can talk about this face to face, Emperor Bai said. Understood. Jian Wushuang nodded. Soon, he turned his ship to head towards Thunderbolt Island. Along the way, he continued to ask Jian Er some questions about the absolute beginning divine world and took time to investigate Jian Er and his brothers Qian Kunring. They were ancient era experts, after all. Their treasures were nothing ordinary. Jian Wushuang found many valuable items. 10-odd divine weapons when combining all 3 Qian Kunrings. Each had a genuine chaos divine weapon, with several defensive armors. There were 8 secret skills as well, all formidable, but it was a pity that Jian Wushuang had no use for it. There were fewer treasures, especially natural treasures and elixirs. Ancient era experts needed large amounts of natural treasures and elixirs to maintain their powers. It was no wonder that they had all been used up. That was why the 3 brothers had remained within the Real Martial Arts Divine Church. They had needed them to gather resources. The rewards were plentiful. Though Jian Wushuang had no use for them, he could pass them down to Green Fire World and Lineage of Stars, especially the 8 secret skills. One of the secret skills of body refinery could not be compared to Jian Wushuang's immemorial celestial body, but was much better than Eternal Chaotic World's own protective secret skills. He passed it to Hishio immediately. After a simple check, Hishio found a use for it. After that, both of them went their separate ways. Hishio returned to the Lineage of Stars, whereas Jian Wushuang made his way to Thunderbolt Island. Thunderbolt Island, within the Presbytery Pavilion. The Presbytery Pavilion was where the higher-ups of the Sanctuary Alliance gathered. But only Emperor Bai was around. Emperor Bai could tell the moment Jian Wushuang stepped into the Presbytery Pavilion. A breakthrough. Emperor Bai looked at Jian Wushuang in surprise. He could sense a great change in Jian Wushuang's aura that can only happen when one advanced from the 2nd stage of the 7th step to the final stage. Without a doubt, Jian Wushuang had surpassed himself. How could you do it so quickly? Emperor Bai was shocked. He practiced inverse cultivation as well. He knew how hard it was. It needed a large amount of divine power. Chapter 2231 Black Water Dragon Emperor Bai had reached the 2nd stage of the 7th step back during the 1st era. Even when the 1st era collapsed, he had not been able to reach the ultimate stage of the 7th step and spent quite some time in the 2nd era before he broke through. He had spent an entire era, countless treasures, to finally reach the base requirements for his breakthrough. But Jian Wushuang? It was not long since he reached the 2nd stage of his inverse cultivation's 7th step. But now he had reached the ultimate stage. Jian Wushuang, your speed of progress is really enviable, Emperor Bai exclaimed. Ha, I was just lucky. Jian Wushuang casually laughed it off. Emperor Bai frowned. You must have received some sort of amazing opportunity. To him, without such an opportunity, it was impossible for Jian Wushuang to reach such a breakthrough. And that was indeed the case. Emperor Bai knew it, but he did not intend to probe more. Previously, you said you encountered an ancient era expert. Tell me what happened. Emperor Bai asked. Jian Wushuang did not hesitate and described his experience in the Real Martial Arts Divine Church. Three ancient era experts. Emperor Bai's eyes narrowed. What happened to the 3 of them? I killed 2 of them. The other one now, my sword servant via soul control. Jian Wushuang did not conceal anything. Emperor Bai was shocked, but soon he was relieved. Before reaching the ultimate stage, Jian Wushuang's fighting power was already very aggressive. Emperor Bai knew how much one's fighting power would increase by the moment he stepped into the ultimate stage. Jian Wushuang now definitely possessed ancient-era expert slaying abilities. Emperor Bai, you mentioned it too previously? What's happening? There are others that encountered ancient-era experts? Jian Wushuang asked. Yep, Emperor Bai nodded. 300 years ago, at the Colored Glaze Sanctuary, Colored Glaze herself seemed to have encountered an ancient-era expert. Seemed. Jian Wushuang frowned. I say seemed because we're not sure. Colored Glaze wanted to engage him, but the opponent simply glanced at her, and she lost the courage to make her move. According to her, the opponent's aura was extremely terrifying, and she would have died without a struggle if she had engaged him, Emperor Bai said. Oh. Jian Wushuang frowned. He knew about Great Emperor Colored Glaze. She was an elite first-stage Great Emperor. If she had encountered a second-stage Great Emperor, she would have been so scared as to lose courage. If the opponent could make her feel that way, it meant that the opponent was definitely a decent third-stage Great Emperor, possibly Pinnacle, and definitely not weaker than Jian Er's two elder brothers. I asked Colored Glaze personally. She said the opponent's aura felt very similar to mine, Emperor Bai said. Then it has to be an ancient-era expert, Jian Wushuang said. The top two experts of the eternal chaotic world were Jian Wushuang and Emperor Bai. There was no other third-stage Great Emperor besides the two of them. The restrictions on the second era were too powerful, making it hard to produce third-stage Great Emperors. Under those circumstances, there was only one logical explanation for an expert's fighting powers to be similar to Emperor Bai's. The opponent was from the ancient era. He should be an ancient era expert, but we cannot be sure. Luckily, the opponent did not engage or stir up any mess within the Colored Glaze Sanctuary, Emperor Bai said. Jian Wushuang nodded. As long as terrifying ancient-era experts did not stir up any trouble within the eternal chaotic world, the Sanctuary Alliance would not provoke them. Like Emperor 13 in the beginning, no one had known what he wanted to do, nor how powerful he was. As long as he did not provoke the Sanctuary Alliance, they did not care. Even if Emperor 13 were to start a slaughter within the eternal chaotic world, as long as it was not out of hand, the Sanctuary Alliance would not care. Besides the suspected ancient-era expert Colored Glaze saw, there was another incident 30 years ago at the Red Dragon Sanctuary, Emperor Bai said. What was it? Jian Wushuang asked. It was a city. A lot of cultivators disappeared within the city in a short period of time, leaving an aura of coldness that covered the city in a layer of ice, Emperor Bai said. This stirred some waves in the Red Dragon Sanctuary then, but Red Dragon himself was not particularly bothered by it. But afterwards, 2 other cities and a sect suffered the same treatment. Red Dragon started treating it seriously, and after some research, they realized it was the work of a black water dragon. Black water dragon? Jian Wushuang's gaze moved, but something about it felt familiar. Afterwards, 5 years ago, when the black water dragon made its move on another city again, Red Dragon was able to reach there in time, but in the end, Red Dragon almost got himself killed by the black water dragon, Emperor Bai said. Jian Wushuang's face darkened. Red Dragon King had been ranked second in the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list in the past. Though the list needed some refreshing, he still possessed second stage Great Emperor powers. But Red Dragon King was almost killed? How powerful was that black water dragon? Emperor Bai, did Red Dragon King have any projected image of the black water dragon? Jian Wushuang asked. Yes, Red Dragon recorded it himself, Emperor Bai said, and took out a token. With a wave, a large projected image appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang's eyes flashed as he watched the projected image. Chapter 2232, Why the First Era Collapsed, Part 1. It's it. Jian Wushuang could not help but clench his fists as a fit of rising anger surrounded him. Jian Wushuang, have you come across this black water dragon? Emperor Bai asked. Of course I've seen it. Jian Wushuang watched Red Dragon King via a projected image as he fought the black water dragon furiously. The black water dragon was massive, constantly spitting out cold air, easily freezing almighties upon contact. Jian Wushuang could not help but recall the years when he had been in the deepest parts of the Buddhist Demon Sea. There he had seen the exact same black dragon. Since the black water dragon appeared, the ancient era expert behind it has probably awakened as well, and lurking around the red dragon sanctuary, Jian Wushuang murmured. Jian Wushuang, you mean there's an ancient era expert behind the dragon? Emperor Bai frowned. The black water dragon in the projected image was terrifying. No one other than strong third-stage great emperors could have engaged it. Now, there was an ancient era expert behind the dragon? Emperor Bai, I've seen it. I know where it comes from. Jian Wushuang started describing his experience. Buddhist Demon Sea? The dragon? Emperor Bai was shocked. As far as I know, there are at least 2 ancient era experts in slumber within the Buddhist Demon Sea. One of them is One-Star Man, likely from the 7-star Black Sect. He's indebted to me. He would not hurt the eternal chaotic world, even if he did awaken. But another person, the owner of the Black Water Dragon, from the 7-star Black Sect's opposing camp, is there too. From how the dragon behaves, I don't think the person's friendly, Jian Wushuang said. Emperor Bai nodded subtly. Colored Glaze encountered a suspected ancient era expert previously, then one at Red Dragon Sanctuary, then 3 more you encountered yourself. Looks like a lot of ancient era experts are awakening, Emperor Bai said. Indeed, because they all received a transmission. 3,900 years later, someone will open a link passage at the heavens horizon for them to return to absolute beginning divine world. Jian Wushuang said, Absolute beginning divine world. Looks like you know everything. Emperor Bai looked at Jian Wushuang and could tell he had been aware of it for quite some time already. Jian Wushuang nodded. Absolute beginning divine world, the beginning of everything. Emperor Bai sighed. The link to the absolute beginning divine world will finally be reopened again. Jian Wushuang's gaze moved. Emperor Bai, you mean the link had been opened once before? Emperor Bai fell quiet for a moment and nodded. Indeed, a long time ago during the First Era. It happened at Heaven's Horizon as well. Jian Wushuang's pupils shrank. Jian Wushuang, as you know, I was from the First Era. But did you know how the First Era collapsed? Emperor Bai asked. Jian Wushuang shook his head consciously. He knew why the ancient era had collapsed from Gener. It was due to absolute beginning divine world's various sects attacking 7-star divine realm, leading to the collapse of that. But Jian Wushuang never knew why the First Era had collapsed. Does it have to do with the link passage at the heavens horizon? Jian Wushuang asked. Yes, that link passage, Emperor Bai said. In the First Era, after the link passage opened at the heavens horizon, there were no ancient era experts that woke up. But on the other end of the passage, from the absolute beginning divine world, a large group of experts came barging in. What? Jian Wushuang was shocked. You mean there were experts from the absolute beginning divine world in the First Era? Yes, Emperor Bai paused and said, the link passage closed the moment they arrived, and they started slaughtering the First Era. Slaughter? Jian Wushuang's face darkened. Jian Wushuang, you should know why the ancient era collapsed, and how this land came to be. The land we are on now was originally part of the 7-star divine realm. Although the 7-star divine realm has collapsed, it is undeniable that this land came from the 7-star divine realm, and we are cultivators born from the 7-star divine realm. When the experts from the absolute beginning divine world attacked the 7-star divine realm, they wanted all 7-star divine realm cultivators dead. Why would the experts from the first era let us off the hook? They wanted to wipe every one of us from the first era out, then link up with the other experts at the absolute beginning divine world to destroy the formation. They would wake all the ancient era experts up and kill them all, wiping out the 7-star black sect completely. Jian Wushuang's gaze turned cold. Wiping away all traces of the 7-star black sect and the 7-star divine realm. Jian Wushuang was amazed by the ruthlessness of those experts. The first era was much more powerful than the second era, and experts then could naturally sense the enemy's purpose, so the war began. Emperor Bai continued. Experts that came from the absolute beginning divine world were minimally chaotic divine demons. Luckily, the restrictions on this earth were placed upon them as well, and only then were the cultivators of the first era able to put up a fight. That battle took 5 days and 5 nights. Jian Wushuang, you would not be able to imagine how terrifying that fight was. Way worse than the one we had with 3 Emperors' World. Especially at the end, cultivators ignited their souls or self-imploded, regardless of cost, all to defeat the enemy, and that led to decimation on both sides. Chapter 2233, Why the First Era Collapsed Part 2, Perish Together. Jian Wushuang was amazed. Indeed, both sides perished. Countless first-era cultivators and many great emperors died on the same battlefield, leading to the collapse of the first era. But only 3 experts that came from the absolute beginning divine world survived. Emperor Bai said. 3. Were they? Jian Wushuang suddenly glared. You guessed it. It's Blood Emperor, Lord Fun, and Demon King Qinyu. Emperor Bai said. It really is. Jian Wushuang was astonished. He had always thought Blood Emperor, Lord Fun, and Demon King Qinyu were ancient era experts that had woken up slightly earlier than others. Unexpectedly, those 3 people had not slept since the ancient era. Perhaps they had fought in the ancient era, then escaped and come back once again during the first era. They survived since the first era but did not stop. Rather, they continued to expand their sphere of influence for the upcoming battles. Therefore, the beginning of the 3 Emperors' World, Holocaust Sect, and the Acheron Palace. They only managed to maintain their abilities with large amounts of resources and treasures, Emperor Bai said. Jian Wushuang finally understood, but his face turned sour. The last time the link passage at Heaven's horizon opened, experts from the absolute beginning divine world came down. Will the same thing happen this time? That is what I worry about, Emperor Bai replied. There were many experts in the first era to go against the absolute beginning divine world experts, but they had no choice but to perish with them. The second era does not nearly have so many experts, along with the injuries we inflicted during the battle against the 3 Emperors' World. If the absolute beginning divine world experts were to come down, we wouldn't stand a chance. Jian Wushuang's face was extremely sour. He knew how big the ability gap was compared to the first era. Emperor Bai, and he may have been strong, but if a large number of third-stage great emperors were to gang up on them, there was not much they could do. Do not rush this first. We still have 3,900 years. Furthermore, we cannot be sure if any experts will come down or not, Jian Wushuang said, and took out a transmission token. Emperor 13 was the strongest during the ancient era. He should know more about the formation placed on this land. We'll go ask him. Emperor 13, Jian Wushuang immediately called him. What is it? Emperor 13 quickly replied, his voice cold as usual. It's like this. Jian Wushuang talked about the link passage opening 3,900 years later, and many ancient era experts awakening. He also talked about the eternal chaotic world's current predicament. Link passage. Emperor 13 thought for a moment and replied, Don't worry about that. The formation is not as simple as it looks. If those old bastards managed to open a space tunnel back then and send their experts over, then the formation's restrictions would have been much stronger now. Even if all of them at the absolute beginning divine world were to join forces, They would still need some good treasures to open a link passage, and it'll only last for a moment. There is no way they could open it. Emperor 13 said with unprecedented confidence. Jian Wushuang heaved a sigh of relief. Emperor 13 was a supreme expert back at the absolute beginning divine world and knows the most about the formation. If he dares say that, I'm sure no one from the absolute beginning divine world will come down once the link passage opens 3,900 years later, Jian Wushuang said. That's great, Emperor Bai was delighted. As long as they don't come down, we only need to deal with ancient era experts that recently woke up. A lot of them will be busy maintaining their powers as well. There won't be many attacking us, which should make our job much easier. Right, Jian Wushuang nodded. Without any experts coming down from the absolute beginning divine world, they only needed to deal with the ancient era experts. It may have been hard for the eternal chaotic world as of then, but not impossible. After all, Jian Wushuang and Emperor Bai were invincible in the world, unless another supreme expert, like Emperor 13, appeared. But supreme experts like Emperor 13 should have been able to escape during the ancient era battle then. Based on Jian Wushuang's calculations, only experts of Blood Emperor's level remained. Without the opposing blood formation, Blood Emperor's fighting power was only at half-step divine demon levels, easy enough for Jian Wushuang and Emperor Bai to deal with. Jian Wushuang and Emperor Bai were still discussing it, but at that moment, Emperor Bai's gaze moved. What is it? Jian Wushuang immediately looked over. It's Red Dragon. He just transmitted a message to me. He says the black water dragon has appeared again. Many cultivators in another city have disappeared. I've instructed Abysmal Saint Master and Underworld God to help him. But the three of them together may not be enough against the black water dragon and the ancient era expert behind it, Emperor Bai said. True, for us to kill it or the ancient era expert behind it. Both of us must go down personally, Jian Wushuang said. If that's the case, let's go now, Emperor Bai said. Right, Jian Wushuang nodded. Soon, Jian Wushuang and Emperor Bai made their way to the Red Dragon Sanctuary. Chapter 2234 Three-Way Split Up Red Dragon Sanctuary at a northern city. That city was not spectacular amongst the Red Dragon Sanctuary's many cities, but it had countless cultivators nevertheless. But now the city fell silent. It was a dead city now. Within the city walls, the tall and mighty buildings remained standing, but they were swept with a coldness, frosting them all with a layer of ice. It was as if the entire city had frozen up. At the top, void above the city, 3 figures stood in a line. They were Red Dragon King, Abysmal Saint Master, and Underworld God. They rushed over as soon as they heard the news, but obviously they were too late. The city had already frozen up by the time they had arrived. Everyone has vanished, just like before, that dragon again. Red Dragon King clenched his fist, and his face turned green with anger. We came here as fast as we could, but still we were too late. Abysmal Saint Master frowned. Abysmal Saint Master and Underworld God had received instructions from Emperor Bai to help Red Dragon King. The dragon is not to be messed with. I've transmitted to Emperor Bai. He should be on his way. Let's wait here in the meantime, Red Dragon King said. They waited above the city. Not long later, 2 figures were leaping over from a distance. The trio went up to greet them. Lord Emperor Bai, Sword Emperor! The trio bowed and looked at Jian Wushuang in astonishment. They had only expected Emperor Bai to come, but Jian Wushuang had followed as well. Red Dragon, how was it? Emperor Bai asked. We were too late. The black water dragon had left long ago. All the cultivators in the city have disappeared. Must have all been eaten up by the dragon, Red Dragon King said. Eaten up? Emperor Bai and Jian Wushuang were taken aback. They knew that the cultivators from the previous few cities and from that sect were all eaten up by the black water dragon. Human cultivators were food to the black water dragon. As of now, 5 cities and 1 sect worth of cultivators have been eaten up by the black water dragon. If this persists, the Red Dragon Sanctuary will come to an end, Red Dragon King said. He was right. Only 30 years had passed since the appearance of the black water dragon, but 5 cities and 1 sect had already been attacked. And even though the Red Dragon Sanctuary was extremely large with over 1,000 cities, if the black water dragon kept eating up its cultivators, what would happen to the Red Dragon Sanctuary eventually? The black water dragon has quite a history. Should be from the ancient era, with an ancient era expert behind it, Emperor Bai said. Ancient era expert. The trio's faces darkened. They had assumed they were only going against the dragon. They did not expect an ancient era expert to be behind it. How the black water dragon acts hurts the Sanctuary Alliance. Therefore, it cannot be allowed to stay. Jian Wushuang and I are here to take care of the dragon, and if we can, to take care of the ancient era expert behind it as well, Emperor Bai said coldly. Red Dragon King was elated. Even with his abilities combined with Abysmal Saint Master and Underworld God, they could not do much to the dragon, much less the ancient era expert. But if Emperor Bai and Jian Wushuang were to be in the picture, the whole game could change. With Emperor Bai and Sword Emperor's abilities combined, taking care of the Blackwater Dragon and its ancient era expert behind it should be easy. The problem is we don't even know where they went, Red Dragon King said. I rush over every time I catch news regarding a Blackwater Dragon attack. But before I can arrive, the dragon will have left a long time ago. I was lucky 5 years ago, being in a city near the one the dragon was attacking, but I was not enough to take it down. Jian Wushuang and Emperor Bai looked at each other. Indeed, they do not know where the Black Water Dragon nor its ancient era expert were, and looking for them within the enormous Red Dragon Sanctuary would be like picking a needle from the haystack. The only thing they could do was to wait for the Black Water Dragon to make its next move and hope to get there on time. How about we get a few great emperors from the Sanctuary Alliance and spread them around, but keep them in contact with us? Regardless of which city or sect the dragon tries to attack, the nearby Great Emperor could at least try to buy us some time for us to go over, Abysmal Saint Master said. Not possible. Jian Wushuang shook his head. The Black Water Dragon is powerful. Even the Red Dragon was nearly killed by it. If an ordinary first stage were to engage it, he'd definitely die, Emperor Bai, and Red Dragon King nodded in agreement. If the Black Water Dragon could almost kill a second stage Great Emperor like Red Dragon King, getting a first stage Great Emperor to engage, it would be sending him to his death. How about this? We won't use the Sanctuary Alliance's experts. Just a few of us will do the job. Well, split into 3 teams at most, Jian Wushuang said. Emperor Bai and I will be our own teams individually. From how the Black Water Dragon fought Red Dragon King in the projected image, the dragon is at 3rd stage Great Emperor levels. It may be strong, but it may not be pinnacle 3rd stage. Emperor Bai and I can handle him by ourselves. For the last team, Red Dragon King, Abysmal Underworld God, along with my 2 sword servants. 5 people should be enough to fight the dragon face-on. 2 sword servants. Abysmal looked towards Jian Wushuang in surprise. Sword Emperor, I thought you only had Jian Yi. When did you find another one? Haha, a new one, and he's pretty strong, Jian Wushuang said as he released Jian Air from his Blood Mountain sword. As Jian Air appeared, a strong aura exuded from him. Chapter 2235 Reappearance. This is 3rd stage Great Emperor. Abysmal Saint Master, Red Dragon King, and Underworld God were shocked by the aura exuded by Jian Air, a 3rd stage Great Emperor. Before him there had only been 2 of such great emperors, Emperor Bai and Jian Wushuang. But now Jian Wushuang's new sword servant was a 3rd stage Great Emperor. His name is Jian Air, fought me before I soul controlled him. He's injured because of me, so his fighting powers are only at 70%. It's still at the 3rd stage. With Jian-yi and the three of you, it's more than enough to handle the black water dragon. But be wary of the ancient era expert behind it, Jian Wushuang said. Understood, Abysmal Saint Master, and the rest nodded. Jian Wushuang transmitted for Jian-yi to rush for the Red Dragon Sanctuary. Once everyone was there, they split up. They divided themselves into three, watching three parts of the Red Dragon Sanctuary. Red Dragon Sanctuary was a large sanctuary after all, with vast lands. Three teams made it easier to take care of. Coupled with various wormholes all over the Red Dragon Sanctuary, the three teams simply guarded the three largest wormholes. Red Dragon Sanctuary transmitted messages to all Almighties and some real gods as well, especially those experts that had guarded cities for years. They were to report to him directly if they were to encounter anything wrong within the city, or if the black water dragon appeared, or if they felt a wave of coldness approaching them. From there, the team guarding that region would rush there immediately. That wouldn't guarantee they would catch the black water dragon, but it would certainly increase their chances of doing so. Jian Wushuang and the rest waited quietly. They did not wait for too long. 3 years later, the black water dragon appeared again, attacking a city. That city fell within Jian Wushuang's guarding domain, and he rushed over as soon as he could. But he was still too slow. The black water dragon had just left. As he looked over the silent city, now frosted in ice, Jian Wushuang could only shake his head and sigh. 2 years later, the black water dragon appeared again in Jian Wushuang's territory, but Jian Wushuang did not reach it in time. Just another year later, the black water dragon appeared in Jian-yi and Jian-er's territory, but ended up the same. Since Jian Wushuang and the rest had split up, the black water dragon had attacked thrice. 3 different cities, but they could never catch up in time. 3 times we've failed thrice, Red Dragon King sighed. We don't have a choice. The sanctuary is simply too wide. We may be able to split ourselves into teams, then move around via wormholes, but those wormholes don't reach there directly. We still need to change along the way. That takes a lot of time, Abysmal Saint Master sighed. No rush. We may have missed 3 times, but luck simply was not on our side, for the black water dragon was simply too far from us. I don't believe its luck will last long, Emperor Bai said. Red Dragon King and the rest nodded. Indeed, like how Red Dragon King had managed to encounter the black water dragon previously. Though their chances of catching the black water dragon had increased as they had split into teams, they still needed some luck. Right, have you realized the black water dragon's appetite is growing? Jian Wushuang suddenly said. Of course, it used to appear once every few decades or so, then every 5 years, then 3, now it appears every year. Seems like it fancies how our cultivators taste, Red Dragon King said. HNGH, the bigger its appetite, the sooner I'll die. Wait till I use its bones for soup. Emperor Bai snorted. The few elites of the Sanctuary Alliance, along with Jian Wushuang's 2 sword servants, continued to wait along the Red Dragon Sanctuary. A vast plain, an endless plain. On the plain, an eerie man in black armor was walking forward slowly. His pace was slow, holding a tree branch to act as his walking stick. He had trouble walking. On the shoulders of this eerie man was a small black snake. Upon closer look, the black snake was covered in dark scales and had a little horn on its head. Suddenly, the snake hissed coldly. The eerie man stopped in his tracks and looked towards the small black snake. You're hungry again, the eerie man laughed casually. The black snake on his shoulders had an eerie gaze in its eyes. Okay, I know you've been holding up previously. I'll let you eat till you're contented now. There should be a cultivator's city in front. Come back early, the eerie man instructed. The snake hissed excitedly and slid off the eerie man's shoulder. The small snake morphed into a bolt of lightning and headed for the city nearby. The eerie man smiled, and he sat down with his eyes shut as if he was waiting. After a while, the black snake appeared in front of the giant city. The city was one of the largest ones within the Red Dragon Sanctuary, with countless cultivators and an almighty. The little black snake could not contain its excitement. Suddenly, Wong, the small black snake's body, was expanding at an alarming rate. Instantly, it became an enormous ancient flood dragon. Dark scales covered all over it. It exuded an eerie aura and revealed its two sharp and cold fangs. Immediately, a terrifying coldness rolled over the city. The entire city shook. Jian Wushuang and the others who had been waiting within the Red Dragon Sanctuary had received the news. The Black Water Dragon was back. Chapter 2236 Emperor makes his move again? It's only been half a year. Jian Wushuang was the first to receive the news, and at the same time he knew where the Black Water Dragon was. A vast star map appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. Divine Blade City here. Jian Wushuang looked at one of the cities in the star map. It's within Emperor Bei's domain, and he's not too far from it as well. He'll only need to jump through 2 wormholes to reach it within half an hour. Half an hour was extremely long for slaughter. But the Black Water Dragon would definitely need some time to devour all the cultivators within the Divine Blade City. He should be able to make it. Jian Wushuang clenched his fists and headed for Divine Blade City. He was too far from the Divine Blade City. Even if he rushed through wormholes, he would need to change constantly, and that would take some time. He could only depend on Emperor Bai. Emperor Bai naturally rushed over to Divine Blade City as soon as he could. The enormous Divine Blade City was completely covered in ice and frost as the aura of coldness rolled over the city. Countless cultivators could sense the danger and started running for their lives, but they were no means faster than that cold breeze. In the end, all the cultivators froze like sculptures. The hidden Almighty had no way to resist it either. The Black Water Dragon opened its mouth once again, but there was no more coldness, only a terrifying swallowing power. The swallowing power sucked in countless numbers of frozen cultivators. Bizarrely, the buildings and trees in the city were unmoved. The Black Water Dragon obviously only wanted cultivators. More than half of the cultivators had already been eaten up within a moment of time, yet it continued to devour. But at that moment, within a hidden space in Divine Blade City, a bright light lit up, and a figure stepped out of the wormhole, immediately appearing at the void above the city. As he looked around, Emperor Bai only saw the frozen city and that Black Water Dragon devouring the human cultivators in a frenzy. A great murderous intent rose from Emperor Bai. Beast! Emperor Bai roared and immediately appeared in front of the Black Water Dragon. The Black Water Dragon could sense something, and its cold eyes flashed across. It shook its giant head around, replacing the terrifying swallowing power with the previous aura of coldness. The devastating aura of coldness could freeze even an ordinary great emperor. Even second-stage great emperors could do nothing but protect themselves from such coldness. But the Black Water Dragon was now facing Emperor Bai. Emperor Bai was recognized as the strongest within the eternal chaotic world. Even though Jian Wushuang's powers may have exceeded Emperor Bei's after his opportunity, but he had not displayed them in front of others, therefore maintaining Emperor Bei's position as the ultimate alpha. HNGH. A simple sneer roared across the heavens like thunder. Boundless golden divine power rolled over the lands and formed a giant golden divine power sea. The golden divine power sea was in full swing, destroying the Black Water Dragon's aura of coldness upon contact. Emperor Bai was situated at the core of the golden divine power sea. With a clench of his right fist, boundless golden divine power was concentrated in his hand. A brutal punch was let out. The Black Water Dragon did not know how terrifying Emperor Bai was. At that moment, it opened its mouth and revealed its sharp fangs. It had intended to bite and crush Emperor Bai to death. Pung! A loud bang, then a crackling sound, as if something sharp had burst. Emperor Bei's fist full of divine power had struck one of the Black Water Dragon's fangs. That terrifying power immediately broke its fang, leading to a painful howl on the black water dragon's side, blood gushing out of its wound. The black water dragon's body was also blasted far away. After it had recomposed itself, its eerie eyes exposed a trace of fear. It was apparent that it had truly learnt how horrifying the human cultivator in front of it was. Shio! Without hesitation, the black water dragon turned into a dark flowing light and frantically attempted to escape. Escape? Not on my watch. How could it be that easy? Emperor Bai said coldly. At that moment, divine power rushed out of Emperor Bai's body, expanding the already vast golden divine power sea, encompassing the black water dragon as well. From the sea, golden hands rushed out and grabbed the black water dragon from all sides. Some of it caught the black water dragon's tail. Some caught its body, some caught its 4 claws. The golden hands pounced on the black water dragon, giving it no chance to escape. Ho! Ho! The black water dragon let out a frenzied howl, filled with anger but also with fear. Evidently, the black water dragon sensed a life and death crisis and frantically roared for help. Sure enough, after it roared, at a plain not far from the Divine Blade City, the eerie man in black armor, who had been sitting down, opened his eyes suddenly. Crap! The eerie man immediately got up and rushed for the Divine Blade City in front of him. Previously, the eerie man had walked the plain at a pathetic speed, but now he was zooming. In the Divine Blade City, Emperor Bai's murderous intent was strong. Under the boundless golden divine power sea, the black water dragon had nowhere to escape. Emperor Bai struck it again and again, forcing the black water dragon to use its own body to block the attacks. Though the dragon's body was tough, it was not at its peak. Emperor Bai's attacks were strong and merciless, leaving the black water dragon severely damaged and scarred. Chapter 2237 Punisher God. Beast die. Emperor Bai did not show any mercy, and struck the black water dragon again and again. The black water dragon was wailing in pain. It was obvious that it had reached its limit. At that moment, stop! A roar echoed across the heavens. An eerie black streak of light carrying strong destructive power came bursting out, instantly breaking the golden arms holding the black water dragon down. Without the golden hands holding it back, the black water dragon roared excitedly and made its way to the source of that previous roar. Over there, the eerie man in black armor had a somber face, as a devious aura rose from him. The intensity of that aura was enough to make any ordinary cultivator shiver in fear. You finally showed up? Emperor Bai was not surprised by the entrance of another person. He knew from Jian Wushuang that there was an ancient era expert behind the black water dragon. Without a doubt, he was the one. Hiss, hiss. The black water dragon revealed an aggrieved look in front of the eerie man. The eerie man looked at the black water dragon and saw the scars and broken fang. He was devastated. How dare you beat up Scaly like this? You must have a death wish. The eerie man glared at Emperor Bai with murderous intent. Ridiculous. Emperor Bai, on the other hand, sneered. The golden divine power sea rose once again, now heading straight for the eerie man. Behind Emperor Bai, a large and magnificent golden shadow appeared out of thin air. The golden shadow was 99,000 feet high, and a majestic aura surrounded it. Emperor Bai made his move. Die. The eerie man made his move as well, stepping out and instantly forming a large and ominous vortex. The ominous vortex spread out for miles, swallowing everything around it. Everything that the golden divine power sea touched in the ominous vortex devoured. In a blink of an eye, the eerie man and Emperor Bai collided in the middle of Divine Blade City. Both of them did not use any divine weapons, only their fists. Both of their fists, each containing earth-shattering destructive powers, collided. Pum! The earth split apart. Boundless divine power was destroying everything around it. The waves of that terrifying shock rolled over every corner of the city. As the ripples swept over, The void started to collapse. Beneath their feet, the enormous divine Blade City, countless palaces and taverns were crushed into rubble, then into powder. One collision was all it took to make the entire city disappear. At the center of the terrifying power, the eerie man with murderous intent lifted his head and looked at Emperor Bai in surprise. It was no wonder he was surprised. The opponent's fist was amazingly strong, evidently stronger than him. The heavens roared. The eerie man was blasted backwards. He retreated from the center of divine Blade City, all the way to the OU thanksorts of it. After he had recomposed himself, he could not help but look at his right hand. His hand was now numb, tingling pain coming from the inside of his bones. So powerful, close to a chaotic divine demon. The eerie man's gaze turned solemn. He fell quiet for a while before asking, "If I'm not wrong, you are that Emperor Bai, right?" To him, at that era, under the huge restrictions placed on the earth, only Emperor Bai could demonstrate such power. Yes, Emperor Bai admitted it directly. As Emperor Bai admitted to his identity, the eerie man's face turned sour. He was an ancient era expert and had been a powerful one back during the ancient era. But under the heavy restrictions placed on this earth, he could not demonstrate much at all, to the extent where he had some reservations against going against the chaotic realm Emperor Bai. The collision proved that Emperor Bai was invincible in the current era. Even he had to concede. After thinking of that, he sighed and said coldly, "I concede for today. Scaly, let's go." The eerie man had no intention of continuing his fight with Emperor Bai. He was angered by what Emperor Bai had done to his black water dragon, but he had no choice but to escape. However, Emperor Bai would never let him get what he wanted. "You want to go?" "How could it be that easy?" Emperor Bai said coldly. Immediately, the golden divine power sea rushed madly for the eerie man once again. That completely enraged the eerie man. "Emperor Bai, I no longer wish to get back at you for hurting my mount. You really think I'm afraid of you?" The eerie man was furious. If he could demonstrate his full fighting power like back in the ancient era, he would not even take Emperor Bai seriously. Even true, chaotic divine demons were nothing in his eyes. He had already made concessions against ants like him, but he was not willing to let him off. Emperor Bai could not be bothered to talk. The golden divine power sea immediately rushed back towards him, covering himself completely in golden divine power. His body soared sky high, soaring to about 100 feet tall. A thick golden light shimmered on his enormous body. The golden shimmer looked like powerful golden armor. Emperor Bai's already aggressive aura grew even stronger. The 9-star armor, the eerie man frowned. Things did not end with the golden armor. A boundless aura rolled from the golden shadow behind Emperor Bai, turning into Golden Emperor. The Golden Emperor overlooked everything coldly. "This is—" The eerie man's face changed suddenly and had his eyes dead set on the enormous Golden Emperor. He knew what secret skill Emperor Bai was using. The Punisher God. Chapter 2238, Slaying the Dragon, the Eerie Man, was a big shot in the ancient era, so he had seen things, and naturally he recognized the 2 secret skills Emperor Bai had demonstrated. The golden armor Emperor Bai was wearing was the 7-star Black Sex 9-star armor and had been cultivated to the golden armor scripture. It was an impressive secret skill, but within the eerie man's comprehension. It was possible to cultivate the 9-star armor to golden armor scripture if large amounts of resources were used in the current era. But when he saw the enormous Golden Emperor overseeing everything, the eerie man was stunned. The Punisher God. He recognized the secret skill, Punisher God, instantly. It was a formidable secret skill, although not as high in level as the 9-star armor, but its fame well exceeded the armor back in the ancient era. It was famed not for its abilities, but its harsh, cultivating requirements. Even back in the absolute beginning divine world, in the ancient era, there had been few people that were qualified to even learn the secret skill. By rights, no one should even have been able to learn it in the current era, not even Emperor Bai. Damn it! Emperor Bai's already very strong, and he has the 9-star armor and Punisher God with him? No wonder people call him invincible. The eerie man's face was very sour. Even for him, he had to admit he was no match for Emperor Bai under the restrictions placed on the earth. And Emperor Bai had no mercy. The enormous Golden Emperor looked down, while Emperor Bai in golden armor looked extremely menacing. Punisher's hell! Rumble. The enormous Golden Emperor suddenly moved, and at that moment it was as if the sky was about to collapse. Endless golden divine power see from all corners concentrated in the giant emperor's palm and was pushed out. Instantly, the golden divine power sea set off a huge golden wave, going in for the eerie man and Blackwater dragon from all 4 directions. Terrifying destructive power, enough to make a 3rd stage great emperor shiver in fear, was erupting from the golden wave. The eerie man's face darkened, and eerie aura instantly surged from him, releasing a thick nether light. The Blackwater dragon appeared beneath its feet, coldness blown from its mouth, freezing everything in sight with the eerie man's nether light. The void froze up and formed indestructible ice, blocking the giant golden wave from sweeping them away. As the golden wave swept over, the ice started collapsing. The eerie man and Blackwater dragon were obviously struggling under the impact of the golden wave. Emperor Bai's pupils shrank slightly at the sight of that. This man must have been an elite expert during the ancient era, at least above a chaotic divine demon, maybe even stronger than Blood Emperor. Even though he's restricted by the heavens and earth, his fighting power is still much stronger than Kaiser Blood's. In terms of fighting power, he must be at a half-step divine demon by now, Emperor Bai murmured. The same restrictions placed on everyone caused ancient era experts to only demonstrate the same level of power, but the same power would turn into different levels of fighting power in different hands, like Jian Er and his 2 brothers, because they were only chaotic divine demons at their peak, so they were only able to demonstrate 3rd stage great emperor fighting powers after the restrictions. But the eerie man in front of him was beyond chaotic divine demon in his prime, and therefore he could still demonstrate half-step divine demon fighting powers. Of course, the scariest person was still Emperor 13. He used his own power to shake and move the restrictions, making him a half-step divine demon, then used that power to fight actual chaotic divine demons. I may have the complete Punisher God secret skill that increases my power immensely, but I don't think it's possible to take him down today. But I must at least kill the snake. Emperor Bai was determined. The eerie man and his Blackwater dragon were still struggling beneath the golden wave. At that moment, the Golden Emperor behind Emperor Bai released a shiny golden light once again. With the thought of Emperor Bai's mind, the Golden Emperor's hands moved at the same time. At that moment, the 2 golden hands stretched and enlarged indefinitely, one hand blocking the sun, the other enveloping half of the world. 2 hands surrounded the void. Those 2 hands gradually closed in on the eerie man and his dragon. Punish, destroy! Emperor Bai let out a loud roar. The terrifying powers from the Golden Emperor's palms were released and spread all over the land. As they were closing, the entire void got locked down. Within the void, crap! The eerie man's expression changed. He could feel the time-space around him being locked down. He could not escape. Not just him, but his dragon as well. The 2 golden hands gradually closed in. They seemed slow, but the terrifying powers they had caused the eerie man to tremble in fear. The Golden Emperor's palms finally closed in. The center void naturally was crushed into bits by the palms. Emperor Bai stood there emotionlessly as he watched another light burst out from the void. A hole was made, piercing through one of the golden hands as a figure came out of it. It was obviously the eerie man. As he reappeared above the void, his body was trembling hard. Emperor Bai's hit had been terrifying, but he was a big shot from the ancient era after all. It had injured him, but it was not enough to kill him. But his Blackwater dragon exploded on impact with the palms and turned into a bloody mist instantly. Chapter 2239. Left in hatred, Scaly. My Scaly. The eerie man was trembling, his face all twisted. Dead. His dragon had been accompanying him since the ancient era. It had fought alongside him and survived the ancient era battles. He was like a brother to him. It did not die in the insane ancient era battles, but had died in Emperor Bai's hands. The eerie man had completely lost it. Emperor Bai. Emperor Bai. The eerie man glared at Emperor Bai with his bloodshot eyes. The hatred in his eyes was earth-shocking. I'll remember today. Not for long. I'll make sure you'll pay for this 10-fold, 100-fold, 1,000-fold. You just wait. His wailing roar resonated across the land, and the frenzy within the roar did not seem to fade away. After saying that, the eerie man escaped. As he watched the eerie man leave, Emperor Bai frowned but had no intention of chasing him. Not because he did not want to, but because the enemy had already used a secret skill to escape. He was too fast for Emperor Bai to catch and kill. Xiao! A figure appeared beside Emperor Bai. It was Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang took quite some time rushing over from his own domain. By the time he reached it, he only managed to catch a glimpse of that eerie man escaping with hatred in his heart. Jian Wushuang took a glance at that eerie man, then looked over towards Emperor Bai. Jian Wushuang's gaze shifted. He noticed the 9,900,000 feet tall golden emperor behind Emperor Bai. The golden emperor's aura was one even he dared not underestimate. Emperor Bai, this is a secret skill? Jian Wushuang was confused. It is. Emperor Bai nodded. As he retracted his aura, the golden emperor gradually faded into nothing as well. It's called the Punisher God. I learned it in the first era. Unfortunately, I did not receive the entire secret skill and could not perform its full power until Emperor 13 passed it to me. Impressive. Jian Wushuang was impressed. Emperor Bai was already very impressive with his inverse cultivation's 7th step divine powers, along with his rules of order, making him the strongest amongst great emperors. With the 9-star armor and Punisher God, he was almost divine demon powers. Why envious? Emperor Bai looked at Jian Wushuang, interestingly. A bit, Jian Wushuang nodded. Regardless of the 9-star armor or Punisher God, they were all ancient era secret skills, and Emperor Bai had them both. Of course, Jian Wushuang was envious. You envy me? I envy you, Emperor Bai laughed. Your inverse cultivation gives you a great advantage over others, along with your perfect ancient god clan bloodline. Your secret skill of body refinery is very terrifying as well. In terms of divine power, holy body, you are stronger than me, with many tricks up my sleeve, maybe even stronger than my 2 secret skills. Indeed, Emperor Bai had his advantages. Jian Wushuang had his as well. The mountain river map and soul-swallowing pearl alone were enough to make Emperor Bai envious. I put in a lot of effort into these 2 secret skills. The 9-star armor is easier to learn with enough time and especially resources. After the eternal chaotic world stabilizes, I'll pass it to you. For the Punisher God, the cultivating requirements are too harsh. I managed to learn it due to pure luck, even though you're more gifted. You won't be able to learn it in the current eternal chaotic world, Emperor Bai said. Jian Wushuang shrugged his shoulders. He knew they were tough to learn, but he had no intention of learning it from the very beginning. Emperor Bai was overthinking, but at that moment, Xiao, 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 Xiao. 5 figures appeared at the same time. They were Jian Air, Jian E, Red Dragon King, Abysmal Saint Master, and Underworld God who had rushed from the other domain. They saw the rubble of what was the divine Blade City and felt some remnants of power in the nearby void. They were stunned. Lord Emperor Bai, Sword Emperor, how was it? Where's the Black Water Dragon? The Red Dragon King asked. The Black Water Dragon died by my hand, but I only managed to injure the ancient era expert behind it. He took a great sense of hatred when he left. He will try to have his revenge soon enough, Emperor Bai said. Red Dragon King, Abysmal Saint Master, and the others were elated when they heard the black water dragon was dead. As for revenge, revenge. Getting revenge against Emperor Bai in this era? Ridiculous. Red Dragon King sniggered. He was absolutely confident in Emperor Bai's abilities. Indeed, revenge against Emperor Bai is a death wish, Abysmal Saint Master said. I'm not afraid of revenge. Even though these ancient era experts were good, as long as they're not as powerful as Emperor 13 or Blood Emperor, or make up some other kind of opposing blood formation, no one can stop me. I'm afraid hell take his revenge on the eternal chaotic world and sanctuary alliance instead, Emperor Bai frowned. He is an ancient era expert, after all. No one can stop him except Emperor Bai and me. If he is determined to get his revenge, it will get messy, Jian Wushuang said. The sanctuary alliance just needs to be more careful. We'll deal with it when it comes. In this era, we are the rulers, and they are nothing more than old geezers. The era belongs to us, not them. You're right, the era is ours, not the ancient era experts. Emperor Bai, Red Dragon King, and the others nodded in agreement. Chapter 2240 Revenge after settling the Black Dragon. Jian Wushuang and Emperor Bai left. As for the cold man, he escaped. There was a possibility that he would take revenge. However, it is not possible for Jian Wushuang and Emperor Bai to be on guard all the time. They gave the command to Sanctuary Alliance to track his location. If he was found, Jian Wushuang and Emperor Bai would go and take care of him. Within a secluded mountain dwelling in the Red Dragon Sanctuary, the cold man in black armor stood there, his face twisted with anger. He was like an enraged beast. Emperor Bai, you wait. I will not make life easy for you. His voice reverberated in the mountain dwelling. A month later, a figure approached the mountain dwelling. It was an elder with white hair. He had blurry vision, and he looked like he had been through many ups and downs in life. Is this the place? He looked at the mountain in front of him. He had found the presence of the mountain dwelling after he had used his soul power to scan the area. He then started to walk towards the mountain dwelling. Within minutes, he was in the interior of the mountain dwelling and saw the cold man. The man looked up with a twisted face filled with savagery. The white-haired elder took a cold breath and greeted, "Greetings, Lord Jian. I am Chu He." The elder was wondering what had happened and why Lord Jiao was so angry and crazy. Chu He originated from the ancient past and was one of the subordinates of the cold man. During the ancient past, he had followed the cold man for many years. It was rare to see the cold man so angry and crazy. It felt like the cold man was about to go to extremes to achieve something. Chu He, how long were you awake? The cold man, old monster Jiao, looked at Chu He and asked casually. About 2,000 years, Chu He answered respectfully. Many of those who are in slumber around you awakened too, right? Old monster Jiao asked randomly. Yes, some of them have already awakened. Chu He nodded his head and replied. That's good. Old monster Jiao nodded his head. Does my lord have any commands? Chu He asked, curious. Scaly died. Old monster Jiao said suddenly. What? Lord Scaly died? Who? Who had the courage to kill Lord Scaly? Chu He turned pale and questioned. Scaly was the rider of the man in front of him. The man in front of him treated Scaly like he was a true brother. How could his lord not be angered and go crazy if Scaly died? Emperor Bai from this era killed Scaly. I will not allow him to continue living. However, the restrictions of heaven and earth are too great, and I cannot handle him alone. I need some helpers, and I want you to find some for me. Old monster Jiao said directly. So that is the case. Lord, the number of experts that have awakened and I can contact is limited. Furthermore, some of these experts are not your subordinates. If you want them to follow your orders might be. Chu He took a deep breath and said solemnly, I understand. Tell them, I will give those who help me one divine demon nirvana elixir after we return to the absolute beginning divine world, Old Monster Jiao said. Divine demon nirvana elixir? He was shocked. Divine demon nirvana elixir had been an extremely high-level elixir back in the ancient past. This type of elixir was extremely useful for any experts in the divine demon realm, as it could make them much more powerful. However, back in the ancient past, or the absolute beginning divine world, this elixir was extremely rare and most experts in the divine demon realm would not have been able to get it. Now, Old Monster Jiao was giving one of this elixir to those who were willing to help him deal with an expert in the chaotic realm. This, after taking a deep breath, He said, "Don't worry, Lord. I will go and contact those experts in the divine demon realm now. With your reward, I can guarantee at least 10 experts from divine demon realm will come and help you." Only about 10. Old Monster Jiao frowned, displeased. "Lord, as you know, those who were in that battle and did not manage to escape this place were mostly injured or even killed. Their blood essence was forcefully absorbed by that formation. Many of them died during their long slumbers or will never be able to wake up anymore. Even if there is an opportunity to leave this place now, there are not many who have managed to awaken from their slumber. Within a short period of time, I can only contact these many," He said. He was speaking the truth. Not many of the experts from the ancient past who were in slumber awakened. This was why the eternal chaotic world was so peaceful. If all the experts who were in slumber could awaken when they wanted to, there would be chaos within the eternal chaotic world. Understood. Old Monster Jiao nodded his head. "Oh, yes, my lord. While I was talking to one of the experts in the divine demon realm, I got news that Lord Qin also awakened," He said suddenly. "Qin? That brat," Old Monster Jiao raised his eyebrows. Qin was an expert who had surpassed the divine demon realm. Qin was nothing compared to Old Monster Jiao in his prime. However, given the effect of the restrictions of heaven and earth, an expert above the divine demon realm would have similar fighting power to him. "Find a way to contact Qin and ask him to help me," Old Monster Jiao commanded. "I should be able to find him. I will try my best. However, you pissed Lord Qin off before. Hence, Chu." He looked at Old Monster Jiao carefully and said. Old Monster Jiao did not get angry. Back in the ancient past, Old Monster Jiao indeed looked down on and pissed Qin off before. This was because Qin was nothing compared to him back then. Now it was different. "Tell him that I will owe him a favor if he agrees to help. If he agrees, I will return him the favor after we return to absolute beginning divine world. However, if he refuses, I will use all the power I have to kill him after we return to absolute beginning divine world, as he will have angered me." Old Monster Jiao said coldly. Chapter 2241, Gathering the Assistants. He quickly contacted the experts from the ancient past. One would expect Old Monster to be able to contact even more powerful experts, given how powerful he was. In reality, many of the experts with similar fighting power to Old Monster Jiao escaped out of this heaven and earth when they realized something was amiss. Only a small number of people were stuck there and fell into slumber as they had an escape in time. The number of experts at his level was already small, much less the number of experts at his level and awakened. This resulted in Old Monster Jiao finding it difficult to find experts to help him in his cause. Hence, he could only command his subordinate, He, to contact the experts in the divine demon realm. Eternal chaotic world, Purple Moon Sanctuary. There was an auction going on within a large town. This auction was of a very high level, and hence it attracted numerous experts, including several almighties who came down personally. A man and a teenage girl were sat within one of the independent rooms. The lazy man wore a long robe and looked down every now and then at the items that were being auctioned with interest. As for the dirty teenage girl in green clothes, she was eating some fruits and did not bother looking down at the auction at all. Senior brother, the restrictions of heaven and earth are so strong and the spiritual influence of heaven and earth is so thin. This auction is also not of the highest standard. There shouldn't be anything good here. I have no idea why you decided to come here, the teenage girl in green clothes complained. Haha, junior sister. You do not understand. There might not be anything good in this era. However, the people of this place protect the ancient battlefield. On that battlefield, countless experts died. There are almost unlimited amounts of treasures and opportunities there. Many of those treasures were found and have circulated around in this world. If we look carefully, we might find some precious treasures which we, as experts in the divine demon realm, would normally have no way of attaining, the lazy man said. Even so, have you found any of the precious treasures you have been talking about? The dirty teenage girl in green clothes retorted. For now, no. Looks like you are right. These auctions are of too low a level. The truly precious treasures should be in the hands of the top-tier experts of this era. For example, Sanctuary Alliance, the lazy man said. Sanctuary Alliance? Senior brother, you're going to try something funny against the Sanctuary Alliance? The dirty teenage girl in green clothes looked over and asked. The lazy man laughed awkwardly. Both of them had been awake for a period of time. They had a certain amount of understanding of this era. They know that Sanctuary Alliance had two very powerful experts, Sword Emperor and Emperor Bai. With the presence of the restrictions of heaven and earth, the pair did not dare to try anything funny with them. Right then, the lazy man was stunned before he stood up suddenly. What happened, senior brother? The dirty teenage girl in green clothes asked curiously. Junior sister. Remember when I said I wouldn't dare to fight the Sanctuary Alliance? That would indeed be true if it was just the two of us. However, things have changed. The lazy man roared with laughter. What do you mean? The dirty teenage girl in green clothes wondered aloud. One of my good friends just transmitted me a message. Lord Jiao's ride was killed by Emperor Bai from Sanctuary Alliance. Lord Jiao is very angry and is trying to gather experts in the divine demon realm to take revenge on Emperor Bai, the lazy man said. Lord Jiao? You mean the Lord Jiao from the Holy Land? The dirty teenage girl in green clothes was stunned. That is him. He is rewarding those who help him with a divine demon nirvana elixir after they return to the absolute beginning divine world. The lazy man's eyes lit up in excitement. Divine demon nirvana elixir? The dirty girl in green clothes was overjoyed. The divine demon nirvana elixir was something experts in the divine demon realm would go crazy for. Junior sister, let's go. We should hurry. We cannot miss such a good opportunity, the lazy man said. Okari, the dirty teenage girl in green clothes nodded her head. The two of them headed for where Lord Jiao was at the fastest speed possible. A purple figure stood in the air above a vast ocean within the colored glazed sanctuary. He wore a noble purple long-sleeve shirt. His hair and his irises were purple as well. He was walking within the area casually. Suddenly, he stopped as he was surprised. Old Monster Jiao asked me to help him? If I don't, he will use whatever power he has back in the absolute beginning divine world to try and kill me after we return? Humph. Based on the fact he was stronger than me back then, and he came from a holy land, he looked down on me. Now, he is asking me to help him by threatening me? The purple figure knitted his eyebrows and said, This purple figure was Chun-Chi. Someone was above the divine demon realm. Chun-Chi was disgusted by old Monster Jiao. However, he feared old Monster Jiao as he had an incredible background. Even though he threatened me, he knows his limits. He promised me a favor, and his favor, Chun-Chi started contemplating. It was not because old Monster Jiao was more powerful than him. More importantly, it was because of his background in the Holy Land. It would have been difficult to get a favor from someone like him in the absolute beginning divine world. Now, never mind. I will first check it out. If his attitude is better, I do not mind helping him. However, if he is still so cocky, I will not bother with him. Does he really think it is so easy to kill me back in the absolute beginning divine world? Qin-Chi grunted as he left for where old monster Jiao was. It was not just Qin-Chi and the two siblings who were at the auction. Many experts from the ancient past who had awakened received invitations from old monster Jiao. They had to help him do something in exchange for one divine demon nirvana elixir. Many of them were in awe at the price old monster Jiao was willing to pay. Many of them replied and headed to where old monster Jiao was. Within 3 years, more than 20 experts from the ancient past gathered at the mountain dwelling where old monster Jiao resided. Within the dwelling, there were more than 20 experts in the realm of divine demons. Some of them knew each other, while others didn't. Even so, they were chatting casually. Even though there were differences between their fighting power, they were in the same realm. Furthermore, they were all trapped within this heaven and earth and were under its restrictions. Hence, they did not put up a front when interacting with each other. Chapter 2242 Body of Undying. Haha, there are so many people. Looks like the divine demon nirvana elixir is very attractive as a reward. That is true. It is Lord Jiao. Those who come from the Holy Land do things differently to others. The 20 or so experts in the divine demon realm talked casually. When they reached their destination, they already knew what they needed to do. Right then, a man with purple hair in purple clothes appeared within the mountain dwelling. When this man appeared, he attracted the attention of all the experts in the divine demon realm. Even though they were under the restrictions of heaven and earth, the experts in the divine demon realm could tell that the purple-haired man had an aura that surpassed that of the divine demon. Qin-Chi, it is Lord Qin-Chi. Lord Qin-Chi is here. Some of the experts in the divine demon realm recognized Qin-Chi and greeted him respectfully. Qin-Chi scanned the experts in the divine demon realm coldly, not saying a word. Within moments, old monster Jiao appeared in front of everyone wearing black armor. Lord Jiao. Greetings, Lord Jiao. The experts in the divine demon realm greeted him respectfully. Qin-Chi greeted as well, as he did not dare to be arrogant. He just did it less respectfully. Are all those that you invited here? Old monster Jiao scanned around the room and asked, Yes, my lord. Those who agreed to help are all here. There are a total of 23 experts in the divine demon realm, and the addition of Lord Qin-Chi. Old monster Jiao nodded his head slightly. 23 experts in the divine demon realm. Some of them were stronger than the rest. Those who were more powerful had the fighting power of a peak stage 3 great emperor, while those weaker only had the fighting power of an ordinary stage 3 great emperor. Even though it was only at the level of an ordinary stage 3 great emperor, it was still at the level of a stage 3 great emperor. Within the eternal chaotic world, there were only 2 stage 3 great emperors in Sanctuary Alliance, Emperor Bai and Jian Wushuang. Now they had 23 experts with the fighting power at least that of a stage 3 great emperor. It made 24 including Chu He. On top of this, old monster Jiao and Qin-Chi had both been more powerful than any divine demon during their primes. Under the restrictions of heaven and earth, they had the fighting power of an expert in the half-step divine demon realm. This lineup was considered terrifying. Qin-Chi, thank you for coming. I will remember this favor. Old monster Jiao looked at Qin-Chi and said. Qin-Chi nodded his head, slightly not speaking. As for the rest of you, since I have already promised all of you, I will live up to my promise and give all of you one divine demon nirvana elixir after we return to the absolute beginning divine world. The experts were overjoyed. They knew of old monster Jiao's background and believed that he would live up to his promise. All right, let's talk about the mission. Everyone here should know that my target this time is Emperor Bai. He killed my ride. He must die. Old monster Jiao said extremely coldly. The experts present raised their eyebrows. Sir Jiao, Qin said suddenly. The experts in the divine demon realm would refer to old monster Jiao as Lord. Only Qi would call him Sir, as they were of the same realm. I was informed about what you wanted us to do when I arrived here. I think it is not possible to kill Emperor Bai as a way to take revenge for your ride, Qin said. Huh? Qin, what do you mean by that? Old monster Jiao's face turned dark as he questioned Qin fiercely. Sir Jiao, I am not trying to anger you. However, what I said is the truth. Qin looked directly at old monster Jiao, not backing down from the fierce stare. He continued, Sir Jiao has been awake for a short period of time and has explored this world for some time. How good is your understanding of the top-tier experts in this era? I have limited understanding of them, old monster Jiao said. He was speaking the truth. Ever since he had left the Buddhist demon sea, he had started to explore the eternal chaotic world and had some understanding of the top-tier experts in this era. He knew of Emperor Bai and Jian Wushuang. He also knew that they had incredible fighting power. However, he had not looked into what realm they were in or how strong they really were. This was why he looked down on Emperor Bai and had suffered losses. Sir Jiao, you do not know how strong they are, but I do. I did thorough research on every single top-tier expert, Qin said slowly. Let's talk about Emperor Bai first. He is extremely powerful and is unanimously considered the most powerful man in this era and is unbeatable in this world. I am sure you will agree with this, since you have fought him before. Old monster Jiao face darkened. After fighting Emperor Bai, he had a certain understanding of how powerful he was. Just like Qin said, old monster Jiao knew that he was no match for Emperor Bai. I cannot beat him one-on-one. This is exactly why I am willing to pay such a heavy price to ask all of you to help me. If we work together, we can kill him, old monster Jiao said. There is one more point that Sir Jiao should know. Emperor Bai is not only powerful, he is also an inverse cultivator. Inverse cultivation is a unique way of cultivating and is vastly different from the normal way of cultivation. Qin shook his head and said, Emperor Bai is so powerful because of inverse cultivation. His power is not limited by the restrictions of heaven and earth. Furthermore, inverse cultivators have unique abilities. One of them is the body of undying. What? Old monster Jiao's face turned dark. All the experts in the divine demon realm looked over at Qin in surprise. Body of undying? You mean that body of undying that only undying saint has? Old monster Jiao stared at Qin and asked, That is right. There might be differences in the body of undying between an undying saint and an inverse cultivator, but it would not be a big difference. From what I know, Emperor Bai was once under the effect of opposing blood formation and was killed by the Blood Emperor, who could use the power belonging to the divine demon realm. After Emperor Bai's divine body was destroyed and annihilated, he regenerated his divine body within moments. Qin nodded his head solemnly and said, He regenerated his divine body even after you completely destroyed it. Is this the body of undying? After hearing what Qin had said, old monster Jiao fell silent. Chapter 2243 Fear. This indeed was the body of undying. To be able to regenerate a destroyed body almost immediately with no effects on his fighting power. Body of undying. As an expert from the ancient past, old monster Jiao clearly knew how terrifying the body of undying was. This was why the undying saints could do whatever they wanted within the absolute beginning divine world. Old monster Jiao had not expected Emperor Bai, as someone in the chaotic realm, to possess the body of undying. How is this possible? Old monster Jiao cried out, Sir Jiao, I understand that it is difficult to believe what I just said. However, this is a fact. I have the project image with me, Qin said as he whipped out a project image token. During the battle between Emperor Bai and Blood Emperor, all of the Almighties from the eternal chaotic world had been there watching the fight. They had used a project image token to record the battle. After the war, these project images had started to become widespread within the eternal chaotic world. Qin had obtained one easily. As the project image appeared in front of everyone, the experts in the divine demon realm and old monster Jiao saw how Emperor Bei's divine body was first destroyed, then regenerated almost instantly with their own eyes. Indeed, that his body of undying, old monster Jiao clenched his fist and said, his face was dark, body of undying. An expert in the chaotic realm possessed the body of undying? I am sure that everyone here knows how scary the body of undying can be. On top of this, Emperor Bai has incredible fighting power, given how we can only have fighting power limited to the chaotic realm. He is basically invincible. Qin continued solemnly, this means that it is impossible to kill him even if we work with each other. We can only defeat him. Hearing this, old monster Jiao trembled. He had to admit Qin was speaking the truth. With that level of fighting power, and with the body of undying, it was true that killing him was a dream. Humph! Even if I can't kill him, I want him to pay 10 times or even 100 times the price. I will destroy Sanctuary Alliance and kill everyone around him. Old monster Jiao roared with anger. That is feasible. Other than Emperor Bai, the other people within Sanctuary Alliance and the people of this era were generally weak, and we do not need to be afraid. However, there are still things we need to look out for, Qin said. First, we need to watch out for the Sword Emperor. From the intel I have, the Sword Emperor only has the fighting power of an ordinary Stage 3 Great Emperor. Any one of the experts in the divine demon realm here can stop him and defeat him. However, he has incredible techniques and trump cards. The reason why the Blood Emperor lost 20,000 over years ago was because the Sword Emperor cast an incredible secret skill, which boosted his fighting power. He also had a treasure which he used to kill the Blood Emperor. I think that the Sword Emperor can only use these techniques at a great cost. I wonder if he can still use them. We just need to be more cautious. Once he casts the secret skill, it is in our best interests to temporarily retreat to avoid him at his strongest. We can attack again at a later time, Qin said. Hearing this, the surrounding people nodded their heads. Everyone had to take the Sword Emperor seriously, as he could kill the Blood Emperor, who could use the power of the divine demon realm once he used his secret skill. They should avoid the Sword Emperor when he cast the secret skill. On top of this, we should be extra cautious of one more man, Qin continued. Extra cautious? Who? Old monster Jiao looked over and asked. Emperor 13. When Qin said this name, it was evident that his voice was different. Old monster Jiao's irises contracted. As for the experts in the divine demon realm, they were all stunned and confused. Lord Qin, who is Emperor 13, is he a greater threat than Emperor Bai and the Sword Emperor? One of the experts in the divine demon realm asked. These experts in the divine demon realms would have been mere pawns back in the ancient battlefield. They had no idea of what happened at the higher levels. They didn't know the really powerful people like Emperor 13. Of course, compared to Emperor 13, Emperor Bai and the Sword Emperor are nothing. After all, these two are cultivators of this era. We only need to take them seriously because of the presence of the restrictions of heaven and earth. However, Emperor 13 is different. He is like us. He came from the absolute beginning divine world. Qin said, So what? That expert in the divine demon realm was still confused. All of them came from the absolute beginning divine world. Why should they be extra cautious? Ha ha! Qin had a weird laugh and looked at that expert mockingly. Qin, is that Emperor 13 from 7-Star Black Sect, the leader of 7 stars and the one who challenged and injured the Master of Holy Land in a one-on-one fight? Old monster Jiao looked over at Qin and asked. Yes, that is him. Qin nodded his head. Old monster Jiao's heart skipped a beat. The other experts in the divine demon realm took a cold breath. Challenge the master of Holy Land in a one-on-one fight? And injure him in the fight? Oh my God! Emperor 13 is such a terrifying being. 7-star Black Sect? There are people from the 7-star Black Sect who survived, and his power level is similar to that of the Master of Holy Land. These experts in the divine demon realm were trembling in fear. Experts in the divine demon realm were superpowers in this era. However, they were nothing back in the ancient past. Back in the ancient past, these people were mere pawns in the battlefield of the highest level. However, Master of Holy Land, he had been one of the strongest men back in the absolute beginning divine world. To these experts, an undying saint was already considered a superpower that they would kneel down to. Master of the Holy Land, that man was even more powerful. After they discovered Emperor 13's true power and identity, these experts fell silent. Those who had thought Emperor 13 was nothing previously were now fearful. Who dared to look down on someone who was comparable to the Master of Holy Land? That person would be a joke. Emperor 13 awakened a very long time ago, much earlier than me. He was one of the main reasons why the Blood Emperor lost back in the Great Battle 20,000 years ago. From my sources, Emperor 13 is not part of the Sanctuary Alliance. The reason why he helped out back then was because of the Sword Emperor. This means that Emperor 13 should not appear if we do not threaten the life of the Sword Emperor, Qin said. Chapter 2244. Direct attack. After going back and forth for some time, Old Monster Jiao finally made his decision. The main focus of this mission is just Sanctuary Alliance. We will kill the experts within Sanctuary Alliance other than the Sword Emperor. As for Emperor Bai, if we can kill him, we will. If not, let him have a taste of how it feels to lose a loved one or a good friend. Old Monster Jiao said coldly. Yes, the experts in the divine demon realm who were present nodded their heads. Let's go. We will head straight for Sanctuary Alliance's headquarters. Old Monster Jiao and Qin led 20 over experts in the divine demon realm towards the headquarters of Sanctuary Alliance. Thunderbolt Island. The place with the best cultivating environment within the eternal chaotic world was the Green Fire World, and Thunderbolt Island was now ranked lower than Green Fire World. However, Green Fire World was located at a remote part of the eternal chaotic world and was self-managed. The headquarters of the Green Fire World was still located at Thunderbolt Island. There was still a large number of experts cultivating on Thunderbolt Island all year round. Emperor Bai and Ancestor Tianqin were together within the Presbytery Pavilion. Emperor Bai. This is the projected image that was sent from the East Royal Sanctuary, Ancestor Tianqin said as a large projected image appeared at the space in front of them. Within the projected image, an emperor god with an incredible aura stood in front of a teenage boy in a golden cloak. The teenage boy in the golden cloak looked very friendly and calm. One could not sense his aura. Soon the emperor god attacked. All the moves he used were used with the intention of killing the opponent. However, the teenage boy in the golden cloak simply pointed his fingers, and the attack by the emperor god was neutralized. The emperor god was also turned to dust with a look of desperation. Then the projected image disappeared. A casual point could kill an emperor god. No ordinary great emperor can do this. His aura was also very unique. Hence, he shouldn't be an expert from the first era. If I am not wrong, he is another expert from the ancient past who has awakened recently, Emperor Bai said. Emperor Bai was extremely sharp in his observation. He could tell the teenage boy in the golden cloak was special with one look. Another one? Ancestor Tianqin sighed. Up till today, Sanctuary Alliance had already found 3 of such experts from the ancient past. The first was the man from Colored Glaze Sanctuary. Then it was the Black Dragon, which was from Red Dragon Sanctuary, and his master. The teenage boy in the golden cloak that was seen within the projected image was obviously an expert from the ancient past. On the of this, The Sword Emperor had visited the Real Martial Arts Divine Church and met 3 experts from the ancient past. This added up to a total of 6. There should be more than these 6 experts from the ancient past, and they could be located anywhere within the eternal chaotic world. Ancestor Tianqin said solemnly. That is true. However, most of these experts are very law-abiding, just like that teenage boy in the golden cloak. If I recalled correctly, Emperor God Gu San provoked him first, right? Emperor Bai said. Emperor God Gu San was the one who had been killed in the battle against the teenage boy in the golden cloak. Indeed, from my intel, the teenage boy in the golden cloak stayed within one of the clans in the East Royal Sanctuary and has not massacred anyone before. He asked the clan to find certain treasures and resources for him, and he would in turn reward them. Ancestor Tianqin nodded his head and said, while the clan was searching for the resources, they managed to find a stalk of blood dragon flower. The greedy Emperor God Gu Sin got news of this and wanted the flower for himself. This is why that scene happened. No wonder, Emperor Bai smiled, unsurprised. He knew that there were definitely more experts from the ancient past who had awoken other than those that they already knew of. However, most of these experts were law-abiding. Of course, this was because these experts were not dumb. After they awakened, they went on to understand what the current situation was like in this heaven and earth. They got to know of Emperor Bai and Jian Wushuang. They might not have felt threatened by Jian Wushuang, but they were definitely afraid of Emperor Bai. This was why they had been so law-abiding thus far. All they did was stay within certain clans and ask the clan to search for some resources or treasures. The most they did was to cause a small ruckus in distant places. They dared not act up within the 10 sanctuaries. After all, the passageway would open at heaven's horizon 3,000 years later. They would leave this place and return to the absolute beginning divine world. There would be no need for them to risk anything at all. Only experts like old Monster Jiao who looked down on Emperor Bai would neglect all rules and do whatever they wanted to. In the end, he had suffered great losses at the hands of Emperor Bai. If these experts were law-abiding or knew their limits, we would not interfere with their lives. However, I will not allow them to cross the line, Emperor Bai said. Yes. Ancestor Tianqin nodded his head and said, right then, boom! A loud explosion was heard as the entire Thunderbolt Island shook. Emperor Bai and Ancestor Tianqin could feel that the Presbytery Pavilion was shaking uncontrollably. What is going on? Ancestor Tianqin and Emperor Bai turned pale as they appeared in the air above Thunderbolt Island. Soon they found the source of the tremor. Bastards. They are attacking the formation, protecting Thunderbolt Island. Emperor Bai's face turned dark as he looked out of the formation. There, more than 20 experts stood together as they attacked the formation with powerful attacks. The power of the weakest attack was equivalent to an attack by a Stage 3 Great Emperor. The strongest attack was equivalent to that of a peak Stage 3 Great Emperor. Emperor Bai also saw old Monster Jiao standing among the experts. It's him. Damn it. Emperor Bai turned pale. He had killed the black dragon within the red dragon sanctuary, and old Monster Jiao had escaped. Old Monster Jiao was filled with hatred, and he swore that he would take revenge when he left. After seeing old Monster Jiao and the other experts, Emperor Bai understood that this was revenge promised by old Monster Jiao. It came so quickly, and they came straight for Thunderbolt Island. The loud explosions created when the powerful attacks hit the formation could be heard continuously. Luckily, the formation on Thunderbolt Island was made by the entire Sanctuary Alliance at a great cost. These experts could not break through within a short amount of time. Quick! Inform the Great Emperors from Sanctuary Alliance to return to Thunderbolt Island immediately. Emperor Bai ordered. Chapter 2245. Leave them to me, no matter where the Great Emperors from Sanctuary Alliance were when they received the message from Emperor Bai. Even those venturing within the ancient battlefield, They rushed to Thunderbolt Island with the help of wormholes. Jian Wushuang, who was within the green fire world, also rushed down. By the time Jian Wushuang reached Thunderbolt Island, most of the great emperors were already there. Sword Emperor! Sword Emperor! The great emperors greeted Jian Wushuang with great respect. Emperor Bai, what is happening? Jian Wushuang appeared beside Emperor Bai and asked, "Look," Emperor Bai said as he pointed at the space in front of him. Jian Wushuang looked over and saw the 20 experts from the ancient past standing outside the formation. These experts stopped attacking the formation, and those who excelled in formation started studying the formation. Jian Wushuang saw old Monster Jiao. It's him. He is here for revenge? Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes and muttered, "Yes, this is his revenge." He got the courage to come and attack Thunderbolt Island directly. He probably wants to destroy the headquarters of Sanctuary Alliance, or even destroy the Alliance, Emperor Bai. That's all. He probably wants to kill you to take revenge for his ride, Jian Wushuang said. Of course. Sadly, he is not powerful enough, Emperor Bai said coldly and confidently. In this world, he was unbeatable, based on power level alone. There might have been people such as Emperor 13 who could beat him in a fight. However, it was near impossible for these people to kill him even though they were much more powerful than him. A person in the ultimate phase of the 7th step in verse cultivation possessed the perfect, chaotic, holy body. It was completely overpowered in this world. Even if he cannot kill Emperor Bai, destroying Sanctuary Alliance and killing the most powerful experts here is more than enough to extinguish his rage, Jian Wushuang muttered to himself. I guess that's what he thinks as well, Emperor Bai said. Emperor Bai, Sword Emperor. A voice was heard. It belonged to the great emperor, Colored Glaze. I met that man recently. I suspected that he was an expert from the ancient past. He is very powerful. I lost my courage to fight him when he looked at me, the great emperor Colored Glaze said in fear as he pointed at one of the experts from the ancient past. Emperor Bai and Jian Wushuang looked over in the direction that great emperor Colored Glaze was pointing and noticed the man in purple hair and clothes who stood beside old Monster Jiao. This man should have incredible fighting power, Jian Wushuang said seriously. As his fighting power became stronger, Jian Wushuang's ability to sense danger increased as well. He could sense that the two most powerful men within the group of experts from the ancient past were the man in purple hair and clothes and old Monster Jiao. These people are experts from the ancient past. From the power of their attacks on the formation, every one of them has the fighting power of a Stage 3 Great Emperor. Some peak Stage 3 Great Emperor. There are few that have yet to attack old Monster Jiao and this man with purple hair. I have fought old Monster Jiao before. His fighting power is higher than that of any Stage 3 Great Emperor and has barely reached the level of a stage for Great Emperor. The man with purple hair should not have been weaker than old Monster Jiao, and both of them should be in half-step Divine Demon Realm. This man is really incredible. He can persuade 20 experts from the ancient past to help him in such a short period of time. Jian Wushuang thought to himself, surprised. Up to date, Sanctuary Alliance encountered minimal numbers of experts from the ancient past. Yet, old Monster Jiao had managed to contact and convince more than 20 of such experts to help him take revenge. Of course, he was incredible. This is troublesome. There are 2 men with the fighting power of a half-step divine demon and 20 experts with fighting power of a Stage 3 Great Emperor. Sanctuary Alliance cannot stop them. Abysmal Saint Master said in a low voice, "Cannot stop them?" When the great emperors heard this phrase, they fell silent. Indeed, the opponent lineup was far too terrifying. These experts could not start a massacre due to the presence of the formation stopping them in their tracks. Once the formation broke, there was nothing else stopping them, and there was no way the great emperors from Sanctuary Alliance could stop them. The difference was far too great. Among the great emperors, only Emperor Bai, Jian Wushuang and his servant, Jian Yi, had the fighting power to stop these enemies. No one else had the fighting power of a Stage 3 great emperor. How to bridge this huge gap in fighting power? Sword Emperor, can you ask Emperor 13 to help us? Ancestor Tian Chen asked. Emperor 13? Jian Wushuang was stunned before shaking his head as he continued. I have Emperor 13's transmission token, and he might help us if I asked him to. However, he is from the ancient past and not from our era. If we ask him for help whenever Sanctuary Alliance encounters danger, then who are we within this alliance? If we can't even handle these experts from the ancient past, how can we call ourselves the masters of this era? The great emperors nodded their heads when they heard what Jian Wushuang had said. Indeed, Emperor 13 was from the ancient past and had from this era. How could they expect Emperor 13 to always help them in times of need? I have already commanded the experts on Thunderbolt Island to leave. We are the only people left on this island. If all else fails, we can only escape and abandon Thunderbolt Island and the resources here. Emperor Bai frowned and said, We cannot back down. Jian Wushuang shook his head firmly. There are more experts from the ancient past that have awakened. Most of them are hidden around the eternal chaotic world. They fear us because there is peace within this world. If 20 experts from the ancient past are enough to force us to abandon the headquarters of Sanctuary Alliance and escape, these experts will lose the fear and will dare to do things without any limits. These experts are incredibly powerful, and many of them are extremely evil. If they no longer fear us, it will spell disaster for the eternal chaotic world. Hence, we cannot afford to retreat. Instead, we should defeat them quickly and swiftly. The best case is if we can kill at least half of these experts. Kill at least half of these experts. The great emperors from Sanctuary Alliance looked over at Jian Wushuang in shock. They felt that there was no way they could defeat the opponent and they should retreat. However, Jian Wushuang wanted to kill at least half of the experts from the ancient past. These experts from the ancient past are not as terrifying as you think. From my perspective, we have nothing to fear. Emperor Bai, the other great emperors will not interfere in this battle. The two of us have no problem in defeating them. The two most powerful experts they have are the master of the black dragon and the man with purple hair and in purple clothes. With your fighting power, you will have no problem keeping them occupied whilst also having the upper hand. Jian Wushuang said coldly. Yes, I can. Emperor Bai nodded his head. He fought the master of the black dragon before and knew how powerful he was. If he used his full power, he could fight 2 old monster Jiao alone and still have the absolute advantage. That will be enough. You deal with the strongest 2, while I will deal with the remaining 20 experts who each have the fighting power of a Stage 3 Great Emperor, Jian Wushuang said. Chapter 2246 Threaten. I will settle the remaining experts who are at the power level of a Stage 3 Great Emperor. Jian Wushuang said casually. The great emperors, including Emperor Bai, looked over at Jian Wushuang in disbelief. There were 20 experts from the ancient past. Jian Wushuang could deal with them all alone? Jian Wushuang, are you sure? Emperor Bai asked. He knew that Jian Wushuang broke through and reached the ultimate phase of the 7th step inverse cultivation, and his fighting power was much higher as compared to before. He also knew that Jian Wushuang could beat 3 experts from the ancient past alone. He had killed 2 and soul-controlled one of them. However, there were far more experts from the ancient past now compared to before. No worries, I know my limits. Jian Wushuang smiled confidently. 20 experts from the ancient past was indeed a terrifying lineup. Jian Wushuang would undoubtedly retreat if any of them currently possessed the fighting power they had in their prime. However, these 20 experts from the ancient past only had the fighting power of a Stage 3 Great Emperor. Even though a Stage 3 Emperor was very powerful, they were nothing compared to Jian Wushuang. So what if there were more than 20 experts with this fighting power? I don't even need to use my full strength to defeat the 3 experts from the ancient past I met in the real martial arts divine church. But now, I can use these experts to gauge how powerful I really am, Jian Wushuang thought excitedly. Let's go, Jian Wushuang said. Jian Wushuang said as he started to walk out of Thunderbolt Island alongside Emperor Bai. Old Monster Jiao, Qin Shi, and more than 20 experts from the ancient past were still stuck outside Thunderbolt Island by the protective formation. Their attacks could not forcefully destroy the formation. Hence, they stopped and started studying it. There were experts from the ancient past who studied formations. These experts were currently studying the protective formation. How is the progress? Old Monster Jiao asked coldly as he stared at the formation. My lord, Sir Xianmeng is the best person for this job. He said that he has a rough idea of how the formation works, and he needs around 15 minutes to break this formation. Chu, he said respectfully. 15 minutes? Old Monster Jiao fell silent. 15 minutes is far too long. By the time we break the formation, the experts from Sanctuary Alliance should have already escaped using the wormholes on the island, Qin said. Humph. So what? After I destroy Thunderbolt Island, I will then head to the 10 sanctuaries and kill everyone there. Let's see if Emperor Bai and the other experts from Sanctuary Alliance continue to hide from me, Old Monster Jiao said with great killing intent. Hearing this, Qin raised his eyebrows, and many of the doubts he had were answered. It was evident that they had underestimated Sanctuary Alliance. While they were waiting for Xianmeng to find a way and break the formation, 2 figures walked out from within Thunderbolt Island. These 2 figures were Jian Wushuang and Emperor Bai. They stood opposite the group of experts from the ancient past. These experts looked over at the 2 men. Emperor Bai. Old Monster Jiao vision turned cold as a strong killing intent radiated from him. The other experts from the ancient past also fixed their gazes on the 2 men, trying to size them up. Is that Emperor Bai? Apparently he is the strongest man in this era and is extremely powerful. I have seen the projected image of the fight between him and Blood Emperor. He is really powerful. He would be nothing if there were no restrictions of heaven and earth. However, none of us could beat him while we are all under the restrictions. The experts from the ancient past started to chatter discreetly as they focused their attention on Emperor Bai. They completely ignored Jian Wushuang. They recognized Jian Wushuang, but they thought he was nothing as compared to Emperor Bai. From the intel they had, Jian Wushuang was someone who had special techniques, but his fighting power was only that of an ordinary Stage 3 Great Emperor. They feared Emperor Bai, but they could not be bothered by Jian Wushuang. I thought you had escaped, Emperor Bai. I never thought that you would stay and show yourself in front of me. Old Monster Jiao stared intently at Emperor Bai as though he wanted to skin Emperor Bai alive. We do not need to retreat if you are our threat, Emperor Bai said coldly. Is that the case? Now that I have gathered another 20 experts from the ancient past, is this enough? Old Monster Jiao asked coldly. Emperor Bai, I know that you are unbeatable in this world. Even if I cannot kill you, I can destroy Sanctuary Alliance and kill everyone around you. I said before, I will take my revenge for my ride. You are too noisy, Emperor Bai said coldly. He then turned to the other experts from the ancient past and said, Experts from the ancient past, the Sanctuary Alliance did not provoke you at all, yet all of you are crossing the line and doing this to us. That is true. However, Old Monster Jiao requested that we do this. We must see to it till the end. Hence, I can only say that I am sorry, Sir Emperor Bai. Yes, the rewards Lord Jiao is giving is too good to refuse. Sorry that the Sanctuary Alliance needs to go through this. These divine demon experts from the ancient past mocked. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. He had managed to sieve out important information. These experts were not subordinates of Old Monster Jiao. They only did what they were doing because Old Monster Jiao had given them something they wanted. This would make things a lot easier. Everyone, I suggest that you leave immediately, and the Sanctuary Alliance would pretend nothing has happened, and we will not treat all of you like enemies. If not, Emperor Bai said coldly. If now. What a joke. You are going to die, and yet you're still threatening us? Dumbass, you are just an ant in the chaotic realm in this era. Do you really think you are powerful enough to stand up to us? The experts from the ancient past were enraged. Even though they feared Emperor Bai, they looked down on him. No matter how powerful Emperor Bai was, he was only an expert in the chaotic realm. The only reason he could threaten them was because of the restrictions of heaven and earth. Chapter 2247. Underestimate, they feared Emperor Bai due to the presence of the restrictions of heaven and earth, which stopped them from using their true powers. Without the restrictions, they wouldn't have even been bothered by an expert in the chaotic realm like Emperor Bai. And now Emperor Bai was threatening them? What a joke! Emperor Bai, I don't think we can talk this through. Let's settle this with our fists. Jian Wushuang looked over at Emperor Bai and said, Yes. Emperor Bai nodded his head and replied, Hence the battle was unavoidable. Just like we planned, you will take the strongest 2 men, Jian Wushuang said. I will have no problems. You are the important one in this battle. Watch out for them, Emperor Bai said. Don't worry. Jian Wushuang waved his hand and said. Emperor Bai stopped wasting time as he radiated a terrifying aura. Boom! A 990,000-foot tall golden figure appeared behind him as a sea of golden divine power ocean swept out in all directions. You are Old Monster Jiao? If you want to take revenge for your ride, come at me, Emperor Bai's voice thundered. Die. Chun-Chi, help me kill him. As for the rest of you, continue to break that formation. After we destroy the formation, kill everyone on Thunderbolt Island. Old Monster Jiao and Chun-Chi then flew towards Emperor Bai. Both of them were experts above the divine demon realm. Even with the restrictions of heaven and earth, the fighting power they had was that of an expert in the half-step divine demon realm. They worked together and were not afraid of Emperor Bai. Before long, their fight began. Terrifying waves of aura and power could be felt from the battle. The experts from the ancient past in the divine demon realm were amazed when they felt the power of the battle. Emperor Bai is really powerful. Under the restrictions of heaven and earth, we in the divine demon realm can barely use the power of peak chaotic realm. Experts like Lord Jiao and Lord Chun-Chi are both experts above the divine demon realm, yet they can only use power up to half-step divine demon realm. However, Emperor Bai has the fighting power of an ordinary expert in the divine demon realm. None of us can beat him alone. However, he cannot do anything while Lord Jiao and Lord Chun-Chi keep him busy. We have sufficient time to destroy Sanctuary Alliance. These experts in the divine demon realm chatted casually. The other experts in the divine demon realm would follow Chu-He's orders, as he was the subordinate of Old Monster Jiao. He commanded. Xianmeng continued to look for a way to destroy the formation. As for the rest of you, prepare for battle. Oh yes, there is one more man. Chu-He looked over at the space in front of him. A lone figure stood there. That man was Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang held a long sword, and he walked slowly towards these experts in the divine demon realm. He walked slowly with a cold expression. He was not radiating any aura or sword essence at all. The 20 experts from the ancient past were confused. This brat is the Sword Emperor. That should be the case. Apparently, he is known as the most talented man in this era. He cultivated for tens of thousands of years and was already one of the most powerful men in this era. Tens of thousands of years? Just to reach where he is? This is also considered talent? Bullshit. He has not been to our hometown, absolute beginning divine world. He is not even a Tier 3 genius back there. These experts in the divine demon realm chatted casually. None of them took Jian Wushuang seriously. In this era, they only took Emperor Bai from the Sanctuary Alliance seriously. Even though Jian Wushuang was very popular within the eternal chaotic world, they could not be bothered with him. From the looks of it, this brat wants to fight us. He has courage. He is not retreating, even though he is facing 20 experts in the divine demon realm alone. Who will kill him? I don't like him. Jian Wushuang continued walking towards them. Yet the experts in the divine demon realm were not vigilant at all. Sword Emperor. Even though the Sword Emperor is not very powerful, he has incredible techniques. Most importantly, he is close to Emperor 13. Hence, we cannot kill him. All we need to do is to keep him occupied. Chu knitted his eyebrows and said, Zishi, you're up. Chu, who looked at a devilish teenager standing beside him and said, What, why me? The devilish teenager started complaining, displeased. His fighting power was average amongst the experts in the divine demon realm present. Even though his current fighting power under the restrictions of heaven and earth was not that of a peak stage 3 great emperor, it was still more powerful than an ordinary stage 3 great emperor. He could even kill the Sword Emperor. It was a pity that the Sword Emperor had a special identity, and the devilish teenager could not kill him. All he could do was to keep him occupied. This meant that the devilish teenager had to hold back. Of course, he was unwilling to go and deal with Jian Wushuang. No one there was willing to fight Jian Wushuang. Stop complaining. Go. Remember, keep him occupied and don't let him disturb us, Chu said sternly. Even though the devilish teenager was unhappy, he could not say no as he went up and stopped Jian Wushuang in his tracks. Brat, even though I am not allowed to kill you, I can still teach you a lesson. Hence, just keep still where you are. You will experience less pain this way. The devilish teenager folded his arms and looked at Jian Wushuang with disdain. Jian Wushuang finally looked up. What? You aren't going to fight me? Jian Wushuang smiled lightly. Humph! I can't be bothered with someone like you. The devilish teenager grunted coldly. Is that the case? If you are not going to attack, I will. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows before smiling creepily and saying, He attacked once he finished his sentence. He was already in close proximity with the devilish teenager. He appeared in front of the teenager in just one step. He swung his blood mountain sword lazily. This swing looked like it had no power at all, as though it had been a child who had swung it. The sword sliced through the air peacefully and slowly. Chapter 2248 Attack. When Jian Wushuang attacked, the devilish teenager was angered. The devilish teenager did not want to fight Jian Wushuang as he could derive no sense of satisfaction at all. After all, he was not allowed to kill Jian Wushuang. If Jian Wushuang stood there, the devilish teenager would not be willing to do anything at all. He never thought that Jian Wushuang would initiate an attack. Die! He roared as divine power surged in the devilish teenager's right hand. He then slapped towards the sword light made by Jian Wushuang. He thought that he could destroy the sword light and teach Jian Wushuang a lesson, even though he did not use his full power. In reality, when the seemingly feeble sword collided with his palm, the blade sliced through his hand and his palm was sliced off. What? The devilish teenager's eyes widened in surprise. He realized something was wrong. The sword did not stop after slicing his hand off. It was headed for his head. Even though the sword seemed to travel slowly, it was too fast for the devilish teenager. It was so fast that he could not do anything to protect himself. His head was sliced off. The experts in the divine demon realm who were watching the battle were stunned. How can this be? One sword. He killed Shi with a single stroke? The Sword Emperor, the experts in the divine demon realm raised their heads and looked at Jian Wushuang in awe. The fighting power of the devilish teenager was considered average within the whole group, but even old Monster Jiao and Qin Chi could not have killed him with a single stroke. The Sword Emperor could not be an ordinary stage 3 great emperor. They did not know that Jian Wushuang was far stronger than before. There had been a gigantic leap in his fighting power. Jian Wushuang had never used his full power after he became much stronger. During the battle at the Real Martial Arts Divine Church, he had only used a portion of his full fighting power. However, his true fighting power had not been made known to the rest of the experts from the ancient past, as 2 out of the 3 experts from the ancient past had died in that battle, and the last expert was soul-controlled by Jian Wushuang. They thought that Jian Wushuang's fighting power had not changed much since the Great War against the 3 emperors whirled around 20,000 years ago. What they didn't know was Jian Wushuang's fighting power had reached another level. Now, Jian Wushuang had finally used his full power. I did advise all of you to leave. None of you did. Since all of you do not want to leave, then stay forever. Jian Wushuang said coldly. His voice boiled with killing intent as it reverberated throughout the battlefield. He attacked once he finished his sentence. Watch out. So fast, this is space-time rules of order. The experts in Divine Demon Realm became cautious. Whoosh! His figure flashed as Jian Wushuang reappeared. An expert in the Divine Demon Realm stood in that space. It was Divine Demon Xianmeng, who was trying to find a way to break the formation. Oh no! When Jian Wushuang appeared, Meng Xian's face turned pale. He was about to turn around. Right when he was about to turn, a cold sword light appeared. This sword light was creepy and errantic. It appeared beside Xianmeng's neck without any signs at all. Sword Principal Xian Luo turned monstrous at one thought. Uft! The sword light passed and crimson red replaced it. Divine Demon Meng Xian died. He could not even put up a fight. Hiss! The remaining experts in the Divine Demon Realm all took a sharp breath. It was too fast. Jian Wushuang was extremely fast, and his sword skill was even faster. In the blink of an eye, 2 experts in the Divine Demon Realm had died at his hand. Work together and kill him, Chu-He ordered. The 5 closest experts in the Divine Demon Realm attacked Jian Wushuang immediately. Jian Wushuang glanced at the 5 experts in the Divine Demon Realm as he swung his sword. This swing brought about a violent storm. The entire heaven and earth started shaking as it threatened to collapse. The 5 experts in Divine Demon Realm were like a small boat within a storm, starting to be shaken violently. Boom! The battlefield shook as the 5 experts in the Divine Demon Realm flew back like a cannonball. A single swing forced back 5 experts in the Divine Demon Realm. Then, Jian Wushuang's figure blurred. Under the influence of the space-time rules of order, he was like a ghost. The experts in the Divine Demon Realm found it difficult to track Jian Wushuang even when they used their soul power to do so. Whoosh! Jian Wushuang appeared in front of a well-built man. This well-built man was one of the strongest men among the experts in the Divine Demon Realm, as he had the fighting power of a top-tier stage 3 great emperor, even though he was under the restrictions of heaven and earth. When Jian Wushuang appeared and slashed his sword at the man's throat, the well-built man was not afraid as he drew his battle axe. Right when he was about to use battle axe skills to force Jian Wushuang back, an attack appeared in his sea of consciousness. Soul attack. 3 divine lights, golden light scripture. The sea of consciousness of the well-built man was slammed hard as the man stood there, completely stunned. The sword light from Jian Wushuang was not affected as it sliced through the well-built man's throat. His dead body then dropped towards the ground below. What? Xiongshi, Divine Demon Xiongshi, could not stop his sword? It is a soul attack. Beware of his soul attack. Angry shouts were heard as these experts in the Divine Demon Realm finally took Jian Wushuang seriously by using their full fighting power. It was evident they had underestimated Jian Wushuang. To be precise, they had underestimated his sword skills and the power of his soul attack. Jian Wushuang dashed around in the battlefield in an eerie manner. The Blood Mountain sword he was holding was like a poisonous snake. This poisonous snake bit forward, slashed around in a weird manner, or turning into a dark vortex that swallowed everything there was. Jian Wushuang used whatever sword skills he had learnt within the Sword Doctrine Trial Tower on these experts. The sword skills he used were the most ordinary ones. Every single skill he used seemed arbitrary, even sword principal Xian Luo. He cast it effortlessly and smoothly. It was as though it was perfect. It was polished and refined. The experts in the divine demon realm tried their best. However, the longer the battle went on, the more they realized how terrifying Jian Wushuang's sword skills were. They were incredibly fast, and he could both attack and defend. It was difficult for them to find a weakness. Most importantly, his sword skills were far too sophisticated. Chapter 2249 Massacre. Back then, Jian Wushuang's understanding of the sword doctrine had been mediocre and straightforward. The sword skills he had cast were extremely simple. After he cultivated within the Sword Doctrine Trial Tower for 1,000 years, his understanding of sword skills was completely different. There was more to sword skills than the techniques. The techniques were fixed and couldn't be changed. However, a human could be flexible. Those who knew how to use a sword could make a simple slash or jab even more precise and deadly compared to those ordinary experts who cast incredible sword skills. Those who did not know how to use a sword would have numerous weaknesses, even if they had incredible sword skills. They might not even be able to beat someone who used simple sword skills. Jian Wushuang, who had cultivated within the Sword Doctrine Trail Tower, had been that way initially. But now he was the opposite. In the space, Jian Wushuang stopped holding back as he used all the sword skills he had. His casual slash, flick, cut, thrust. Each move was used perfectly and smoothly. This was proof he had finally made the cut to be considered an expert in the sword doctrine. This was the difference between initial success in sword doctrine compared to an amateur. With the help of his sword skills, Jian Wushuang could fend off the attacks from more than 20 experts in the divine demon realm easily. He could even counterattack frequently while fending off the attacks targeted at him. He thrust out his sword. Before the sword skill reached the target, a terrifying soul attack would reach it first. Jian Wushuang's soul attack had become even more powerful during the 24,000 years. He was in slumber, as his soul power had experienced a great increase during this time. Now, a top-tier Stage 3 Great Emperor would not be able to handle his soul attack when he cast it together with the soul-swallowing pearl and the 3 divine lights' secret skill. Even experts in the divine demon realm would experience a short blank in their consciousness when Jian Wushuang's soul attacks land on them. This short blank was enough for Jian Wushuang to cast his sword skills without giving his opponents a chance to defend themselves from the attacks. Fifth, Jian Wushuang's sword light flickered again as another head was detached from its body. Within moments, another sword light, which looked like fresh blood, penetrated the head of another expert in the divine demon realm. This expert died with both of his eyes wide open, unable to believe how he had died at the hands of Jian Wushuang. The sixth, Jian Wushuang continued the massacre with a cold attitude. A blurry light shrouded 2 other experts in the divine demon realm. Both of these experts only had ordinary fighting powers. Hence, both experienced a short blank in their consciousness, even though Jian Wushuang had targeted both of them with a single soul attack. Uft, uft. The blade entered their bodies, and the dead bodies fell towards the ground below. The 8th, Jian Wushuang said casually. The 20 experts in the divine demon realm initially had not taken Jian Wushuang seriously at all, as they had thought he was not a threat. They had severely underestimated Jian Wushuang. Once the battle began, Jian Wushuang's fighting power made them shiver in fear. Too fast. His speed is too fast, and we cannot catch up to him. He is not only enlightened to the space-time rules of order, he also excels in using this power. His sword skills are very terrifying. He must have made the cut to become an amateur in sword doctrine. Amateur? What a joke! He must have reached initial success. Furthermore, his soul attack is far too powerful. We cannot stop it. Terrifying shrieks were heard across the battlefield. These experts in the divine demon realm were completely shocked by Jian Wushuang's fighting power. His understanding and his use of space-time rules of order to reach incredible speed was amazing. His sophisticated sword skills were at the level of initial success in the sword doctrine. There was also the horrifying and unstoppable soul attack. The combination of these three made Jian Wushuang their worst nightmare. Massacre. Ever since the battle started, it had been a one-sided massacre. Even though there were more than 20 experts in the divine demon realm, they didn't work together, hence they were not a threat to Jian Wushuang at all. Jian Wushuang could continue the massacre without worrying. No one could stop his soul attack. No one could be compared to his sword skills. Initial success stage in sword doctrine. Far too few experts in the divine demon realm could reach this stage even back in the absolute beginning divine world. Even if someone did, their fighting power would be restricted as they would be under the restrictions of heaven and earth. However, Jian Wushuang was completely unaffected by the restrictions of heaven and earth. He could use every single scrap of his fighting power to the fullest. Within moments, 11 out of the 20 experts in the divine demon realm had been killed by Jian Wushuang. That was about half of the total number. Too terrifying. The Sword Emperor is too terrifying. Who said we only needed to beware of Emperor Bai? What is going on with the Sword Emperor? Emperor Bai? He is definitely not as terrifying as the Sword Emperor. We were tricked. We were all tricked. The strongest man within the Sanctuary Alliance is not Emperor Bai, but the Sword Emperor. Run. Hurry up, escape. Hysterical roars from these experts were here on the battlefield. The remaining 10 experts in the divine demon realm were trembling in fear. They lost the courage to battle Jian Wushuang as they started to run away. Within moments, in under 2 breaths, about half of the experts there had been killed. If Jian Wushuang were to kill the remaining experts, he would do so within the time of a single breath. There was no way they could beat Jian Wushuang. If they continued to fight, they would definitely die. They knew this well, hence, the experts all started to run away. As for Lord Jiao, even though the reward of a divine demon nirvana elixir was a very high value, it could only entice these experts to fight, not risk their lives. If they stayed and fought, they would definitely die. No one would die for Lord Jiao. Even Lord Jiao's subordinate, Chu He, escaped without hesitation. Within moments, 11 of the experts had died while the remaining escaped out of sight. Jian Wushuang stood there coldly even after killing 11 experts in the divine demon realm. It was as though he was killing 11 insignificant people. Chapter 2250 Stay. That's all the experts from the ancient past have. Jian Wushuang muttered to himself with an indifferent expression. These experts from the ancient past had had incredible fighting power back in their prime. Jian Wushuang would think that they were weak because they were under the restrictions of heaven and earth. He could massacre them alone using only his blade. After settling these divine demons, what is next is... Jian Wushuang shifted his gaze as he looked at a battlefield not too far away. There Emperor Bai was battling it out with Old Monster Jiao and Qin Shi furiously. Old Monster Jiao and Qin Shi gave it their all by using the fighting power of a half-step divine demon realm expert. Yet they could barely match Emperor Bai. Both of them were at a disadvantage, even though they were fighting Emperor Bai with an advantage in terms of numbers. They had thought that if Emperor Bai was preoccupied, the remaining experts in the divine demon realm should be able to sweep Sanctuary Alliance without any problems. But then, whoosh, a figure appeared on this battlefield. Old Monster Jiao and Qin Shi stopped the fight and looked up. They fixed their gazes on Jian Wushuang, and they had a dark look on their faces. While both of them were battling with Emperor Bai, they had taken note of what was happening on the other battlefield. They had seen how Jian Wushuang had massacred more than half of those experts in divine demons within moments, and how he had forced the survivors to flee in terror. This brat. I thought you said that only Emperor Bai was the only powerful man from this era? Old Monster Jiao said as he fixed his gaze on Jian Wushuang. Who knows? From the fighting power he just displayed, he might be even more powerful than Emperor Bai. Qin Shi exclaimed, surprised. He had gone in depth to research about the experts in this era. He knew much about Jian Wushuang. He knew that Jian Wushuang only had the fighting power of an ordinary Stage 3 great emperor. However, the fighting power Jian Wushuang had was far greater than he had imagination. Not bad, Jian Wushuang. Emperor Bai looked at Jian Wushuang as he spoke with glee in his eyes. Jian Wushuang had given him a big surprise. He knew that Jian Wushuang had broken through in terms of his realm and reached the ultimate phase of the 7th step inverse, cultivation. He had guessed that Jian Wushuang's fighting power must have skyrocketed. He had never thought that his improvement had been so extreme. He was enlightened to the space-time rules of order, possessed such powerful soul attacks, and most importantly, had that level of sword skills. That sword skill was too stunning. Emperor Bai, what is their fighting power? Jian Wushuang asked indifferently. They are very powerful. Even though I was at a slight advantage when I battled them both, there was nothing I could do with that advantage. Now that you are here, things will be different. Let's work together and kill them both, Emperor Bai said. Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded his head as killing intent started to grow in his eyes. This is troublesome. Sir Jiao, the fighting power of the Sword Emperor is far greater than what we thought. Now that the experts in the divine demon realm are defeated, there's no way both of us can win against them when we can't even win against Emperor Bai. We should leave and think of other ways to take revenge. Qin Shi had a gloomy expression as he spoke to Old Monster Jiao. Old Monster Jiao squinted his eyes. He was extremely unwilling to back off just like that. Emperor Bai had killed his ride, Scaly, who had been like a brother to him. He had sworn he would take revenge. He had never thought that he could not do so, even after paying a hefty price to gather so many experts from the ancient past in the divine demon realm. How could he be willing to back off just like this? However, no matter how unwilling he was, he knew how bad the current situation was. It would be a joke for him to face Emperor Bai and Sword Emperor together with Qin Shi. Let's go then. Old Monster Jiao signaled to Qin Shi secretly. Then, whoosh, whoosh, both of them dashed back without hesitation. You want to escape? Emperor Bai's eyes turned cold. It would be far too easy if you could come and go as you like, Jian Wushuang said coldly. The moment they finished speaking, a surging wave of divine power swept out from Emperor Bai. Punisher's hell! Boom! The 99,000-foot tall golden figure shuddered as the heaven and earth threatened to collapse. Almost instantly, an ocean of golden divine power formed a wave tens of thousands of feet tall. The wave filled the entire battlefield as it crashed towards Old Monster Jiao and Qin Shi. The terrifying power that even Stage 3 Great Emperor would have feared burst forth from that golden wave. Old Monster Jiao and Qin Shi's faces turned pale. They could feel the rippling power of that wave. There was an incredible pressure from the wave that slowed their escape. At the same time Emperor Bai attacked, divine power and the ancient god bloodline power surged on Jian Wushuang. Ancient god secret skills, moon-picking skill. It was as though heaven and earth froze for a moment. The space-time was completely sealed off. A giant, warm palm appeared from thin air. It was as though it belonged to a mother as it picked towards the space where the space-time was sealed off. Bastard! Old Monster Jiao went into a rage when he felt that the space-time around him had been sealed off. His body enlarged into a 10-foot-tall giant as a black shadow hovered behind him. Within moments, he turned into a terrifying black god. The The black god roared in anger as both of his arms swung about in a frenzy, smashing the space-time around him. The space-time started to break, open layers at a time. As for Qin-Chi, he too used an incredible technique. These two have mastered incredible techniques. Unlike those I killed a few moments ago, Jian Wushuang thought to himself. A glint of emotion flashed across his eyes as Jian Wushuang said to Emperor Bai, we might not be able to kill them both here. Hence, both of us should use all our power to focus on killing one of them. Okay, Emperor Bai nodded his head. Both of them came to a consensus instantly. Both the golden wave and the moon picking skill started to contract and head towards old Monster Jiao. The two great emperors ignored Qin-Chi. They knew that old Monster Jiao was the mastermind behind this attack, as he wanted to take revenge for his ride. As for Qin-Chi, he was just an expert that old Monster Jiao had hired to help him take revenge. Hence, they would not allow old Monster Jiao to escape, no matter what. They would use their full power to kill him. Chapter 2251 Slaughter Hong Long Long. Boundless divine power covered every single corner of the land and turned into an apocalyptic storm. In such an apocalyptic storm, zoom, a figure burst out. It was Qin-Chi. His face was slightly pale, but his fighting power was not affected. He stood in the nearby void and looked towards the core of the battlefield. Old Monster Jiao was already tangled with the giant golden hand that emerged from the golden divine power sea. The space-time he was in had been completely sealed up as well. He had no way to escape. Old Monster Jiao's in trouble, Qin-Chi murmured. Without a doubt, old Monster Jiao was in trouble. He knew it, but Qin-Chi had no intention of saving him. That Emperor Bai and Sword Emperor are strong. They only let me off because they wanted to focus on old Monster Jiao. If I don't appreciate that, they'll do their best to take me down as well, Qin-Chi thought. He knew that Jian Wushuang and Emperor Bai had many tricks up their sleeves. Neither of them had demonstrated secret skills of Star Palace yet. If they were to demonstrate that, they would be perfectly able to taking down both him and old Monster Jiao. What worried Qin-Chi was that if he were to help old Monster Jiao, he maybe stepped on him instead for him to escape. There was no way he could regret his decision then. I promised to help old Monster Jiao, not fight to the death for him. Qin-Chi had made his decision. Mr. Jiao, I've tried my best, now you're on your own, Qin-Chi said and left. Damn it! Old Monster Jiao's expression changed as he saw Qin-Chi leave while he himself was still stuck within the golden divine power sea. Jian Wushuang and Emperor Bai smiled. Just as they had expected, Qin-Chi was only invited by the old Monster Jiao and had left when he sensed danger. With Qin-Chi gone, they could focus on killing old Monster Jiao alone. His powers are much stronger than that of the ancient era experts I just took down. Makes me excited. Jian Wushuang smiled with bloodlust. Emperor Bai, I tackle him head-on. You find a chance to kill him. Okay, Emperor Bai nodded. Jian Wushuang made his move and drifted towards the golden divine power sea, where old Monster Jiao was still struggling. The great sword essence could be felt before he even arrived. Who? The enormous divine power storm seemed to be affected by the sword essence. Immediately, the boundless divine power storm changed its direction and headed for old Monster Jiao. Endless power, complete suppression on the old Monster Jiao. Jian Wushuang pulled out his sword, a move like strong wind with the momentum of rainstorm. It was Sword Principal Xian Luo's Blast Rainstorm. As Jian Wushuang had improved immensely on his sword principle, his sword Principal Xian Luo had become much more powerful in terms of both power and sword essence. The horrifying sword shadow was going straight for the old Monster Jiao. Old Monster Jiao could feel the entire earth pressing down on him, making him breathless. You want to kill me, you? Old Monster Jiao completely morphed into that black monster, and boundless spiteful aura rolled over the lands. That spiteful aura was so intense that it pushed the golden divine power sea back. The old monster, Jiao, broke free of his shackles and gripped his right hand. Boundless, black divine power was concentrated on it and punched out like a great mountain. Pung! A deafening roar rose. The boundless, black divine power went spreading in a frenzy, and old monster Jiao was blasted out as well. Damn it! Old monster Jiao's eyes were bloodshot, reluctant to accept the fact. He had heinous power, but was not able to demonstrate it due to the restrictions placed upon the earth. Yet Jian Wushuang's powers were easily at chaotic divine demon levels. Even if he went all out, he would still be suppressed by Jian Wushuang. The collision blasted him out, yet Jian Wushuang merely moved slightly and continued with his attack. Xiu! A blood shadow burst out. It was a crimson sword shadow. The sword shadow looked as if it was made out of pure concentrated blood, and in the blink of an eye, it was in front of old monster Jiao. Sword Principal Xian Luo, Sanguis Extremis style. Old monster Jiao had not completely stopped, but he could still defend himself and was preparing to block Jian Wushuang's blade. But suddenly, boom! A terrifying soul attack struck old monster Jiao's consciousness. See directly. Old monster Jiao's brain was in a fuzz, as if his soul was being knocked by a large drum. An unprecedented pain then came. The pain had the old monster Jiao gritting his teeth, but his consciousness did not come to a stop and barely stretched his arm to block the crimson sword shadow. The crimson sword shadow, that cold blade landed directly on old monster Jiao's arm. At that moment, a terrifying power was released. The terrifying portion of sword Principal Xian Luo's Sanguis Extremis style was that explosive power. It seemed normal, but the level of power it could release at that last moment was terrifying. Pung! Old monster Jiao's arm had been directly ripped off, forming a huge hole on his torso, but the Blood Mountain sword did not stop and kept going for old monster Jiao's holy body. HNGH! Old monster Jiao let out a muffled snort. His chest now had a hole in it the size of a bowl, but it had not blasted through his entire body. Go away! Old monster Jiao let out a roar, and immediately a black light beam was gunning for Jian Wushuang. From the black monster, he had morphed. With a close look at the black beams, one would realize that they were all divine-powered fists. Every single fist had earth-shattering power. Jian Wushuang took one step back and retreated 10,000 miles. He casually waved his Blood Mountain sword, and streaks of sword light appeared, dissipating all the black fists. At that moment, Hualala, that boundless golden divine power sea, was heading for old monster Jiao once again. Chapter 2252 the intense fight was now not just between Jian Wushuang and old monster Jiao. Jian Wushuang and Emperor Bai had joined forces, 2 versus 1. Obviously Emperor Bai would not simply stand around while Jian Wushuang was fighting old monster Jiao. Hualala! The golden divine power sea rushed over once again, and old monster Jiao's eyes turned cold. Get lost! Another angry roar was let out. Old monster Jiao's black divine power rolled out once again, entirely blocking the golden divine power sea. But at that moment, Xiu, 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 streaks of golden light came bursting out from the surrounding golden divine power sea without warning. Those golden lights were Hong Jun golden swords. Hong Jun golden sword was one of Jian Wushuang's trump cards and had helped him immensely throughout the years of battle. Its might went without saying as well. 20,000 years ago, Jian Wushuang could only manage to perform 7 Hong Jun golden swords. But after Jian Wushuang had mastered the 7th step and learnt about the rules of order, he could perform 9 Hong Jun golden swords. 9 Hong Jun golden swords to the maximum number. The 9 Hong Jun golden swords were hidden within the golden divine power sea, under old monster Jiao's radar. When it burst out, the 9 Hong Jun golden swords were boosted with the help of space-time rules and blasted out in unparalleled speeds. Dang! 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 9 rings that sounded like metallic collisions were let out continuously. The Hong-Jun golden swords were too fast for Old Monster Jiao to block. All 9 swords went through Old Monster Jiao's holy body. The terrifying shock went through his armor and into his holy body. Pooh! Even Old Monster Jiao, against the 9 Hong-Jun golden swords, spat out a large mouthful of blood. His face instantly turned pale. He was blasted backwards. At that moment, Emperor, by situated in a void not too far away, caught a moment of opportunity. Punish, destroy! The terrifying powers from the Golden Emperor's palms were released and spread all over the land. They were closing in on where Old Monster Jiao was. Boundless power came pressing down on it. Old Monster Jiao's face instantly sank. His scaly had died under that move. He knew how terrifying that move was. The golden palms seemed to be moving slowly, but its terrifying powers horrified Old Monster Jiao as well. He began to resist it frenziedly. The Golden Emperor's palms finally closed in. The void Old Monster Jiao was naturally crushed into bits by the palms. Is he dead? Jian Wushuang looked towards the void indifferently. Coupling the 9 Hong-Jun golden swords and Emperor Bei's attack, he should have been dead by now. But in reality, a terrifying aura burst out from where Old Monster Jiao was. At the same time, a thick, disgusting, bloody aura was rolled out. What? Jian Wushuang flinched. Is he not dead? Emperor Bai was shocked as well. They saw the figure of Old Monster Jiao rising up from the void once again, but only now he was in a miserable state. At the same time, Jian Wushuang and Emperor Bai realized there was another crimson secret restriction between his brows. The terrifying bloody aura was exuded from that crimson secret restriction. At a void far away from the battlefield, the ancient divine demons that Jian Wushuang chased away and Qin-Chi did not escape. They had their eyes glued on that battle. When Old Monster Jiao revealed his crimson secret restriction, is the life-preserving secret restriction from the Holy Land. Qin-Chi was shocked. My lord, he used the life-preserving secret restriction. He can only use that 5 times in his life. Old Monster Jiao's subordinate Chu, he was astonished as well. He knew exactly what the secret restriction meant. It was a tactic unique to the Holy Land, only used when desperate. Even during the ancient era battles against the 7-star divine realm experts, Old Monster Jiao had not used his life-preserving secret restriction. But against the 2 elites of the current era Emperor Bai and Jian Wushuang, he had no choice. The moment he used it, it meant that he was going all out. All die! A roar rose from the battlefield. Old Monster Jiao had a frenzied look on him. His thick and bloody aura had turned into an endless blood river. In the blink of an eye, the blood river had appeared in front of Jian Wushuang, closest to Old Monster Jiao. Jian Wushuang's eyes felt cold, and he pulled out his blood mountain sword. A simple stab carried boundless sword essence and split the blood river apart. The enormous blood river was instantly ripped in half by Jian Wushuang. Damn it! Even after the life-preserving secret restriction, the restrictions on this earth are too much. I can't even fight against that sword emperor. Old Monster Jiao gritted his teeth, but there was nothing he could do. He had used his final trump card, but obviously that had no effect against Jian Wushuang. Run! Old Monster Jiao did not hesitate. After knowing there was no way to kill Jian Wushuang and Emperor Bai, he used the added powers from the life-preserving secret restriction and tried to escape. A crimson phantom quickly escaped towards a nearby void from the center of the battlefield. Trying to escape? Jian Wushuang's face sank, but shock followed. He saw how fast the Old Monster Jiao was. Terrifying. Too fast. Even with my power of space-time, There is no way I could catch up with him, Jian Wushuang murmured. It was hard for him alone to catch old Monster Jiao. Emperor Bai, catch him! Jian Wushuang shouted. Chapter 2253 Ultimate Kill. Without Jian Wushuang needing to remind him, Emperor Bai had already executed his Punisher's hell, as golden waves plunged for old Monster Jiao. But as old Monster Jiao, a crimson region had formed, blocking against the golden waves. The golden waves were not able to dissipate the crimson region, and old Monster Jiao was left unharmed. Crap! Jian Wushuang and Emperor Bai's faces were sour. They could tell that they had forced old Monster Jiao to his limit. The crimson secret restriction must have been his last resort. If they were not able to take down old Monster Jiao, all their efforts would go down the drain. The old Monster Jiao, he had gathered 20-odd chaotic divine demons at such short notice to take revenge for his scaly. If they were not able to take down old Monster Jiao, he would continue to try to take revenge. There would be more ancient era experts by then. Because of that, Jian Wushuang and Emperor Bai were determined to keep him. But now, he's too fast. My moon-picking skills not able to reach him, nor any of my other secret skills. Jian Wushuang's eyes went cold. If I used secret skills of Star Palace, it'd spread Punisher's hell's radius tenfold to limit his speed. But now he's already escaped to the edges of the golden divine power sea. I won't be able to stop him no matter what. Emperor Bai was indignant. Both of them chased him as hard as they could, but the distance between them was only getting wider. They watched as he reached the edge of the golden divine power sea and rushed out of its radius. It was impossible for them to chase him after he had escaped the divine power sea. Can we do nothing but let him escape? Jian Wushuang and Emperor Bai were very indignant. But at that moment, something bizarre happened. Outside the divine power sea, where old Monster Jiao was, a large hand that seemed to have held the entire sky appeared. The hand was gray and murky and contained another power other than boundless divine power. It was reincarnation power. The hand appeared in front of old Monster Jiao without warning. Old Monster Jiao was in a miserable state. The crimson secret restriction between his brows was still there. They were not that easy to activate. Furthermore, he had been seriously injured by Jian Wushuang and Emperor Bai. He was like an oil-exhausted lamp. Luckily, he had escaped the golden divine power sea before the crimson secret restriction had dissipated. That meant that he had successfully escaped. All he needed to do was to escape and restore his powers. Emperor Bai and Sword Emperor. Old Monster Jiao clenched his fists in rage. You too shall wait. I will be back. No chances will be given to you then. If 20 is not enough, it'll bring 200. Just wait and see. He was already planning how to take revenge against the Sanctuary Alliance. But at that moment, the large hand that seemed to have held the entire sky appeared. What? Old Monster Jiao was in a state of shock. He had his eyes dead on that hand. The hand's endless reincarnation power could have been easily blocked if not for the injuries sustained from when he was fighting Jian Wushuang. Furthermore, he was already on the run for his life. This aura, it's you, old geezer! Old Monster Jiao let out a hysterical roar, for he had recognized the owner of that hand. He was completely enraged because he recognized it. Fit of rage. He had never expected to fall into the old geezer's trick after escaping from Jian Wushuang and Emperor Bai. No. With a roar, the old Monster Jiao was completely covered by that hand. Under his resistance, the hand did not kill him, but slapped him with terrifying power. He had originally been on the run, with Jian Wushuang and Emperor Bai behind him. Now he was being slapped back by the palm. In the direction of Jian Wushuang and Emperor Bai. There's our chance. Jian Wushuang was elated as his 9 Hong Jun golden swords went bursting out. The Blood Mountain sword was rolled out as well. Chi, chi, chi. Old monster Jiao's body could no longer defend against the golden streaks of light and had his head cut off by the sword of Jian Wushuang. Old monster Jiao, who had dominated the ancient era, with a name back in the absolute beginning divine world, was now dead. Xiu! Xiu! Jian Wushuang and Emperor Bai gathered together to witness the decapitated old monster Jiao, and heaved a sigh of relief. He's finally dead. He's dead at last. While Jian Wushuang and Emperor Bai were relieved, they were still gasping regarding what had happened. The ancient era experts were not to be underestimated even under the restrictions placed on the earth. The ancient era experts that Jian Wushuang had slaughtered were a chaotic divine demon at best. But old monster Jiao was terrifying. Even under the restrictions, regardless of Jian Wushuang or Emperor Bai, none of them to take him down. Even when they had teamed up, he had almost escaped. Jian Wushuang could not imagine how strong he would have been at his pinnacle, like when Jian Wushuang had taken down Blood Emperor. Then what about people like Emperor 13 strong enough to shake and alter the restrictions based on power alone? Ancient era, absolute beginning divine world. I wonder how powerful that place was, Jian Wushuang murmured. Yes, that hand, Emperor Bai opened his mouth. Jian Wushuang's gaze shifted. Chapter 2250. For the great sheikh old monster Jiao had already escaped from the golden divine power sea. He could have made it out. But that giant hand appeared at the final moment, bouncing him back towards where Jian Wushuang and Emperor Bai were. That was why old monster Jiao died. Whose hand was that? Emperor Bai frowned. He only saw the hand, not the person that cast it. If I'm not wrong, that hand was cast by that senior, Jian Wushuang said. That senior? Jian Wushuang, you know the owner of the hand. Emperor Bai looked at Jian Wushuang. Probably, but I can't be sure either, Jian Wushuang replied. Emperor Bai, I'll leave the rest to you. I'm going to try to find that senior. Okay, if you find him, tell him, thanks from the Sanctuary Alliance, Emperor Bai said. Understood. Jian Wushuang nodded his head and immediately made his way towards the void ahead. At the edge of that void, Qin Shi and the other ancient divine demons that Jian Wushuang had chased away had gathered together. The chaotic divine demons and Qin Shi fell silent. Their eyes were glued on the battlefield. Lord Jiao is dead. Lord Jiao was from the Holy Land. Not only was he powerful, he had many skills up his sleeve, but he was forced to use his life-preserving method. And still he did not make it out? Sword Emperor and Emperor Bai are terrifying. The chaotic divine demons had their hearts in their mouths, but at the same time they were extremely relieved. They thanked the heavens that they had not been so foolish as to engage the Sword Emperor. They would have become corpses if they did. Right? Did you all notice the giant hand? A chaotic divine demon asked. Of course, it was because of that hand that Lord Jiao died. Who cast the hand? I don't know, but the person that did was definitely more powerful than Lord Jiao at his peak. The chaotic divine demon talked about it casually. That hand, Qin Shi squinted. He had naturally noticed the giant hand, but also the immense reincarnation power it possessed. I thought of someone, perhaps it was him, Qin Shi murmured. He's an old geezer from the 7-star Black Sect, a terrifying old man. The chaotic divine demons around Qin Shi shifted their gazes towards him. Qin Shi did not mention the geezer's name, but the chaotic divine demons had a good guess as to who it was. Okay, regardless, Lord Jiao is dead. Guess we can forget about the divine demon Nirvana elixir, a slouching man said. The other chaotic divine demons shrugged their shoulders with reluctance. Old monster Jiao had indeed promised them a divine demon Nirvana elixir each after they returned to the absolute beginning divine world. Qin Shi owed old monster Jiao a favor, but now that old monster Jiao was dead, the things he had promised would be impossible to retrieve. They had worked in vain. We made the trip in vain and almost lost our lives, a chaotic divine demon said. It was not in vain. We got to see how powerful the Sword Emperor and Emperor Bai were. With the restrictions placed on the earth, them guarding this era would be all too easy. We may be chaotic divine demons, but we are no match for them. They could even take down Lord Jiao. We are nothing but small fry to them. We should lie low for this period of time. If we anger or offend Emperor Bai or the Sword Emperor, we won't even get the chance to escape. Only 3,000 more years until the link passage at Heaven's horizon opens. Let's just stay put. The chaotic divine demons had made their decision. Soon, they all left one by one, including Qin-Chi. As they left, the news regarding the battle spread across the eternal chaotic world to the ears of the ancient era experts that had just awoken. 90% of the awakened ancient era experts were chaotic divine demons. They were all shocked by the news. Lord Jiao of the Holy Land is dead. Lord Jiao ruled the ancient battlefields, but he died at the hands of 2 chaotic realm punks. Emperor Bai and that Sword Emperors seemed to be impressive chaotic realm experts, especially that Sword Emperor slaughtering a dozen chaotic divine demons alone and sending the rest to run for their lives. Without a doubt, killing chaotic divine demons like us is like killing livestock to them. Even Lord Jiao and Qin-Chi had to run for their lives. Whether you could escape successfully was a different question altogether. We have got to watch our backs. We can't afford to offend them. It took me so much effort to wake up. I'm not going to lose my life to Emperor Bai or the Sword Emperor. The newly awoken ancient era experts had had their reservations towards Emperor Bai in the past, but they did not fear him. To a lot of the chaotic divine demons, even if they were no match for Emperor Bai, they could easily escape. But after that battle, they had a better understanding of Emperor Bai and Jian Wushuang. It was evident that Emperor Bai and Jian Wushuang could easily kill chaotic divine demons, especially Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang killed chaotic divine demons as if he was slaughtering chickens. Of course, the chaotic divine demons feared him. They kept their heads down and dared not offend the Sanctuary Alliance. Even the experts beyond chaotic divine demon levels started being careful. They only had one life after all. Chapter 2255 Can do I a secluded dark void within the eternal chaotic world. Lord Bingshan, these are the resources you need. The quantity may be lower than what you expected, but I have tried my best. The veiled, white-clothed woman Lung Rushua stood there and handed a Qian Kun ring to a burly man with a height of more than 3 meters. He was like a mountain. The burly man received the Qian Kun ring, glanced at it, and nodded. With this, I can ensure my powers will not deteriorate in the short term. Thank you, Miss Lung. You're too kind, Lord Bingshan, Lung Rushua replied humbly. Master instructed me to ensure you are restored to your full powers. We need you to eradicate the restrictions on the land. Eradicate them completely? Bingshan shook his head. With my current abilities, that's impossible. Lord Bingshan, you could not do it alone. But what if you had help from the awoken ancient divine demons? Lung Rushua asked. Still impossible. Bingshan continued to shake his head. I got someone to do the calculations. There were many experts that were not able to escape, but more of them are weak. They are only chaotic divine demons. Unfortunate experts beyond chaotic divine demon levels, like myself, are scarce. Furthermore, more than half of the experts in sleep have died. They can no longer be woken up. That leaves us with less than 100 ancient era experts. Even with 100 men under your leadership, it should be enough to eradicate the restrictions. After all, there are not many experts around in this era. Lung Rushua was puzzled. If my opponent were cultivators from the current era, I could take them down easily, no problem. But the geezers from the 7-star divine realm have woken up as well. They will not watch me eradicate the restrictions. This is 7-star divine realm. After all, Bingshan replied, although most 7-star black sect experts were slain during that battle, A few survived. Those were the strongest, beyond chaotic divine demon levels. Even that Emperor 13 survived, and I heard had been active way before we woke up. Yes, Lung Rushua nodded. Emperor 13 appeared twice before you woke up and demonstrated terrifying powers. Emperor 13 was one of the reasons the Blood Emperor died. Emperor 13 may be powerful, but you should be able to resist him, right? Lung Rushua asked casually. Resist? Bing Shan flinched and smiled bitterly. In terms of the level of cultivation base, we are indeed the same. Even if I were slightly stronger than him in terms of cultivation base, that cannot represent the true powers. Emperor 13 went one-on-one against the Master of Holy Land, whereas I would be killed with a flick of that person's wrists. Furthermore, that Sword Emperor could alter and shake the restrictions placed on a land based on power alone, reaching half-step divine demon levels. I cannot go against that. Bing Shan had been an equally famous elite expert during the ancient era. Besides the 7-star Black Sect experts that had not managed to escape during the ancient battle, the strongest person around was likely Bing Shan. He was much stronger than even Blood Emperor. He was strong, but he also knew his limits. In terms of cultivation bases, he was no worse than Emperor 13. But as for his true strength, you could tie 10 Bing Shans together, and that still would not be enough to go against Emperor 13. With Emperor 13 and those 7-star Black Sect geezers, it's a joke to say we could eradicate the restrictions, Bing Shan said. Right? Aren't those experts going to activate the link passage at Heaven's Horizon 3,900 years later? If they could send a batch of experts over here, we could completely eradicate the 7-star Black Sect. No way! Lung Rushua shook her head. In the first era, Master and the others tried doing this, but they all died along with the many cultivators of that era. Only 3 people survived from that batch of experts. But as the restriction on the Earth expands, the formation gets stronger. Master and the others could find a way to barely open a space tunnel for us, but it would be impossible to send experts over unless Master and the others sacrificed their lives for it. Air! Bing Shan was stunned and smiled bitterly. Lung Ruksha's master was one of those few lords from the absolute beginning divine world. They were mighty and at high positions. They could accept if they had to pay a lighter price. But sacrificing their own lives just to eradicate the 7-star Black Sect? How could they agree to that? If that is the case, we have no choice, Bing Shan said. We don't have a choice. We can only let this place survive. This piece of land has been sealed up by that formation anyway. There's no way any experts could come from this land anymore. The 7-star Black Sect poses no threat towards the absolute beginning divine world. Lung Rushua smiled. But at that moment, Bing Shan's gaze shifted. Lord Bing Shan, what is it? Lung Rushua looked over. I just received the news. Jiao He is dead, Bing Shan said solemnly. Old monster Jiao. Lung Rushua frowned. Jiao, he was Old Monster Jiao's full name. Not many people knew that. How could that be? Besides Lord Bing Shan, yourself, Emperor 13, and the other experts, who else could have killed him? Lung Rushua was puzzled. According to the news, Sword Emperor and Emperor by from this era took him down. Although another expert came to help, he simply prevented Jiao He from escaping, Bing Shan said. Chapter 2256 from 2 different worlds, Sword Emperor? Emperor Bai? Lung Rushua was shocked. Looks like I underestimated these chaotic realm rascals of this era. This Sword Emperor and Emperor Bai, they are good. Especially that Sword Emperor, he slaughtered more than a dozen divine demons while surrounded by 20-odd chaotic divine demons and with lightning speed as well. With the restrictions placed on this land, even I may not be equipped to go against him. Bing Shan smiled, but he was full of praise for Jian Wushuang. To have reached that level at a chaotic realm, he would have been considered a genius back at the absolute beginning divine world. Sword Emperor, Jian Wushuang, Lung Rushua gave a strange smile. When the link passage at Heaven's Horizon opens in 3,900 years, I'll make my way directly back to the absolute beginning divine world. I won't get to see him anymore. Haha, he said he wanted to save that stupid woman. Looks like that was no more than a joke. Lung Rushiwe had always had contempt for Jian Wushuang. That was despite Jian Wushuang's jaw-dropping speed of improvement in the eternal chaotic world. Jian Wushuang had surpassed her expectations multiple times, but none of that had changed Lung Ruxia's opinion of him. After all, Lung Rushiwe was certain she and Jian Wushuang had come from two different worlds in the very beginning. It was true that Jian Wushuang was extremely talented, but his talents were only limited to that world. He was stuck there with no way of leaving those lands. Of course, his achievements were limited. To Lung Rushiwe, Jian Wushuang had already peaked. Jian Wushuang had no chance of improving, but she was different. She had the heavenly body and a master of holy land-level teacher behind her. 3,900 years later, she would head towards the absolute beginning divine world through that link tunnel and truly begin to emerge. She would rise step by step in the absolute beginning divine world, eventually surpassing her master. But Jian Wushuang would forever be trapped in that land. Chaotic realm would be the highest attainable for him. Poor Jian Wushuang, Lung Rushiwe shook her head and laughed. The moment news of old monster Jiao's death spread, Jian Wushuang made his way to another void at lightning speed. Before long, he was in a dark void and saw a white-haired elder standing there quietly. The white-haired elder squinted his eyes. He was like a ball of air, no aura exuding from him at all. He stood there as if he was waiting for Jian Wushuang to arrive. Jian Wushuang's eyes were fixed on the elder the moment he saw him. It's him after all. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and stepped forward. Young Jian Wushuang, I am here to pay respects to the one-star man, Jian Wushuang said respectfully. The respect was sincere. The white-haired elder indeed deserved the respect of Jian Wushuang. He was greatly indebted to Jian Wushuang. Back at the Buddhist Demon Sea, as Jian Wushuang was being chased down by Acheron Palace, at the edge of life and death when old monster Jiao's dragon had attempted to eat Jian Wushuang. It had been him. He had saved Jian Wushuang's life. Not only had the one-star man stopped the black water dragon, but he had also provided Jian Wushuang with a decent opportunity before escorting Jian Wushuang out of the Buddhist Demon Sea. One-star man had both guided and saved him. Jian Wushuang naturally had great respect for him. Jian Wushuang also knew that the great hand that had stopped old monster Jiao outside Thunderbolt Island had been performed by the one-star man, Jian Wushuang. Lad, that is your name? One-star man opened his calm, stagnant eyes and glanced upon Jian Wushuang. Yes, Jian Wushuang nodded. I watched you fight, old monster Jiao. It's only been a few thousand years, but your powers have improved so much. One-star man was impressed and shocked. When he first met Jian Wushuang at the Buddhist Demon Sea, he had been but a real god lad. Even though he already had good fighting power, old monster Jiao, one-star man, and maybe even the dragon could take down Jian Wushuang easily. To be able to force old monster Jiao to such a predicament, I think even I am no match for you, one-star man said casually. Nonsense. Your powers are limitless, but only restricted to the rules of this land. If not for that, you could take down thousands of lads like me in an instant, Jian Wushuang laughed. He was flattering him, but there was some truth in it as well. He could only take down the ancient era experts due to the restrictions. Without it, even a chaotic divine demon could have pressed him down. Indeed, experts like old monster Jiao and one-star man could have killed him without wasting a single breath. Haha, you talk well. One-star man laughed in a way that may or may not have been genuine. Jian Wushuang straightened himself and said, Thank you so much for your help. If not for you, old monster Jiao would have escaped. It's nothing, one-star man waved his hand. I just happened to be around. Old monster Jiao was from the Holy Land, my enemy since the beginning. My consciousness incarnation fought him several times back in the Buddhist demon sea. I would never miss the chance to take him down. Thank you regardless. Jian Wushuang was still very grateful. Oh yes, if you are free. Would you care to join me at Thunderbolt Island? Thunderbolt Island? It's okay. One Star Man shook his head. Even though I have awakened, it won't be for long. I do not wish to tangle myself up with the experts of this era. Jian Wushuang was disappointed. Jian Wushuang asked again, Senior, did you wake up for the link passage at Heaven's Horizon? Yes, One Star Man nodded as his gaze turned solemn. Chapter 2257 Reincarnation Pearl. The link passage was formed by the hands of those masters of Holy Land at the absolute beginning divine world. The last time the passage was formed, I was in such a bad condition I could not even awaken. But this time is different. 7-star black sect experts, myself and many more have all awakened. We are afraid the absolute beginning divine world may send another batch of experts to ignite a war. One Star Man's voice was solemn. Jian Wushuang could not help but sink into despair. One Star Man's worries were the same as his. The last time the link passage had opened, absolute beginning divine world had sent many experts down to clear the land. Luckily, experts of the first era had given it their all and sacrificed much to protect the land they stood on. But if they were to send another batch of experts... But it's obvious I am overthinking it. The formation that sealed up the land is way more powerful than it was before. Unless the masters of Holy Land are willing to sacrifice their own lives to open the passage, I don't think they will ever do it. One Star Man laughed. Jian Wushuang heaved a sigh of relief. Emperor 13 had said the same thing previously, but he dared not be complacent. Does it mean you intend to resume sleeping after the link passage closes 3,900 years later? Jian Wushuang asked. Indeed, One Star Man nodded. Though the formation sealed this earth away from absolute beginning divine world, giving the 7-star divine realm and 7-star black sect a chance to survive, the formation takes 99% of spiritual energy from this land to operate. In such an environment, sleeping is the only way to survive. From what One Star Man said, he learned that the cultivating environment was deteriorating due to the formation. Senior, I know a cultivating environment that is way better than eternal chaotic world. And the spiritual energy rises across time. Maybe you should go there, Jian Wushuang said. Such a place exists. One Star Man was shocked. My hometown, Green Fire World. I could take you there if you want, Jian Wushuang said. No rush. I still have some resources to move around. It's been so long since I woke up, I'm not in a hurry to go back to sleep, but I'll consider heading there once the link passage closes. One Star Man laughed. I will be there to receive you, Jian Wushuang smiled. Oh, if I'm not wrong, you've mastered a bit of reincarnation rules of order. One Star Man asked him suddenly. Yes, Jian Wushuang nodded. He knew One Star Man was a super expert in space-time rules. Every move he made contained terrifying reincarnation power. It was normal that he could sense that Jian Wushuang had mastered a bit of reincarnation rules of order as well. When I last met you at the Buddhist demon sea, I gave you an opportunity, but that was my consciousness embodiment at that time, and that opportunity will be meaningless for you now. Let me pass you something else. One Star Man took out a gray pearl. The gray pearl exuded a gray murky aura and looked very mysterious. This is... Jian Wushuang looked at it confused. Something I made in my pinnacle period, the reincarnation pearl. Not very powerful, but it has a small-scaled reincarnation for you to master a bit of reincarnation rules of order. You only made contact with reincarnation doctrine, not the full reincarnation rules of order yet. It should benefit you, One Star Man smiled. Thank you. Jian Wushuang took it without hesitation and was elated. You're welcome. Remember, after the link passage closes, I'll be bothering you at Green Fire World. Don't go complaining at that time, One-Star Man smiled. No way. Your presence would be Green Fire World's honor, Jian Wushuang replied. It was true. If it were another ancient era expert, even from the 7-star Black Sect, Jian Wushuang may not have invited them over, because he did not know how those experts were. But One-Star Man was different. He was indebted to him, and after 2 interactions, Jian Wushuang could tell he had no ill intentions. Jian Wushuang naturally welcomed him to the Green Fire World. Now that's settled, I'll make a move first, One-Star Man said and vanished. Jian Wushuang sent him off respectfully, heaving a sigh of relief after One-Star Man had left his soul-sensing range. He gazed upon that reincarnation pearl. Reincarnation pearl? This gray pearl? He thought of the gray pearl that helped with inverse cultivation. The reincarnation pearl had a similar material to the inverse cultivation gray pearl, but it gave Jian Wushuang a completely different feeling. Without much thought, Jian Wushuang left. Not long after Jian Wushuang had left, a figure reappeared at that void. It was One-Star Man. He still had that faint smile on his face, but now he was holding on to a transmission token. As per your instructions, I've passed the pearl to the lad. I told him the pearl would help him with reincarnation power, but not its real purpose, One-Star Man said. Understood. A cold voice came from the other side of the token. One-Star Man smiled and left. Chapter 2258. Samsara. After the fight at Thunderbolt Island, most awoken ancient era experts were shocked and decided to simply stay put. The peace of the eternal chaotic world was restored. Jian Wushuang returned to Green Fire World, Wushuang City. In the secret room, Jian Wushuang sat there cross-legged. In front of him was a floating gray pearl. It was the reincarnation pearl. Jian Wushuang closed his eyes as his consciousness entered the reincarnation pearl. Indeed, there was a small reincarnation inside that contained strong reincarnation rules of order. For Jian Wushuang, it was extremely profound. One-Star Man handed me something really useful for my reincarnation rules of order. Jian Wushuang smiled and immersed himself in enlightenment. Time passed relentlessly as 3,700 years passed by. There were only 200 more years till the heavens' horizons link passage opened. That was a very short period of time. Wushuang City in a large manor. The manor had lush flowers and other sorts of fauna full of life. Jian Wushuang stood there with his eyes shut, hands clenched upon the Blood Mountain sword. Reincarnation! A flower, since its germination, to its blooming, to its withering, will only take months or even days. In such a short period of time, it has undergone one cycle. A tree from its sprout to its eventual natural death, or perhaps it was chopped down one cycle. A man, from life to death, a cycle. Jian Wushuang was murmuring. Suddenly he pulled out his sword. He gradually lifted the Blood Mountain sword, then plunged it towards the void in front. It seemed like a normal, powerless jab, but immediately a reincarnation force came pouring out. The lush manor garden immediately withered upon contact with the reincarnation power, losing all signs of life. But that was the beginning. The moment those flowers withered, new ones grew to replace it, then they withered again. From germination to its withering, from withering to new life, the fauna in the manor seemed to be stuck in a cycle. This is reincarnation. Jian Wushuang opened his eyes and gave a faint smile upon seeing it. From life to death, one cycle. From death to life, another cycle. Reincarnation is the cycle between life and death. This sword brings about reincarnation power, allowing life around it to rest and be brought back to life. I shall name the sword Move Samsara, Jian Wushuang smiled. Samsara was the name of that sword move. It had been a long time since Jian Wushuang had created his own sword principle. Ever since he had the sword principle Xian Luo with him, he had only focused on increasing his own understanding of general swordsmanship, The sword Principal Xianluo was enough. Sword Principal Xianluo was impressive. But at the end of the day, it was the product of others. It suited Jian Wushuang, but he may not have been able to fully exert the power of it. But self-created sword skills were different. With his own sword principle, he could master it. With samsara, only Jian Wushuang would be able to demonstrate its full power. Others would find it impossible to fully understand the hidden secrets behind the sword principle. The small reincarnation power within the reincarnation pearl. I learn it for 3,700 years. I'm still far away from one-star man, though. I may be able to use samsara based upon my reincarnation rules of order to affect fauna, but not humans yet. If I attained a higher understanding of reincarnation rules of order to affect cultivators, I could make them reincarnate from life to death, and from death to life in front of me. That would be scary, Jian Wushuang murmured. He knew he was far away from that goal. As he was deep in thought, a figure slowly walked over. Emperor Bai, what brings you here today? Jian Wushuang smiled. It was Emperor Bai. I'm here for something, Emperor Bai said as he looked at the surrounding manor. The flowers in the manor were still going through life and death. What a cryptic method, Emperor Bai was shocked. A mere parlor trick, Jian Wushuang smiled. Emperor Bai gave Jian Wushuang a deep look with a strange expression on his face. 3,700 years ago at Thunderbolt Island, Jian Wushuang's power had already shocked him. At that time, he realized Jian Wushuang's power was perhaps slightly more powerful than him. But now, he realized Jian Wushuang had become more unfathomable than before. Evidently, he had improved tremendously. Jian Wushuang was way ahead of him. The speed of Jian Wushuang's progress is really scary, Emperor Bai exclaimed secretly. Jian Wushuang, I heard you were looking for someone all these years. That person was the original Holocaust sect leader, right? Jian Wushuang flinched, but he admitted without answering. The sect leader was Lung Rushue. Since the battle against 3 emperors ruled 30,000 years ago, Lung Rushue had disappeared. He had used the Sanctuary Alliance to help track her down as well, to no avail. But now, Emperor Bai had come down personally. Did you find her? Jian Wushuang asked. Indeed, Emperor Bai nodded. Eternal chaotic world seems peaceful these years, but trouble is brewing behind the scenes, especially those ancient era experts. More have awoken these past 3,000 years. Chapter 2259. The only chance the ancient era experts that woke up have kept their hands to themselves for now in the eternal chaotic world, but their numbers are many. The Sanctuary Alliance would make compromises at times. Recently, we formed a line of communication with them as well. The Sanctuary Alliance learnt not too long ago that it was the Holocaust sect leader that spread the news regarding the opening of the Link Passage. Many ancient era experts were awakened personally by the sect leader, Emperor Bai said. Jian Wushuang frowned, but his gaze did not change much. Based on what the Sanctuary Alliance knows, the sect leader has a close relationship with one superexistence at the absolute beginning divine world. 200 years later, this sect leader will likely head towards absolute beginning divine world as well. Emperor Bai glanced at Jian Wushuang. He had known long ago about the relationship between Jian Wushuang and the sect leader. That was why he had informed Jian Wushuang as soon as possible. And as he expected, Jian Wushuang's face turned extremely sour after hearing it. Lung Rushue will head over 200 years later, Jian Wushuang murmured, and could not help but clench his fists. No, I cannot let that happen. If she heads for the absolute beginning divine world, it'll lose Shuang. Jian Wushuang knew people of the current era could not pass through that link passage towards absolute beginning divine world. They were all cultivators of the 7-star divine realm. Experts on the other side would definitely slaughter them for that. But the link passage was the only way into the absolute beginning divine world. If Lung Rushue were to pass through it, He could not do anything about it. He would lose his wife. When the link passage opens 200 years later, I must block her. Jian Wushuang clenched his fists. Emperor Bai had obviously read Jian Wushuang's mind. The man behind the Holocaust sect leader is very powerful in absolute beginning divine world, one of the super experts at Master of Holy Land level. The link passage was opened with the help of him and others. With such a huge background, no awoken ancient era expert dares to offend the Holocaust sect leader. It'll be tough for you to block her. Jian Wushuang's face darkened. He knew what Emperor Bai had said was true. If he were to block Lung Ruxue when she entered with the other ancient era experts, the rest would gang up on him like a hive of bees. Meaning to say, if he wanted to block Lung Ruxue, he would need to go through all the ancient era experts. Shuang is my wife, suppressed by Lung Ruxue. If Lung Ruxue heads towards absolute beginning divine world, I'll never see my wife again. 200 years later, at the heavens horizon, will be my only chance. I have no choice. Regardless of the price I have to pay, I must block her. Jian Wushuang's eyes were twinkling brightly. He was determined. He knew it would be difficult to block Lung Ruxue from the ancient era experts. But he had to do it, whatever the cost, even if it meant giving away his life. Understood, do what you must. The Sanctuary Alliance, and I will assist you all the way, he said. Thank you, Jian Wushuang said gratefully. No problem, I'll go make the preparations, Emperor Bai said and left. Only Jian Wushuang was left at the manor. 200 years later, heaven's horizon. My only chance. Jian Wushuang was determined. He had to make his move by then. Naturally, he'd have to prepare for it. Emperor 13. Jian Wushuang took out his transmission token. What is it? A cold and emotionless voice responded. 200 years later, the link passage at Heaven's Horizon will open. I need to block one person, but the others will certainly prevent it from happening, Jian Wushuang said. He knew Emperor 13 would understand the meaning behind his words. He was asking for help. Understood, Emperor 13 replied coldly. Jian Wushuang was shocked. Understood? That was it. Jian Wushuang knew that it probably meant that Emperor 13 had agreed to help. After a deep breath, he took out another token. It was One Star Man's transmission token. He had received it from him when he had passed the reincarnation pearl as well. Now he could keep in contact with him. One Star Man, Jian Wushuang said respectfully. What is it, lad? One Star Man's voice was still mild. Jian Wushuang explained the situation and finally asked, I was hoping you could help me. That's it. One Star Man laughed. No problem. I will try to block them from leaving anyway. I'll even get my friends to help. It was a bit of a stretch to go against so many ancient era experts with him, Emperor Bai and the Sanctuary Alliance. But with Emperor 13 and One Star Man's help, things would go much more smoothly. And One Star Man would call up his friends as well. His friends were undoubtedly 7-star black sect experts that had woken up. Chapter 2260 Family Jian Wushuang felt much more confident, with the help of Emperor 13 and One Star Man. What he did not know was, after ending transmission with the One Star Man, somewhere in the eternal chaotic world, he was giving off a devious laugh. I was thinking about how to make him make his move at Heaven's Horizon, but he approached me instead. Perfect. Within Wushuang City, Jian Wushuang was prepping himself for the task 200 years from then. There was not much he could improve in 200 years. What he needed to do was straighten things out. Heaven's Horizon would be different 200 years from now. Previous experiences had shown him that experts all had their limits, but he would face ancient era experts. To them, he was no more than a chaotic realm rascal. It would prove difficult to block Lung Ruxue. The dangers that lurked were far beyond Jian Wushuang's imagination. He had a feeling that he might not make it out. Therefore, he needed to settle and prepare everything, in case he never got a chance to after Heaven's Horizon. Luckily, Green Fire World and Lineage of Stars had both improved immensely and were way more powerful than before, especially Green Fire World, from which countless experts emerged. Even without Jian Wushuang guarding Green Fire World and Lineage of Stars, no one would dare mess with them. Jian Wushuang simply needed to give the command. Wushuang City, still within the big manor. 3 figures sat around the stone table. They were Jian Wushuang, Wang Yuan, and Su Rou. They were drinking. Haha, what a blast! Old 3! It's been some time since we had such a gathering. Wang Yuan laughed as he looked at Jian Wushuang. If old 3's not training, he's fighting for Green Fire World and Eternal Chaotic World. Unlike you. Su Rou glanced Wang Yuan. Haha, true, Wang Yuan nodded. Jian Wushuang joined them and drank with the 2 brothers he had met in the ancient worlds. They were all elated. It's a pity that old 2's not here, Wang Yuan sighed. Jian Wushuang's face changed. Old 2 Yang Zishuan had died at the hands of the Devil Church, along with Tang Emperor and Emperor Shao. It was like a thorn in their hearts. I heard that at the Ancient Era Experts' hometown absolute beginning divine world, there are super beings that could reverse time and revive the dead. Maybe they could bring back old 2, Jian Wushuang said. Easily said, but where do we find them? Wang Yuan shrugged his shoulders. Jian Wushuang was dumbfounded too. Indeed, he had inquired after Jian Er if there indeed existed someone that could reverse time and bring back the dead. Jian Er said he had heard legends about it, but he did not know who had done it or how he had obtained those powers. But to Jian Er, it had to be at least a master of Holy Land. Even those are few and far between at the absolute beginning divine world, much less the eternal chaotic world. The strongest person he knew was Emperor 13. But at Emperor 13's pinnacle, he could only wrestle master of Holy Land experts. It's impossible for now. Maybe when the chance comes, Jian Wushuang said. Wang Yuan and Su Rou nodded. Like that, they drank for 3 days and 3 nights before leaving. After they had left, a man and a woman appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. Father, mother! Jian Wushuang stood up and smiled. They were his parents, Jian Nantian and Ji Wuming. Shuang-er, I heard you're making preparations for Heaven's Horizon. Jian Nantian glanced at Jian Wushuang. Jian Nantian, as an emperor god and the leader of the Green Fire World, naturally knew about the secrets of the eternal chaotic world. Indeed, Jian Wushuang nodded. For Lung Rushuang. Jian Nantian. Yes, Jian Wushuang nodded. Father, you should understand. I do. Jian Nantian looked at him solemnly. Of course. He knew Jian Wushuang's objective and his determination. He knew him. Some time ago, for Ji Wuming, he had given up too much. Through luck, he had been reunited with Ji Wuming. Now it was his son's turn. I do not know much about the Ancient Era experts, but I trust you, Jian Nantian said. Do it. Remember, you are a man. Understood. Jian Wushuang nodded and looked at Ji Wuming. The latter looked at him with concern and without saying much, but that look alone was enough to warm Jian Wushuang up. Father, mother, there is still some time between now and the opening of the Link Passage. Let's spend some family time together, Jian Wushuang laughed. Sure. Jian Nantian and Ji Wuming did not refuse. The 3 of them made their way around Green Fire World. Green Fire World was huge and impossible to fully cover in 200 years, even with their skills. Jian Wushuang could only head to familiar places. Like Tang of the East, Jian Wushuang had fought against Lung Di, Dao Yuanzi's Crimson God clone, and Xia clan. He had wed Lung Rushuang there as well. The place contained many memories, but since Tang Emperor, Emperor Shao, and Yang Zishuan had died, and Tang of the East had been eradicated, there was nothing left. Chapter 2261. Everything changed. Jian Wushuang and his parents did not stay at Tang of the East for long. Next stop, they went to the Star Foggy Sea. He had become a disciple of the lineage of stars there. learnt the secret skills of Star Palace, and met King of Venomous Worms. The Star-Foggy Sea was still a dangerous place, managed by two people. They were Lord Spirit Sound and King of Venomous Worms. King of Venomous Worms had long stopped leeching off of Jian Wushuang and stayed at Star-Foggy Sea. Occasionally, he would morph into a human and roam around Green Fire World. The few drops of ancient clan blood essence were enough for him to live on for a long period of time. As for Lord Spirit Sound was from the ancient era, and Jian Wushuang was sure that she was not the insignificant character she claimed to be. Lord Spirit Sound was under the 7-star Black Sect camp. Only the fittest survived that war. Lord Spirit Sound should be no exception. But if Lord Spirit Sound was not willing to divulge her identity and abilities, Jian Wushuang would not force the matter. Lord Spirit Sound had stayed in the Star-Foggy Sea ever since. They spun around without bothering either of them and left. Next, he was at the Firmament Territory. Firmament Territory seemed like a humble frontier in the Green Fire World, but it meant worlds to Jian Wushuang. It was where the ancient sect was. The ancient sect was the sect Jian Wushuang had truly joined besides the lineage of Star, and he had always felt a sense of belonging there. There he had met his master Xian Yi, and his life had changed since. Even then, he was confused about why Xian Yi appeared within the ancient sect, and why he had taken him as his disciple. He had never understood it, but he knew for sure that he would not be the man he was without his master. Ancient Sect was in the middle of a large mountain range. He stood on the void above the Ancient Sect, watching over everything. Ever since Green Fire World's cultivating environment had changed tremendously, every frontier had been affected, and Firmament Territory was no exception. Thinking back, there had only been 4 Dao Masters at Ancient Sect, and they were considered extremely strong. Now, Dao Masters, they were nothing more than ants. Green Fire World now had countless cultivators of Dao Master level and above. They even had plentiful Heaven Masters, Sector Gods, and Real Gods. Ancient Sect has managed to remain standing after all those years, not only due to Jian Wushuang, but because they had 3 Almighties. One of them was his brother Shui, Ling Tian. He had 3 clan brothers, but after the war between the Jin Kingdom, only Shui Ling Tian had survived. He now held a high position within the Green Fire World. Next was Jian Wushuang's own lineal disciple Lin Lan. Lin Lan had limited talents. His original limit had been at Real God, but she had an incredible master, and Jian Wushuang doted on her a lot. Jian Wushuang had gone through several methods to help her break through, and had finally helped her reach Sir God after consuming a high-level elixir found by Wang Yuan. But Jian Wushuang would only help her up to the Sir God level. Jian Wushuang could make her an Emperor God with enough resources, but it was not necessary. Being a Sir God was enough for her to roam the eternal chaotic world. Wushuang, you want to go down and take a look? Jian Nantian asked. Jian Nantian and Ji Wuming had been beside Jian Wushuang for some time, but realized he had not moved an inch. It's fine. Jian Wushuang waved his hand. There was no need to interact with the ancient sect cultivators. He made frequent contact with Shui Lingtian and Lin Lan anyway. Next, let's head to Ancient Worlds, Jian Wushuang said. Ancient Worlds? Nanyang Land? Jian Nantian flinched. Nanyang Land was where they had been born. And the Sword Marquis Mansion, the Sword Pavilion. Jian Wushuang remembered that when he was young, he had trained like mad to take over from his father as master of Sword Pavilion. The last time he had been there, he had known that the Sword Marquis Mansion in Nanyang Land had been eradicated, but its successors had remained. Jian Wushuang and his parents made their way there and started searching. Even after countless generations, they could sense them via bloodline. Not long after, they found the descendants of the Sword Marquis Mansion. Unexpectedly, they came to a large imperial city of a great dynasty. His descendants, the Jian clan, were the royal family. They were in their prime. Not bad, huh? Jian Nantian looked at the imperial city from above with interest. I requested the ancient sect to take care of the descendants, to make sure the lineage does not end. They should have followed my request, and nothing more. Really impressive that they could make a dynasty out of it, Jian Wushuang laughed. The last time he had been at the ancient worlds, only a few people of the Sword Marquis Mansion survived, and they were mediocre. But after a few thousands of years, everything had changed. Not only had the Sword Marquis Mansion lineage passed things down, but they also created a dynasty. It's a shame they won't recognize us ancestors, Jian Nantian said. Of course, Jian Wushuang smiled. Tens of thousands of years was not considered too long at Green Fire World or Eternal Chaotic World, but it was too long for the ancient worlds. The Sword Marquis Mansion had seen countless generations across those years. Of course, the descendants would not know about them. They would not know about the Sword Marquis Mansion or Jian Wushuang. The person they worshipped now was the great man that started the dynasty 1,000 years ago. Despite Jian Wushuang being endlessly stronger than that clansman, they did not recognize him. Let's go. Jian Wushuang waved his hand and they left. Chapter 2262. Set off, Jian Wushuang and his parents went to visit many other places. 200 years passed in the blink of an eye. Green Fire World, Wushuang City. A large number of people were gathered there. All of the higher-ups from the Green Fire World and lineage of stars were there. Jian Wushuang was in front of everyone. Sword Emperor. Emperor Bai wants to tell you that the Sanctuary Alliance is ready. Once you are ready to go, they can send you to Heaven's Horizon immediately, one of the Emperor God from Sanctuary Alliance said. Understood. Jian Wushuang nodded his head as he looked at the people in front of him. Among these people were his family members, his brothers, his good friends, and his disciples. Jian Wushuang looked at them with mixed feelings. Brother, Wang Yuan said as he gave Jian Wushuang a bottle of elixir. Wang Yuan, what is this? Jian Wushuang asked, curious. There are 2 elixirs inside this bottle. It took me some effort to make it. Take it. You might need it at Heaven's Horizon, Wang Yuan said. Jian Wushuang opened the bottle in disbelief. He was stunned when he saw the 2 elixirs. Both the elixirs were cream in color and radiated a seductive fragrance. Many experts yearned to have these elixirs. Jian Wushuang recognized this type of elixir. 7 Treasure Divine Elixir. Jian Wushuang was pleasantly surprised. He had had of these elixirs a long time ago. Emperor Bai had given him one when he first sneaked into the 3 Emperors' world, so he could use it just in case his life was in danger. However, Jian Wushuang had still not made use of it. Now Wang Yuan was giving him 2 of these elixirs. Back in the ancient past, the 7 Treasure Divine Elixir was an extremely high-grade elixir and was very beneficial for Jian Wushuang. This elixir recovered divine power extremely quickly. When Jian Wushuang was still in the first phase of the 7th step inverse cultivation, one of these elixirs was enough for him to recover all of his divine power. Now that he was in the ultimate phase of the 7th step inverse cultivation, he had much more divine power than before. However, the 7 Treasure Divine Elixir was still an extremely useful elixir. Jian Wushuang estimated that all of his divine power could be recovered if he took all 3 7 Treasure Divine Elixirs at the same time. Divine power was extremely important for Jian Wushuang as he was in the 7th step inverse cultivation and he possessed the perfect chaotic holy body. If he could recover most of his divine power within a short period of time, it would be equivalent to him having many extra lives. Wang Yuan, older brother, since when can you make such an incredible elixir? Jian Wushuang asked Wang Yuan in disbelief. Sai, I wanted to try to make this elixir a long time ago, but I always failed to do so. Recently, I locked myself in the secret room and swore that I would only leave after making at least one of the 7 Treasure Divine Elixirs. I was pretty lucky as I made 2, Wang Yuan smiled. Jian Wushuang heard this and felt really grateful. He knew that Wang Yuan was a very easygoing and lazy man. He was considered the best alchemist in the eternal chaotic world. When people looked for him for his service, he would not bother with them. Even if he agreed because his clients offered him sufficient rewards, he would only make the elixir in his own time. Jian Wushuang thought that Wang Yuan would not try to make the 7-treasure divine elixir, as he had already failed several times. However, Wang Yuan had actually forced himself into a secret room to focus on making this elixir. Jian Wushuang knew that Wang Yuan had done this, as Wang Yuan had gotten to know from Emperor that the 7-treasure divine elixir would be an extremely useful elixir for him. When Jian Wushuang's soul was severely injured and he had gone into deep slumber, Wang Yuan had spent more than 20,000 years making the ice soul elixir, just so that he could recover. Without a doubt, Wang Yuan viewed Jian Wushuang as a true brother. "Thank you, older brother Wang Yuan," Jian Wushuang smiled. "Haha, we are brothers. Why are you so polite?" Wang Yuan smiled casually. "Please return early, bro," Su-ro said with a serious tone. As Jian Wushuang's brother and sister, Su-ro and Wang Yuan both hoped that Jian Wushuang could bring his wife back. After all, Su-ro was not an alchemist like Wang Yuan. All she could do was give him her good wishes. For Jian Wushuang, that was more than enough. "Father, mother, all of you, I shall be on my way." Jian Wushuang waved everyone goodbye as he turned and left. Everyone there had mixed emotions as they watched him leave. "My dear husband, why do I feel like he will not return?" Ji Wuming knitted her eyebrows and said, "What are you talking about? You and I both know how capable Wushuang is. Who in this heaven and earth could beat him? He will definitely come back. Trust me." Jian Nantian comforted her gently. "Yes," Ji Wuming nodded her head. Even though Jian Nantian had spoken firmly, he too was not confident in what had just said. Even he had the feeling that Jian Wushuang would not return. After Jian Wushuang left the Green Fire World, he headed straight for Thunderbolt Island. Numerous great emperors had already gathered on Thunderbolt Island. These great emperors like King Qin Shing, King Luo Yu, and Black Dragon Emperor came from the special tribes, and there were some from the Sanctuary Alliance as well. News of a link passage opening up at Heaven's horizon spread like wildfire across the higher-ups in the eternal chaotic world. Many of the great emperors from the eternal chaotic world would not miss their chance to see it. Whoosh! When Jian Wushuang appeared on Thunderbolt Island, many of the great emperors looked at him respectfully. "Sword Emperor," "Ancient God Emperor." Everyone greeted Jian Wushuang. He nodded his head lightly as he scanned the crowd. However, his gaze paused on Black Dragon Emperor for a short while before moving on. Black Dragon Emperor had a cold aura. She looked at Jian Wushuang with mixed feelings. Everyone knew that she liked Jian Wushuang, but it was a pity he could not love another woman anymore. After Jian Wushuang had rejected her many years ago, she had given up on him. However, she was curious about who Jian Wushuang's wife was and why he kept thinking about her. Jian Wushuang was here for his wife. "Jian Wushuang, you're here," Emperor Bai said as he looked at him. "Yes, the linkway to Heaven's horizon should open any time now. Let us not waste time and go." Jian Wushuang nodded his head slightly and said, "All right, let's go." Emperor Bai ordered as they left for Heaven's horizon. Chapter 2263 Heaven's Horizon. This was the outermost area of the eternal chaotic world. This was where heaven and earth ended. Here there was no life, no mountains or valleys. It was just a space that was dark and misty. This was different from the dark space within the eternal chaotic world. The dark space was extremely vast and seemed endless. On the other hand, there was a limit as there was black mist here. It seemed as though there were restrictions in this dark mist that completely blocked off the eternal chaotic world and the absolute beginning divine world. Jian Wushuang and the other experts took a spaceship and set off from Thunderbolt Island, reached their destination quickly. "Is that Heaven's horizon?" Jian Wushuang stood as he looked at the dark mist in the distance. The dark mist looked so fragile and weak that a gale could simply disperse it. In reality, no ordinary man could open this passageway. "Here is the place," Emperor Bai said with a very serious tone. "This is where the eternal chaotic world ends. Many years ago, during the First Era, many experts from the absolute beginning divine world opened a passageway here and sent in a wave of experts. Most of them were in the divine demon realm. There were also some who were more powerful. That battle was extremely tragic. In that era, countless experts and great emperors sacrificed their lives just to keep this world safe. Now the passageway is about to open again. Who knows if the people over in the absolute, beginning divine world will send in another wave of experts. If another wave comes, it will be a disaster for the eternal chaotic world, as the threat is even greater than that of the 3 emperors whirled back in the past." The great emperors turned pale when they heard what Emperor Bai said. After all these years, they had gotten to know certain secrets from the First Era and the ancient past from the experts from the ancient past who had awakened. They knew why the First Era had ended. They feared the absolute beginning divine world. Do not worry. The reason why the superpowers from the absolute beginning divine world open this passageway is so that those experts from the ancient past who awakened can return. They will not completely destroy the eternal chaotic world, Jian Wushuang said. He had discussed this matter with Emperor 13 and One-Star Man and come to that conclusion. Emperor 13 and One-Star Man confirmed this fact, and Emperor 13 sounded very certain, as a man who could go up against the master of Holy Land. If Emperor 13 said that the absolute beginning divine world would not send in any experts, he should be right. Looks like we are early. Up till now, no expert from the ancient past who awakened has come, the abysmal Saint Master said. The passageway should open in a few days. It is normal for these experts to not come at this time. Let us wait patiently. They should be here soon, Ancestor Tianqin said. Yes, let us wait, Emperor Bai said. The great emperors from the eternal chaotic world started to wait in this space patiently. 2 figures appeared in the distance as they headed towards them at a very fast speed. Here they are. 2 experts from the ancient past. The great emperors from the eternal chaotic world looked over the 2 figures who were heading closer. One was an elder with red hair, while the other was a woman with blue clothes. Their auras were far stronger than that of any ordinary great emperor. Without a doubt, they were experts from the ancient past. They noticed the presence of Jian Wushuang and experts after they reached heaven's horizon. They are from Sanctuary Alliance. Emperor Bai, and that man standing right at the front is Sword Emperor. The elder with red hair and the woman in blue clothes turned pale. They were fearful of Jian Wushuang and Emperor Bai. Both of them were ordinary experts in the divine demon realm. Under the restriction of heaven and earth, the fighting power they had was similar to that of an ordinary stage 3 great emperor. They were nothing compared to Jian Wushuang and Emperor Bai. 3,900 years ago, Jian Wushuang had massacred 11 experts in the divine demon realm. We must be careful. Let us not go over there. If Emperor Bai or the Sword Emperor head towards us, we shall escape immediately, the elder man with red hair said. Yes. The woman in blue clothes nodded her head. They did not know why the group of great emperors from Sanctuary Alliance came to heaven's horizon. They had to be cautious. After all, they would not joke around when their lives were at stake. However, it was evident that Jian Wushuang and Emperor Bai did not want to attack them. They were just gathered there, waiting. Time passed in the blink of an eye. More and more experts reached heaven's horizon. 3 days passed. There was not much time left before the passageway would open. Those experts who wished to leave using the passageway had all reached it. In the dark space before heaven's horizon, figures filled the entire space. Some were gathered in groups, while others gathered in pairs. One could see hundreds of experts in a single glance. So many people. These people are all experts from the ancient past. The weakest among them have the fighting power of a stage 3 great emperor. They are much stronger than us. I have carefully counted. There are 138 experts. 138? Oh my God! The great emperors from the eternal chaotic world felt as though there was something stuck in their dry throats. Simply thinking of 138 experts, with at least the fighting power of a stage 3 great emperor could make one's hair stand on end. Within the eternal chaotic world, only Jian Wushuang, Emperor Baiyan Jian, he had the fighting power of a stage 3 great emperor. Jian, he also came from the ancient past. Luckily, Emperor Bai and the Sword Emperor are around as deterrents. If these experts go wild, Ancestor Tianqin said, indeed, 138 experts from the ancient past would be disastrous for the eternal chaotic world if Jian Wushuang and Emperor Bai were not around. Without them, the Sanctuary Alliance would have no way of controlling these experts. The great emperors from the eternal chaotic world felt glad that they had these two incredibly powerful people as their leaders. Chapter 2264 Lung Rukshu's appearance. While the great emperors from the eternal chaotic world were looking at the experts from the ancient past, the 138 experts were also studying them with interest. Are those experts from the Sanctuary Alliance? Yes. The two leaders, Emperor Bai and Sword Emperor, are incredibly powerful people. Humph. Incredible. Only in this heaven and earth. If they were in the absolute beginning divine world, they would be nothing without the restriction of heaven and earth. Looks like Sanctuary Alliance also knows that the passageway is about to open at heaven's horizon. Why are they here? Who knows? They can do whatever they want as long as they do not stop us from returning to the absolute beginning divine world. We did follow the rules within heaven and earth. We did not provoke Sanctuary Alliance at all. They have no reason to stop us. Even if they want to stop us, they must have the ability to do so. That is true. The experts from the ancient past chatted casually. They did not hide their disdain towards the great emperors from Sanctuary Alliance. Many of them did not even take Emperor Bai and Jian Wushuang seriously. Those experts from the ancient past only feared Emperor Bai and Jian Wushuang due to the presence of restrictions of heaven and earth. Without it, they would be nothing. Even though the great emperors from the eternal chaotic world were angry at the disdainful comments, they did not dare to act out. The passageway is about to open, but the master of the Holocaust sect has yet to appear. Emperor Bai knitted his eyebrows tightly and said, "No hurry. Let us wait patiently," Jian Wushuang said calmly. He had a lot of patience. He knew that Lung Rushue would definitely come if she were to return to the absolute beginning divine world. It would be better if she did not turn up, as that meant she had definitely stayed behind and Jian Wushuang would not need to go up against the experts from the ancient past. Right then, a unique wave appeared from the black mist at heaven's horizon. Countless numbers of waves spread in all directions like ripples on the surface of a lake. The entire dark space was filled by the unique wave. Is it starting? Jian Wushuang and Emperor Bai's irises constricted in shock. Heaven's horizon on its own. This meant that the experts from the absolute beginning divine world on the other side started opening the passageway. The 138 experts from the ancient past also noticed this. They were all elated when they saw the wave gradually getting larger. It is starting. The overlords are opening the passageway. Finally. Am I really going to return to the absolute beginning divine world after being in a slumber for so long? Elation, excitement, anticipation. These emotions were written clearly on the faces of the experts from the ancient past. These experts had been trapped in this heaven and earth for far too long. Ever since this heaven and earth had been sealed off using the Great Formation in the ancient past, they had been completely isolated from their hometown. Their family, friends, and clans were all back in the absolute beginning divine world. Who would not miss their hometown? It was a pity they had not been able to do anything to return for such a long period of time. Today, they had finally got their change to leave. How could they not be elated and excited? At the same time that the change occurred to heaven's horizon, two figures appeared in this space. Jian Wushuang immediately fixed his gaze on one of the figures. "They are finally here," Emperor Bai said as he too looked at the two figures. One of them was a young lady wearing white clothes and a veil. Even though the young lady was wearing a veil and no one could see what she looked like, many of the experts were attracted to her aura. This young lady in white clothes was, without a doubt, Lung Rushue. The man who came with Lung Rushue was over 3 meters tall and was built like a mountain. This buff man was Bing Shan. Lord Bing Shan, Hall Master Lung. The experts from the ancient past controlled their emotions and greeted the two respectfully when they saw who they were. Bing Shan was a very powerful man, inferior to only the Master of Holy Land. Lung Rushue was the lineal disciple of Master of Holy Land. Both had incredible backgrounds. The experts from the ancient past should treat them with respect. Master has already started. If everything goes well, the passageway will be opened in half an hour. However, my master has also told me that they can only keep the passageway open for 10 breaths. There is nothing he can do if we do not leave by then, Lung Rushue said. 10 breaths? If no one were to stop us, we could pass through the passageway almost instantly. However, if someone were to try and stop us, the situation would be different, Bing Shan said coldly. He looked at the experts from Sanctuary Alliance as he said so. At the same time, Jian Wushuang was also looking at them. To be more precise, he was looking at Lung Rushue. Things will not be as smooth sailing as they could be. Lung Rushue smiled lightly. She met Jian Wushuang's eyes. She knew what he was about to do. Jian Wushuang had come for her. How could he allow her to step foot into that passageway? Jian Wushuang moved. He started walking from the space where the great emperors from the Sanctuary Alliance were. "Are you going to do it now?" Emperor Bai knitted his eyebrows and said, "The best time to stop Lung Rushue was when the experts from the ancient past were rushing towards the passageway when it opened. At that point in time, all of the experts from the ancient past would be fixated on returning to the absolute beginning divine world. At that point in time, Jian Wushuang only had to stop one person instead of fighting them all, as the experts would be selfish and would want to go back to absolute beginning divine world immediately. It would be less likely they would be worrying about others if the passageway was right in front of their eyes. After all, the passageway could not last long. Hence, the probability of success was much higher. However, there were also other risks if they were to stop her after the passageway opened. Chapter 2265 Bing Shan Lung Rushue stood very close to heaven's horizon. This was so that she could enter the passageway immediately when it finally opened. This instant would pass very quickly. Even though Lung Rushue had become the leader of the Holika sect, she had never done anything at all, even during the battle back in the Three Emperors world. No one knew how powerful she really was or what kinds of techniques she had up her sleeves. She seemed much more terrifying as no one knew anything about her. If Lung Rushue really had incredible techniques, she could appear within the passageway without giving Jian Wushuang a chance to react at all. Jian Wushuang would not risk that, so he decided to stop her immediately. He would suppress Lung Rushue in front of all of the experts from the ancient past. This was the safest method. However, there were great difficulties that he would face by using this method. Jian Wushuang took 2 steps and appeared in front of Lung Rushue. He stared at Lung Rushue, coldly, not speaking a word. The experts from the ancient past looked at Jian Wushuang in surprise. "Jian Wushuang, it has really been a long time since we last met. Are you still not going to give up?" Lung Rushue fixed her gaze on Jian Wushuang as she teased him slowly. 10,000 years ago, I could not have stopped you from leaving the green fire world. However, I will not allow the same thing to happen twice. I will stop you from leaving this heaven and earth at all costs. Jian Wushuang said in a low voice. At all costs? Even if it costs your life? Leng Rushue teased again. Even if it costs my life, Jian Wushuang said firmly. Ha! You really are infatuated with her. I do not understand which part of her has attracted you so much that you will do anything for her. Leng Rushue smiled. Heartless people like you will not understand these emotions, Jian Wushuang said. Is that the case? Well, I am excited to see how you will stop me from leaving. Leng Rushue smiled. She turned to the well-built man beside her and said, Lord Bingshan, sorry to trouble you, but I need your help. Okay. Bingshan nodded his head. After Head awakened, he had received a direct order from that man from the absolute beginning divine world, which was to escort Leng Rushue back to the absolute beginning divine world safely. Bingshan would give his all because of the person who had given the order. You are the Sword Emperor. Bingshan took a step as his giant body blocked Leng Rushue out of sight. I know that you and Palace Master Leng were friends in the past. However, I suggest that you forget the idea of saving her, or simply forget her altogether. Then you will not have to die and can continue to be one of the most powerful men in this heaven and earth and live your life as you wish. If you persist in trying to stop her from leaving, trust me, my lord can kill you even though there are restrictions on heaven and earth. Is that the case? Sadly, I am a stubborn person. If I make up my mind to do something, I will definitely get it done no matter who gets in my way. Even if your lord were to come into this heaven and earth and stand in front of me, I would not give up. Jian Wushuang smiled mockingly. You really are a stubborn man. If you wish to die so badly, then I will send you on your way. Bingshan's face turned cold as he spoke. He then whipped out a green battle axe and held it in his hand. He did not radiate any blade essence. Bingshan simply stood there, but there were waves of invisible aura spreading in all directions as the surrounding area turned frosty. The freezing space and the freezing air turned into blades as it started to cut experts. Lord Bingshan is about to attack. This Jian Wushuang really has courage. He dares to stand up against Lord Bingshan. Lord Bingshan is one step away from being a master of Holy Land. Even though he is under the restrictions of heaven and earth, his fighting power is still much stronger compared to experts like old monster Jiao. The Sword Emperor is overestimating himself. Does he think that after killing some divine demons and old monster Jiao together with Emperor, by his now invincible in this heaven and earth? He has yet to meet experts like Lord Bingshan. Now that Lord Bingshan is angry, no one will be able to save him. The experts from the ancient past mocked. To them, Bingshan was unbeatable. Within the eternal chaotic world, only Emperor 13, who had awakened not too long ago, could match him. They thought that both Jian Wushuang and Emperor Bai were no match for Bingshan. Jian Wushuang became serious when he saw the ice blades flying towards him. This man is really strong. He held Blood Mountain's sword in his hand as he prepared himself. Bingshan stared at Jian Wushuang with his emotionless eyes. Suddenly, a flash of fierce radiance burst forth from his eyes. Whoosh! Bingshan moved. His body was 3 meters tall and was extremely well built. Even so, he was incredibly fast. As he moved, terrifying tsunamis of blade essence crashed forth. Crash! Him not radiating his blade essence was a choice. When he did, it shocked the world. This sword essence, it is really powerful. Jian Wushuang was shocked. The moment Bingshan attacked, Jian Wushuang knew immediately that Bingshan's understanding of the blade doctrine was far deeper than his understanding of the sword doctrine. This was to be expected. After all, Bingshan was an expert one step away from master of Holy Land. He must have entered the blade doctrine realm. Even under the restrictions of heaven and earth, the blade essence he could use was definitely much more than Jian Wushuang, who was only at initial success in the sword doctrine realm, could. Bingshan swung his blade. His blade swung in a straight line. A shiny blade light lit up. The moment the blade light appeared, whatever space-time there was in this heaven and earth was frozen. The might of heaven and earth then started fusing with the blade light. The blade light then became even brighter and longer. It seemed endless. In one moment, there was only one blade light in front of Jian Wushuang. In the next moment, the entire space in front of Jian Wushuang became saturated with blade lights. Chapter 2266, The Extreme Blade Doctrine. Jian Wushuang stood and looked at the overwhelming blade lights sweeping towards him. It was as though he was drowning in an ocean of blade lights. It was as though he had to force himself to keep still, or else the blade lights would tear him apart. This blade principle is really overpowering, Jian Wushuang commented. He was not afraid to meet this challenge. No matter how incredible Bing Shan's blade skills were, they would not be too powerful in this heaven and earth. Here, only the inverse cultivators were unbeatable, as they were the only ones not affected by the restrictions of heaven and earth. Jian Wushuang drew his sword. The moment he raised his sword, an incredible sword essence swept forth. Hum, hum. As he slashed the space with his right hand, an eerie curve was seen as sword lights appeared. The sword lights were like spider webs as they infested the space around Jian Wushuang. Instantly, a giant web made out of sword lights was formed. The sword web seemed endless, and it was as though it could cocoon and destroy everything. The ocean of blade lights collided into the ocean of blade lights head-on. Uft, uft, uft. There were no deafening explosions or collisions. All that could be heard were divine powers neutralizing each other. Even though the ocean of blade lights looked extremely bright and shiny, it could not tear the web of sword lights apart. Within moments, all of the blade lights disappeared. Whoosh! The figure that appeared out of the ocean of blade lights belonged to Jian Wushuang. No matter how powerful your blade skills are or how deep your understanding of the blade doctrine is, your power is limited to peak chaotic realm. Even though my sword skills are far weaker yours, the power I have is that of the divine demon realm. I can overpower you. I want to see how you are going to go against me. Jian Wushuang said coldly when his figure appeared. A terrifying wave of divine power crashed forth. The divine power was like a vast ocean. Under his guidance, sword essence ran rampant within the space. Winds were blowing at such great speeds that they could tear any great emperor apart easily. This wind then blew towards Bing Shan, trying to suppress him. Jian Wushuang swung his sword. The sword went for its target immediately. A storm had surrounded Bing Shan completely. Sword Principal Xian Luo. Blast rainstorm. Bing Shan stood tall at the center of the storm. The battle axe he was holding radiated gloom. He had an indifferent expression. An unprecedentedly violent and ruthless aura radiated from Bing Shan. It was as though Bing Shan was a demon from hell, not a human cultivator. It was as though he lost his sense of reasoning. Chop, chop, chop. My battle blade does not back off from anyone. My battle bald is unstoppable. My battle blade will destroy all that stands in my way. Even though Bing Shan was in the middle of a storm, he ignored all defense as he continued his attack with his battle blade. Waves of blade lights were emitted from his hands. Every single blade light looked as though it was headed for infinity and beyond. It seemed powerful enough to slice through everything. He went purely on the offense. Crash! The seemingly endless storm was torn apart mercilessly by the blade light as the storm dissipated. The blade light that was headed for infinity and beyond continued for Jian Wushuang fiercely. Jian Wushuang's face turned pale. This man's blade skills. Jian Wushuang had known that Bing Shan's blade skills were far more powerful than his sword skills from his initial attack. Jian Wushuang's understanding of the sword doctrine was nothing compared to Bing Shan's understanding of the blade doctrine. However, he was not afraid, as Bing Shan was under the restrictions of heaven and earth, which limited him to the power of his blade skills. However, Jian Wushuang had underestimated Bing Shan. Back in the absolute beginning divine world, Bing Shan had been one step away from being a master of Holy Land. His understanding of the blade doctrine was already at the peak. He had already formed his own unique blade doctrine. His blade doctrine was to destroy everything that stood in his way, no matter how powerful it was. He would never back down. His sword doctrine was a purely offensive one. His blade would only attack, never defend. In other words, his defense was to destroy everything in front of him with brute force. The best defense is offense. This guy, his blade doctrine is extremely offensive, which has made his attacks unbelievably powerful, Jian Wushuang exclaimed. This was still the case even when Bing Shan could not use the full power of his blade doctrine, as he was under the restrictions of heaven and earth. How powerful was he when he had used such extreme blade skills back in his prime? Jian Wushuang could not picture it. Die! 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 Bing Shan yelled madly. It was as though Bing Shan had been taken over by a demon. His blade skills were headed for infinity and beyond. Waves of terrifying blade skills, which were simple yet overpowering, headed for Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang was stressed. Even though his sword skills were no match for Bing Shan's blade skills, Jian Wushuang thought he could stop the blades with the mixed elements spirit style from sword principal Xian Luo, as his divine power was far stronger than that of Bing Shan. He soon realized that Bing Shan's blade skills were not only overpowering, but also endless. The blade lights hit continuously without giving him a chance to take a break. When Jian Wushuang chose to use mixed element spirit to fend off the attacks, he knew he would be on the passive end, as there was no way he could counterattack. Bing Shan would not give him a chance to do so. This man's blade skill is too terrifying. Jian Wushuang was completely shocked. The experts from the ancient past took a sharp breath when they saw this scene. Too powerful. Lord Bing Shan's blade skills are far too powerful. What kind of person is Lord Bing Shan? Even under the restrictions of heaven and earth, there is no way we can compare ourselves to him. His blade skills are really extreme. It goes purely for power and aims for infinity. Even though it is extreme, it is incredibly powerful. Unless you are in a higher realm than Lord Bing Shan, once you are suppressed, you will be suppressed until you are defeated. It seems straightforward and dumb. However, once you reach Lord Bing Shan's level, you need not fear anyone anymore. The experts from the ancient past were all well educated. They knew clearly how overbearing Bing Shan's blade skills were. This type of blade skill or blade doctrine was so rare that it could be classified in a category of its own. However, these types of alternative blade skills were still fatal and powerful in a battle, just like in the battle against Jian Wushuang. Even though Jian Wushuang had incredible power and a decent understanding of the sword doctrine, once he decided to withstand Bing Shan's blade skills, he had to do it all the way till the end. Chapter 2267. Wounded in the battlefield, before the eyes of many, Jian Wushuang was being pushed back. Despite that, Jian Wushuang seemed relatively calm. I trained in the Sword Doctrine Trial Tower for 1,000 years and reached initial success with my sword principle. But Bing Shan's saber principle at his pinnacle period is unfathomable. Even with the restrictions placed on the earth, he is still so much stronger than I had expected. His saber principle should be at great achievement, maybe near complete satisfaction by now, Jian Wushuang thought. Saber principle, great achievement, was the level Bing Shan could demonstrate. It may be slightly higher than Jian Wushuang, but Jian Wushuang knew deep inside that the small differences added up to a too big difference. His arrogant saber skills have completely suppressed me. I can only block him. But that way I cannot find a way to fight back if that's the case. Jian Wushuang's gaze turned cold. If resisting is not the way, I guess I need to fight fire with fire. Hua! Jian Wushuang pulled out his sword at lightning speed as the Blood Mountain's sword cut a certain curvature across the void, like a ghost moving in the air. The sword was flexible and went straight for Bing Shan's throat. Jian Wushuang did not bother blocking Bing Shan's arrogant saber and let it strike at him. Dang! The saber struck Jian Wushuang's head, and a metallic sound could be heard. Jian Wushuang was wearing the 5-gem armor, greatly weakening the saber's power. Jian Wushuang let out a pained sound but recovered instantly. His sword light went straight for Bing Shan's throat. But before it pierced his throat, Jian Wushuang felt a large force of resistance surrounding Bing Shan's body. It was invisible, but Jian Wushuang felt it. It was formed entirely from his saber essence. It formed an armor of saber essence. His sword only knows how to attack, but that's not his full potential. He has a powerful protection secret skill with him, and that is how he defends. Jian Wushuang said, if Bing Shan only had scary attack abilities, Jian Wushuang would not be too worried. But he has an armor formed from saber essence as a self-defense mechanism. That would prove tough to settle. Die. Bing Shan's eyes were bloodshot and cut down towards Jian Wushuang frenzied. Jian Wushuang's face darkened and he retreated. As he retreated, xiao, 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 9 streaks of golden light emerged. Those were Jian Wushuang's 9 Hong Jun golden swords. Not only were they powerful, but they were fast as well, and appeared in front of Bing Shan within an instant. And they came for Bing Shan in all directions. Hong Jun golden swords? Bing Shan seemed to be in a frenzy, but he had absolute clarity, recognizing the swords immediately. Haha, if you could form the first formation with those swords, you could make a dent. But you can't even do that, and you want to block me? Bing Shan laughed disdainfully. His saber did not stop. Endless saber light was still heading towards Jian Wushuang, and he did not block the 9 Hong Jun golden swords. His saber skills only know how to attack. Dang, 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 dang. The 9 Hong Jun golden swords struck his saber essence armor. Without piercing him, the swords were all deflected by his armor. What a scary self-defense secret skill. My Hong Jun golden swords did nothing to it. Jian Wushuang was astonished. Boy, I told you, don't get cocky. You don't even know how big the world is, and you dare prevent Lord Lung from heading towards the absolute beginning divine world? A joke, Bing Shan said. Is it? Jian Wushuang's eyes turned cold and rushed out like a ghost. Cut! Bing Shan returned to his saber and cut down. The dark void was instantly split into half. Shimmering saber light appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang's pupils shrank at the sight of the saber light, but he had no intention to defend. If blocking meant being suppressed, he would rather take the blow. Looking for death? Bing Shan was enraged. Looking for death? Haha, you are the true myopic one. Your self-defense mechanisms are strong, but mine is 1,000-fold better. Jian Wushuang bellowed and allowed the saber to cut down at him. Jian Wushuang shuddered for a moment. Soon his sword pierced out, an ordinary, powerless blade. But as it pierced the void, an enormous reincarnation power started exuding outwards. Sword principle. Samsara. Bing Shan did not block it either. He had absolute confidence in his saber essence armor. He believed Jian Wushuang could not hurt him in any way. As the cold blade touched his saber essence armor, the reincarnation power was exuded. It was a strange power. The saber essence where the sword tip touched the armor started transforming. The strong sword essence from before had reverted to the saber principle origin. Yes, the origin. Saber essence had been formed with saber principle origin. Under the influence of the reincarnation power, that small area of saber essence reverted back to the origin. The armor disintegrated. What? Bing Shan could feel something was not right, but it was too late. Chi. The cold blade struck Bing Shan's body without interference. A hole was made in his body. It only hurt his skin and bones, nothing vital. But without a doubt, Jian Wushuang had injured Bing Shan. Chapter 2268. Reincarnation in the Void. Both Jian Wushuang and Bing Shan stopped whatever they were doing. Jian Wushuang stood there coldly. Bing Shan stood there as well. By then his murderous intent and frenzy had dissipated. He stood there frowning as he watched blood oozing out from his body. The surrounding ancient era experts were shocked. Lord Bing Shan is injured. How? It's Lord Bing Shan. One step away from being master of Holy Land, Lord Bing Shan was injured by a chaotic realm rascal. Unbelievable. The ancient era experts were all in awe. If they had not witnessed it for themselves, they would not have believed it. As ancient era experts, they knew how strong Bing Shan was. Bing Shan's saber skills were powerful, and he not only knew how to attack, his self-defense mechanism was even more terrifying. That combination of saber skills and saber essence armor made him famous in the absolute beginning divine world. They had never expected him to get injured during the fight against Jian Wushuang. The armor did not block Jian Wushuang's sword. That blade! Bing Shan stared at Jian Wushuang as he felt his sword essence armor changing. You could use reincarnation rules of order to revert my sword essence back into the origin. It's not much, but you managed to injure me. Decent swordsmanship. Even better reincarnation rules of order. Bing Shan knew that even though his swordsmanship was good, how he utilized reincarnation rules of order was even better. Jian Wushuang's realization of reincarnation rules of order was not high. Most likely he was new to it, but already he was very familiar with it. To apply reincarnation rules of order to swordsmanship and morph objects back to their original state was impossible even for higher experts from back in the absolute beginning divine world. Thank you. Jian Wushuang's eyes were cold, and he was not delighted at all. He knew it was all thanks to One-Star Man's reincarnation pearl. The small-scale reincarnation within the pearl had helped Jian Wushuang tremendously. No, just in terms of realization, Jian Wushuang's usage of reincarnation rules of order had significantly improved over the past 3,000 years. Samsara was his strongest self-created skill. It is not the most powerful, but the terrifying part came with the reincarnation at the tip of his blade. He could make fauna reincarnate, along with natural materials. He could revert Bing Shan's sword essence, but only by a bit. But that was enough to give Jian Wushuang a shot. Guess I underestimated you. I thought I could defeat you, or at least suppress you under these restrictions. I never expected your reincarnation rules of order to make such a huge improvement across these 1,000 years. Even I can no longer defeat you. I may even lose to you, Bing Shan said. It was true. He had a perfect combination of attack and defense. His saber skills would destroy everything in his way. His saber essence armor would block everything else. It was a scary combination. But now Jian Wushuang's samsara made his armor useless, losing his self-defense mechanism. Even though Jian Wushuang couldn't go against his saber skills, he had unbelievable self-defense mechanisms. Even if he were to absorb the full blow from Bing Shan, it would be Bing Shan who got injured first. I could defeat you, but I could never kill you, Jian Wushuang said. He knew that well. Bing Shan's fighting power was way stronger than that of any other divine demon he had even met, including old monster Jiao. Only Emperor 13 could be stronger than him. It was impossible for Jian Wushuang to kill him. Even though you are stronger than I imagined, I will keep to my word. Bing Shan stared at Jian Wushuang. As strong as you are only limited to this land, a chaotic realm like you could never go against those lords at the absolute beginning divine world. How will I know if I don't try? Jian Wushuang said. Bing Shan frowned, but did not say more. He looked at the ancient era experts and said, Guys, it should be clear why they would want to open the link passage for us. After hearing that, many ancient era experts looked confused. They had been trapped for too long a time, but the absolute beginning divine world had never really cared about them. Most of the ancient era experts were at most chaotic divine demons, which meant they were nothing but ants to the masters of Holy Land. The only person one could consider not an ant would be Bing Shan. Because of that, the experts at absolute beginning divine world never bothered about them. When they opened the link passage in the first era, they did not wake the experts thereof. It had always been the case, and the chaotic divine demons knew. But now the absolute beginning divine world had opened the link passage for them to escape. But where had this opportunity come from? The ancient era experts looked at the masked, white-clothed woman at the center of the void. Chapter 2269 Public Wrath Above the Void. No one could decipher the white-clothed woman Lung Rukshu's reaction due to her veil, but her brows showed nothing but mockery. The ancient era experts started talking amongst each other. They knew they owed it to Lung Rushue. Lung Rushue, with her heavenly body, was the lineal disciple of that master of Holy Land back at the absolute beginning divine world, and that master treated her with incomparable importance. The reason why the master of Holy Land would sacrifice so much to open the link passage was only to bring Lung Rushue back. The ancient era experts simply hitchhiked. Since the link passage was already open, they felt they might as well bring everyone back. Seems like you all are aware. Bing Shan looked around and smiled. Lord Lung is the reason why the link passage will open. If Lord Lung stuck here, do you really think you will be able to return to the absolute beginning divine world? Even if you do, what do you think the master will do to you? Bing Shan's words shocked many. It was what they had been worrying about. The main purpose was to bring Lung Rushue over to the absolute beginning divine world. If they left her and departed, they would definitely suffer the wrath of the master. The ancient era experts made their decision. Figures gradually approached from the edges of the void. In an instant, they had surrounded Jian Wushuang at the center. The ancient era experts had their eyes all fixed on Jian Wushuang. Sword Emperor, we should not go over your personal grievances with Lord Lung, but since it is only due to her that we can leave. You know what I mean. A magnificent voice came from Qin Chi. Qin Chi had followed old Monster Jiao to attack Thunderbolt Island, but had been obliterated by Jian Wushuang and Emperor Bai. Jian Wushuang's power struck fear into Qin Chi as well. But despite that, he was in no position to back down. Previously, it had been to return old Monster Jiao a favor, but now it was for the smooth departure from the land. The other ancient era experts felt similarly. Sword Emperor, we are not willing to be your enemies, but we have no choice. After so many years of slumber, if I don't take this chance to escape, I will die in my sleep. Keeping Lord Lung here means keeping all of us here. Sword Emperor, we hope you can make the right decision. Sword Emperor, please don't push us down that road. Threatening words came from their mouths one by one. The ancient era experts were all determined. As they had said, keeping Lord Lung would be to keep all of them there. They would never agree to that. Xiao! A figure appeared beside Jian Wushuang. It was Emperor Bai. Jian Wushuang, what should we do? Emperor Bai frowned as he glanced at all the ancient era experts. With Jian Wushuang and Bing Shan, he did not interfere. But he would certainly not back down knowing that everyone was targeting Jian Wushuang. They are right, blocking Lung Rushue would be to block all of them, pushing them to a dead end. But letting Lung Rushue would be pushing me to a dead end as well. Jian Wushuang was determined. He needed no second thoughts. He made his decision before arriving at heaven's horizon. And once a decision was made, Jian Wushuang would not waver. I said, I need to stay here regardless of the price. No one can stop me. That cold voice resonated across the land. Lung Ruksha's mockery grew more intense as she revealed a playful smile under her veil. The ancient era experts' eyes turned bloodshot. Don't blame us, Sword Emperor. Qin Chi's voice was eerie cold. Let's take him down. Die! The Ancient Era experts did not hesitate. Without Bing Shan, there were still 138 Ancient Era experts. At that moment, all 138 were charging towards Jian Wushuang from all directions. HNGH! Emperor Bai snorted as the shimmering, enormous golden emperor appeared behind him. At that moment, a golden-armored figure appeared around him. He had used both the 9-star armor and Punisher God. Jian Wushuang gazed upon the incoming Ancient Era experts. Although most of them were chaotic divine demons, hitting 3rd stage Great Emperor fighting powers at most, there are 10-odd experts beyond chaotic divine demon like Chun Chi and Old Monster Jiao. Each of them was at half-step divine demon levels. Those in my way, prepare to meet your fate. Jian Wushuang was furious as he pulled out his blood mountain, sword beaming with crimson light. A terrifying aura oppressed the entire area. War had broken out. Crap! The great emperors of the eternal chaotic world all witnessed it from a void not too far away. When they saw the Ancient Era experts charge towards Jian Wushuang and Emperor Bai, their faces changed dramatically. But no matter how anxious they were, there was nothing much they could do. Jian Wushuang and Emperor Bai had instructed them not to make any rash decisions. After all, they were only 1st stage and 2nd stage Great Emperors. Sending them to Ancient Era experts would be asking them to die. Chapter 2270 Chaotic Warfare in a dark void some distance away from the battlefield. Haha, the show has begun. A cheerful laugh resonated as more than a dozen figures stood around. They all had impressive auras, and the 1-star man was their leader. They had been at the void for some time already, but had not yet decided to reveal themselves. They were shocked when they witnessed the fight between Jian Wushuang and Bing Shan. Now, they saw the war happening in front of their eyes as well. 100-odd experts, the weakest one a chaotic divine demon. They really embarrassed themselves using so many people against 2 chaotic realms. They have no choice. They can only demonstrate chaotic realm-level powers anyway under the restrictions. If they go one-on-one, they will certainly die. 1-star man, the war has begun. Should we just watch? The dozen people looked towards 1-star man. No rush. The 1-star man waved his hand and said, "It's not time yet." The boys going against 100-odd chaotic divine demon experts. You're not worried? A gray-clothed old lady asked. Relax. The boy is tougher than he looks, and he learnt inverse cultivation. It won't be that easy to kill him. The 1-star man smiled. He was confident in Jian Wushuang. The gray-clothed old lady raised an eyebrow. Seems like you know quite a bit about this boy. But what is the plan between you and that guy? Seems like the plan relies mostly upon the boy. The others all looked towards 1-star man. They had known for the longest time that the 1-star man had a plan, but only a few people really knew what it was about. Although they were 7-star black sect experts, they didn't have enough clearance. They simply followed orders. No rush. Soon you will know, 1-star man replied. The gray-clothed old lady and the others looked at each other, but did not question further. The black void at heaven's horizon had already been immersed in the heat of war. Bing Shan did not attack again and retreated back to Lung Rukshu's side. Lord Bing Shan, how did it feel? Lung Rushua looked at Bing Shan, a bit aggrieving. Bing Shan looked at the place where Jian Wushuang had stabbed him. The wounds had recovered, but he could still feel the sting. Before going against Jian Wushuang, he had never expected Jian Wushuang to harm him. My saber essence armor was mainly divine power, supplemented with saber essence. But the restrictions reduced my divine power to chaotic realm levels. If I had even half-step divine demon divine powers, the armor would have never been penetrated by the Sword Emperor, Bing Shan said. Jian Wushuang Samsara was unique with its reincarnation techniques, but in the eyes of Bing Shan, it was no more than a parlor trick. Unfortunately, under the restrictions, parlor tricks were enough to injure him. That was why Bing Shan felt aggrieved. I underestimated him, but it's okay, I tell all and the same. The divine demons would block him all the way, maybe even kill him. With them blocking, Sword Emperor would have no way to reach to you, Bing Shan said. May not be that way. Lung Rushua shook her head. May not. Bing Shan looked over astonished. You think Sword Emperor could survive the divine demon's attack? More than just survive. He's an inverse cultivation after all. Lung Rushua laughed. Watch. Bing Shan was astonished, but did not ask anything further and spectated the fight. There were 138 ancient era experts, making their moves on Jian Wushuang at the same time from all sides, and they all demonstrated their abilities. They did everything they could. Some sealed space-time to restrict his movements. Some formed great divine powers to press against Jian Wushuang. Some used long-range divine weapons like the Hong Jun golden swords against Jian Wushuang, and some directly charged against him. Some used soul attacks. The widespread attack went for Jian Wushuang at immense speeds. Jian Wushuang's eyes were gleaming. The blood mountain sword in his hand let out a loud scream as the sword essence pierced him. Scram! A loud sound followed by endless divine power swept from the blood mountain sword. The sweep was like a multicolored sword river in the sky, and the sword river was fierce and roared upon impact. Several attacks directly bounced out, space-time seals were destroyed, and billowing divine powers retreated in an instant. Endless divine power came bursting from Jian Wushuang's body and formed a huge region around him. He had filled the region with chaotic divine demon-level divine power. With that around, the divine demons could not use any space-time or divine power suppression methods against him. Walala! A sword appeared from the heavens. It was a crimson sword. The person wielding it was a man beyond chaotic divine demon. The crimson light blocked the sun and went straight for Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang lifted his head but did not pull out his sword. Instead, a huge sword essence concentrated in midair to form a sword shadow and slice it. Dang! A metallic collision could be heard, and the crimson sword bounced out. Huh! A ghost, billowed by netherlight, appeared in front of Jian Wushuang, holding a battle sword. Shua! 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 3 times the man swayed his battle sword. The first sword went for his throat. The second went for his heart. The third went straight for his skull. Chapter 2271 Revenge Kill. What a strange saber skill. Jian Wushuang's face darkened, but he did not slow down one bit. Power of space-time rolled out as Jian Wushuang moved like a phantom, easily avoiding all 3 saber lights. He had just found his composure. Wang, a strong soul attack, was charging towards him. It had been performed by a chaotic divine demon not too far away. The chaotic divine demon was best at soul attacks, but he could only perform 3rd stage Great Emperor levels under the restrictions on the Earth. But Jian Wushuang had his 5-gem armor, soul-swallowing pearl, and his own strong soul power. The soul attack dissipated without even making Jian Wushuang frown. As Jian Wushuang was being soul attacked, a black shadow appeared before him. The black shadow held a dark, eerie dagger oozing with black liquid. It was poison. Die. A devious smile could be seen from the face of that shadow as the dagger went straight for Jian Wushuang's skull. At such a close distance, at such high speeds, Jian Wushuang could not have possibly avoided it. But at that moment, boom, his mind went blank. He was being soul attacked by Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang's soul attack was being complemented by his own soul power, the golden light scripture from the 3 divine lights, and the soul-swallowing pearl. Only half-step divine demons could block it. Chaotic divine demons had no way to resist. The black shadow's eyes turned hollow and paused right there. The dagger did not move an inch, either. Xiao! A golden light went bursting by. It was the Hong Jun golden sword, slicing the black shadow down. That was the end of the black shadow. Under the attack of so many ancient era experts, Jian Wushuang, did not die immediately but had taken one down instead. Now, Jian Wushuang's swordsmanship was at full speed. Hua! 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 The swordsmanship seemed casual, but was, in fact, unfathomable and sliced ancient era experts, complemented by his great divine power and perception abilities. There were too many ancient era experts for Jian Wushuang to block everything completely, so he did not bother to resist. As he was being attacked, he kept striking back. His soul attack was also on full blast. Careful! Watch out for his soul attack. His swordsmanship as well. Bullshit! With his soul attack, he won't be able to block it, even if we chaotic divine demons took precautions. Then let's not give him the chance to attack one-on-one. In a fit of anger, the ancient era experts started teaming up. But soon they realized something. Jian Wushuang's self-defense mechanism was too strong. Indeed, Jian Wushuang was not able to block all of their coordinated attacks. That meant that Jian Wushuang was constantly being struck in vital places like his head. Even with his protective gear, the sheer power alone should have greatly injured Jian Wushuang. If it had been them, their holy bodies would have long ago collapsed. But Jian Wushuang had been struck more than 100 times since the battle had begun, but he showed no signs of collapsing. In fact, his aura has not been weakened at all. 100-odd attacks, but he's still fine. Don't talk about collapsing. How is he still uninjured? Impossible. The ancient era experts were all in awe. If they had inverse cultivation's 7th step, the perfect chaotic holy body, they would not have found it impossible. Jian Wushuang, with his perfect chaotic holy body, as long as he had enough divine power, would recover immediately no matter how bad the damage. Under attacks from at least a 3rd stage Great Emperor, it was impossible for one not to get injured. Jian Wushuang seemed uninjured, but it was because he had recovered immediately with divine power that kept his fighting power and aura at the pinnacle. Die. Jian Wushuang moved like a phantom as his blood mountain sword went for an ancient era expert's throat like a snake out of its hole. Crap, the ancient era expert was taken aback. By the time he could react, a great soul attack had struck him. Chi! The sword light had pierced his throat. Crap! The surrounding ancient era experts were all looking awful. That was the 8th expert Jian Wushuang had taken down. The battle had not been going on for long, but 8 ancient era experts had fallen. How terrifying was that? How could that be possible? Bing Shan frowned. If I received that much damage, I would have been severely injured by now. Not just him, Emperor Bai as well. Lung Rushua smiled. Bing Shan noticed the battlefield with Emperor Bai as well. Amongst the 138 ancient era experts, a significant number of them were going against Emperor Bai as well. Emperor Bai was in a similar situation to Jian Wushuang, but his aura had not decreased under the attacks. Inverse cultivation is indeed impressive, Bing Shan murmured. I said they could never kill Jian Wushuang. Holding him back is a different thing, Lang Rushua said. It's too early for that. Most of them have not given their all yet, Bing Shan said. Lung Rushua raised her eyebrow. Then, Wang. The heavens' horizon shook as the ripples along it became more concentrated. There was greater movement. Chapter 2272. Invincible. Invincible. It's happening. Bing Shan's pupils shrank as he sensed the change at heaven's horizon. He roared, "The link passage is about to open. Don't waste any more time." The surrounding ancient era experts could sense the change at heaven's horizon as well. After listening to Bing Shan's roar, the ancient era experts' gazes became more fierce. Use all your trump cards to take him down. Give it your all. Ancient era experts had no intention to hold back anymore. Those absolute beginning divine world ancient era experts had all been very strong during their pinnacle and had many tricks behind their sleeve. They may not have gone that far if they were fighting normally under the restrictions, but things were different now that they had decided to give it their all. The remaining Ancient Era experts had started giving it their all. Strong auras started emerging. Many Ancient Era experts had started using secret skills. Some even spewed blood essence to boost their powers. Trump cards were being used one by one. Soon, the Ancient Era experts made their move. One by one, they displayed their trump cards. Solidifying Blood, Divine Finger, God Slayer Spear, Nanine Divine Light, Sanguis Demon Interfectum. Terrifying attacks were coming in from all directions. They were all so much stronger than the ones Jian Wushuang had endured. This was the Ancient Era experts trying their very best. Every attack was outrageously strong. Jian Wushuang stood at the center of the void as he felt the waves of attack heading towards him. He could only block a few, but the rest swallowed him like a tsunami. Hung long long. A terrifying roar resonated across the earth, along with a strong divine power storm. The vast void along the heavens horizon was completely surrounded by the divine power storm. Far from the battlefield, the eternal chaotic world great emperors were all dumbfounded by the sight. That's too terrifying. Those Ancient Era experts could all demonstrate third stage great emperor abilities if they all use their trump card. Sword Emperor, will he make it? The eternal chaotic world great emperors had full confidence in the Sword Emperor and Emperor Bai. Based on their understanding, they were invincible. But now they were not so sure. At that moment, they could still see a figure at the center of the battlefield. It was Jian Wushuang, and he was dissipating. He had collapsed. Jian Wushuang's holy body had completely collapsed. This eternal chaotic world great emperors were all stunned. The Ancient Era experts were all elated. Is he dead? The Ancient Era experts heaved a sigh of relief. Jian Wushuang was only a chaotic realm expert, but they had stressed out the Ancient Era experts pretty well. But now, after the Ancient Era experts had all teamed up and given it their best, Jian Wushuang had finally succumbed to the attacks. Looks like he's dead. Bing Shan held his hands together as he stared at the battlefield. Don't get too excited. Lung Rushua smiled. Huh. Bing Shan was confused. Jian Wushuang's holy body had already collapsed. What else could happen? As the divine power storm dissipated, the earth slowly calmed down. Jian Wushuang was no longer in the spot where he had used to be. He must have collapsed under the attack of all the Ancient Era experts. And that was the case. Under the attack of so many experts, collapsing was the only way it would end. But did it mean that Jian Wushuang was dead? The next moment, large amounts of divine power was condensing at that void. After a moment, a perfectly intact figure reappeared. Jian Wushuang was still holding his sword, his aura unhindered. How is that possible? We destroyed his holy body. The Ancient Era experts were dumbfounded. They saw his body collapse, but at the very next moment his body reformed, and he was still uninjured. This ability, he has the body of undying. Chen Qi, who had fought against Jian Wushuang once, said, I searched through Emperor Bai and Sword Emperor's information. Both of them are inverse cultivators and had their holy bodies collapse before. Now it is apparent they are undying. Body of undying? The Ancient Era experts froze. Body of undying was a power only undying saints could attain in the absolute beginning divine world. It was a terrifying ability, the best life-saving means around. They had all witnessed undying saints collapsing then reforming, but those were undying saints. Jian Wushuang was only a chaotic realm. How could he have possessed undying saint abilities? How was that possible? Body of undying. Bing Shan froze as well. He knew how terrifying the body of undying was. He had it himself. Unfortunately, under the restrictions, he could not use it at all. But Jian Wushuang, a chaotic realm rascal, had the body of undying and was restricted by the formation that bound the earth at all. Now I know why you said those chaotic divine demons would not kill Sword Emperor. Bing Shan looked deep into Lung Ruksha's eyes. The latter smiled. She had witnessed Jian Wushuang, an emperor, by reforming before. She knew they had the body of undying. With superb skills and bodies of undying, Emperor Bai and Jian Wushuang were invincible in those lands. Chapter 2273 Saint Soul. Elder Xihua, not only was he so strong, but he had the body of undying as well. They had all done their best to destroy Jian Wushuang's holy body. For that, many of them had paid heavy prices to demonstrate those moves. They had barely managed to do it once, much less a second time. But Jian Wushuang's body of undying could reform a countless amount of times. They could never kill Jian Wushuang. Invincible. Invincible. The ancient era experts were howling. Indeed, Jian Wushuang was invincible in their eyes. There was nothing the ancient era experts could do to him. Suddenly, boom! The earth shook suddenly as a faint light emerged from the dark and foggy heavens horizon. The faint light grew brighter. Indistinctly, a familiar aura emerged from the other end of the light. The aura of the absolute beginning divine world. The ancient era experts all sensed it and immediately went fanatical over it. It has begun. The few masters have created a gap for the link passage. At this rate, it won't take long for the entire link passage to emerge. The ancient era experts were all extremely excited. Bing Shan's eyes turned cold and he howled. The link passage will open soon, but no one is to enter before Lord Lung. The only way to enter the link passage is to block the Sword Emperor with your life. After Lord Lung enters, do as you please. The ancient era experts went into a frenzy upon hearing it. Countless bloodshot eyes were staring at Jian Wushuang. Undoubtedly, Jian Wushuang was impossible to kill, but all they needed to do now was to block Jian Wushuang. They could definitely do that. Let's go. We need to trap him. Don't give him a chance to escape. We need to let Lord Lung go first. The ancient era experts said it again. But this time they had no intention of killing Jian Wushuang. They simply needed to trap him. Ancient era experts had various killing tactics and even more ways to entrap people. The sheer number of ancient era experts flooded Jian Wushuang beyond comprehension. It would be unrealistic for Jian Wushuang to be able to break through. Lung, Ruxue, and Bing Shan stood side by side as they watched the light grow brighter from within the gray mist. A link passage gradually appeared, but it was still narrow and unstable. As long as the link passage stabilized, they could step through directly. But at that moment, One Star Man and the others in the void made their move. Guys, it's our turn! One Star Man looked around with dazzling eyes. Haha, finally! It's been so long since I stretched my bones. Let's go! 10-odd streaks of flowing light flew in from the void and directly into the battlefield. Haha! 3 big holy lands for big holy tribes. 8 big holy sex rascals. Come meet the Saint Soul. A burst of hearty laughter was made by a thin old man in a black robe. His eyes were eerily gray, and a gray fire seemed to burn from within, making him look extremely devious. As the laughter echoed, a horrifying soul power billowed through the surrounding ancient era experts. Under that power, many weak chaotic divine demons lost consciousness and fainted upon contact. Only stronger chaotic divine demons and beyond could resist it. What a strong soul attack, stronger than Sword Emperors! The ancient era experts that had managed to stay awake were shocked. Jian Wushuang's soul attack was strong, but its power could only be felt when concentrated into one-to-one attacks against chaotic divine demons. If he were to spread that soul power around, it would do minimal damage to surrounding ancient era experts. But now, the skinny old man did as such, and half of the chaotic divine demons fainted. How strong was that soul attack? It's Saint Soul. It's him. The old man's not dead. The ancient era experts were angered upon hearing that name. Saint Sol was one of the strongest experts in the 7-star Black Sect ancient era. He had been named a saint for his undying saint abilities and received the title Sol for his mastery in soul power. Even back at the absolute beginning divine world, very few undying saints could have surpassed him in terms of soul power. Thankfully, due to the restrictions, his soul power could only be maintained at chaotic realm levels, unable to display its full power. Without the restrictions, he would have killed thousands of chaotic divine demons immediately. HNGH, little soul, you stole my thunder, said the gray-clothed old lady. Haha, I could never, Elder Shihua. Saint Sol laughed respectfully. Chapter 2274. Solo Confrontation. Elder Shihua, it is Elder Shihua. Oh my God! The divine demons from the ancient past were stunned. Saint Sol was only a top-tier undying saint, but Elder Shihua was a legend in the undying saint realm. She was extremely old and had been very famous within the absolute beginning divine world even before Saint Sol started cultivating. She was known as one of the most terrifying, undying saints. No one knew how powerful she really was, as she rarely engaged in combat. Even Saint Sol was weaker than Elder Shihua. Haha, I never thought that there would still be youngsters who remembered me after so many years. Elder Shihua smiled. Her eyes radiated coldness. Watch out! A loud yell was heard. Just when the experts from the ancient past were taking some precautions, a silver ray of light streaked across the battlefield. It was so fast that the 3 experts from the ancient past died without having any time to react. A hole appeared in their chests. Their divine bodies withered before they could cry out as it turned into dead bodies instantly. Hiss! The experts from the ancient past took a sharp and cold breath. They looked at the silver ray of light, which was now sitting on the shoulder of Elder Shihua, in surprise. It was a small, silver snake with light spots. It was this snake which had killed 3 experts from the ancient past instantly and sucked their bodies dry. It is Elder Shihua's snake, flower god. It is extremely venomous. Legend has it that if you ever come into contact with its poison, you will become a dead, withered corpse immediately. Looks like the legends were true, one of the experts from the ancient past said in shock. There were other experts who came along with Saint Sol and Elder Shihua. They too attacked. They were recognized immediately when they used their incredible fighting power. Saint Ice Flame, Old Monster Mang, Emperor Man, these were famous people back in the absolute beginning divine world, and all of them stood in front of these experts from the ancient past. There were top-tier experts from the 7-star Black Sect. The weakest of them was in the undying saint realm. The only people from the 7-star Black Sect who had survived the great battle of the ancient past were in the undying saint realm. Anyone weaker than that got massacred. These experts had also gone into deep slumber within this heaven and earth and had just awakened today. Even though they had the advantage in terms of numbers, the experts from the ancient past were all extremely cautious and frightened when they were fighting against these 10 experts in the undying saint realm. There were mere divine demons. Even if some of them were in realms more powerful than that, they were still far away from the undying saint realm. In their primes, any one of these undying saints would have been able to massacre them easily. Even though they were under the restrictions of heaven and earth, the fighting power they had were still much greater than the divine demons from the ancient past. When these 10 undying saints entered the battlefield, the tide of the battle turned instantly. Little one, we can handle these people. Go and do what you need to do. Elder Shihua looked over at Jian Wushuang and said after she killed another divine demon. Thank you, fellow seniors. Jian Wushuang thanked them gratefully. No problem. Elder Shihua waved her hand and said. Jian Wushuang turned and left without hesitation. Previously, the experts from the ancient past had had him preoccupied and not given him any chance to leave. But now, Elder Shihua and the other experts came and stopped these experts from the ancient past. Jian Wushuang was now free to do as he wished. Whoosh! Jian Wushuang's figure blinked. and he appeared in front of Lung Rushue and Bing Shan instantly. Jian Wushuang scanned the heavens horizon behind him and realized the passageway had almost completely opened. However, it had yet to stabilize. There is still time, Jian Wushuang thought as he clenched his fists tightly. Bing Shan turned pale when he saw Jian Wushuang appear in front of him. He immediately stood in front of Lung Rushue and said, "Sword Emperor, if you want to stop Palace Master Lung, you will have to pass through me first." A ray of killing intent flashed through Jian Wushuang's eyes. However, before he could attack, another voice was heard. "Ha! Bing Shan, you have the audacity to interrupt the private matters of two youngsters?" A hearty laugh boomed as a figure appeared beside Jian Wushuang. It was an elder who seemed peaceful. It was One Star Man. "Senior One Star Man," Jian Wushuang said in greeting. He was not surprised when One Star Man appeared. He knew that One Star Man was the one who had called experts like Elder Shihua over to help. "One Star Man, is it you?" Bing Shan looked over at One Star Man with a serious expression. There had been many powerful experts in the 7-star Black sect back in its prime. The most famous of them all were the 7 stars, which represented 7 top-tier experts. The strongest among them was Emperor 13, who could have gone against even the Master of Holy Land. The other 6 might not be as powerful as Emperor 13, but they were all very close to the Master of Holy Land Realm. Even though Bing Shan and these people were similar in the realms they were in, their fighting power was far inferior. Any one of the 7 stars could wreck him in a battle. Even though the One Star Man was not part of the 7 stars, Bing Shan knew well that One Star Man was very close to him in terms of fighting power. He was a candidate to be one of them. He was definitely a fierce enemy. "Bing Shan, your opponent today is me. I will not let you hinder these 2 little ones." One Star Man smiled and said with absolute confidence. Bing Shan's face turned dark. He knew how powerful One Star Man was. If One Star Man gave it his all to stop him, there was no way he could divert his attention and care about Lung Rushue. The other experts from the ancient past were all busy dealing with people like Elder Shihua. There was no way they could help out. This meant that Lung Rushue had to face Jian Wushuang alone. However, Jian Wushuang was extremely powerful. Lung Rushue interrupted Bing Shan's thoughts as she said, "Lord Bing Shan, you can put all your attention on One Star Man. There is no need to worry about me." "What? Palace Master Lung?" Bing Shan knitted his eyebrows and was about to continue when Lung Rushue interrupted him again. "Lord Bing Shan, you are underestimating me. Do not forget, I am my master's lineal disciple." Lung Rushue waved at him and said. Chapter 2275. Jian Wushuang and Lung Rushue Lung Ruksha's words got Bing Shan thinking. He immediately recalled his lord from the absolute beginning divine world before nodding his head. Indeed, that lord's vision was incredible. Lung Rushue had to be very different and unique if the Lord was willing to accept her as a lineal disciple and pay a hefty price to bring her back from this sealed-off heaven and earth back to the absolute beginning divine world. Even though Jian Wushuang was incredibly powerful, Lung Rushue should have no problem staying alive since she was that Lord's disciple. Bing Shan thought of this and hesitated no longer. His figure flickered as he appeared at one side of the vast space. "One Star Man, you are almost on the same level as the 7 stars. Let me see how strong you really are," Bing Shan said coldly. "Haha, as you wish." One Star Man laughed heartily as he too appeared in that vast space. These 2 powerful experts started their fight. They fought each other fairly and no more dared to interrupt. Now that Bing Shan and One Star Man were headed for the vast space at one side, the only people left at Heaven's horizon were Jian Wushuang and Lung Rushue. They stood apart, looking at each other. "Jian Wushuang, I never thought that there would be a day that we would face off against each other." Lung Rushue looked at Jian Wushuang playfully. "I have been waiting for this day for a very long time, since you took over Rushwang's body and left the green fire world tens of thousands of years ago. I predicted this day would come. Jian Wushuang looked at Lung Rushue coldly and indifferently. Is that the case? I already took notice of you when you entered the eternal chaotic world and made yourself known. At that point in time, I could have killed you easily without giving you the chance to become stronger, much less become who you are today. Lung Rushue raised her eyebrows and said. Jian Wushuang's face turned dark. He knew she was speaking the truth. Lung Rushue had been in the eternal chaotic world for quite some time before he came. She had joined the Holocaust sect and had incredible status and techniques. If she had used the power of the Holocaust sect to assassinate him, he would already have died. Do you know why I have yet to kill you and have allowed you to live until today? Lung Rushue smiled. Rushuang, Jian Wushuang said softly. Smart. Even though I have suppressed the dumb woman's consciousness, and she does not usually get in my way, she would resist with all her might if I were to do something that would harm you. This would cause great trouble for me. Hence, I allowed you to continue to grow, Lung Rushue said playfully. However, I did not expect you to grow so powerful so quickly. By the time I had complete control over this body with the help of my master and the opportunities she left behind, you had already grown, and it was extremely difficult to kill you at that point in time. Even though Lung Rushue said this casusily, Jian Wushuang's heart was trembling. Rushuang, even though she is suppressed, she is still trying her best to protect me? Jian Wushuang clenched his fists tightly, to the point where his nails were biting into his flesh. That dumb woman is asleep right now. Even if I were to kill you now, she would have no idea. Even if she knew, there is no way she will cause any trouble for me anymore. However, it is still troublesome that we share this body together. I tried to wipe away her consciousness, but I was afraid that I would be wounded as well since we share a common body. Hence, she is still alive. However, Lung Ruksha's tone suddenly changed. Jian Wushuang, do you know what the first thing I will do after I reach the absolute beginning divine world is? Jian Wushuang turned pale. Looks like you've guessed it. Yes, the first thing I will do is to ask my master to help me wipe out her consciousness. Given how powerful my master is, she can wipe her out without having any negative effects on me, even if we share the same body. At that point in time, this body will be truly mine, and I will not need to share this body with that dumb woman anymore. Lung Rushue laughed hysterically. Jian Wushuang's expression turned extremely cold. An extremely strong killing intent started gathering around Jian Wushuang. What? Are you angry that I am going to wipe out your wife's consciousness? Do you want to suppress me? Do you have the ability to do so? Lung Rushue burst out laughing. Jian Wushuang then exhaled lightly. His face became calm, and he said, The reason you talked so much was to buy time for the passageway to fully open. If you anger me, it will be much easier to escape into that passageway. Do you think I will fall into your trap? Lung Rukshu's smile faded as she smiled once again. Looks like you saw through my plan. So what? Do you think you can stop me? Of course. Jian Wushuang grunted as he attacked. With a simple dash, he appeared in front of Lung Rushue. The Blood Mountain sword in his hand slashed towards her head with incredible, penetrating power. Shio! The cold blade passed through Lung Rukshu's head, but there were no bloodstains at all. You really are ruthless. Your wife also resides in this body. You both are married. There is a saying, a couple should have deep affection for each other, even if they are together for only a short period of time. You should hold back a little to ensure that your wife's body is not destroyed. Lung Rushue appeared in the space to one side as she said playfully, She is so fast. Jian Wushuang was surprised, but his vision became sharper and more resolute. If the body is destroyed, I can find another one. What I want is my wife's consciousness, her soul. Jian Wushuang said coldly as a wave of powerful sword essence swept out in all directions. Whoosh! The entire battlefield became a vast ocean filled with sword essence. The sword ocean spread far and wide, and Jian Wushuang was the master within this ocean. Jian Wushuang's eyes were bloodshot as the blood mountain sword in his hand turned crimson red. Whoosh! A crimson sword light burst forth as it dyed the entire heaven and earth red. This battlefield turned dark crimson red. This sword light stirred the power of the ocean of sword essence and appeared in front of Lung Rushue immediately. Sword Principal Shenluo, Sanguis Extremis Style. Chapter 2276 Poison Girl. The explosive crimson red lights penetrated the body of Lung Rushue. The terrifying aura instantly ripped Lung Rushue and the space she was in into pieces. There was no sign of pleasure on Jian Wushuang's face. On the contrary, he took Lung Rushue even more seriously. What a unique martial art motion! Jian Wushuang stood where Lung Rushue had disappeared. His soul power detected Lung Rushue immediately. She was standing in the air to one side of him. "Ha! You really are heartless." Lung Rushue smiled playfully. "Her martial art motion is one of the most powerful of all that I have seen," Jian Wushuang thought to himself. No matter how unusual or eerie one's martial art motion was, Jian Wushuang could detect where the person was with his soul power instantly. However, it was difficult for him to detect where Lung Rushue was when she used her martial art motion, which caused both of his attacks to miss. "You have already attacked twice. Now it is my turn," Lung Rushue said as she radiated an extremely destructive aura. Her jet-black hair turned white immediately. Her beautiful irises turned gray. Her aura changed completely. She had originally been an angel in white clothes. She instantly turned into a demon who would destroy the entire world. That destructive aura filled the entire heaven and earth. At the same time, she radiated an extremely cold aura. In an instant, the space-time that Jian Wushuang and Lung Rushue was in was frozen. Heaven and earth went dead quiet. It was as though they were in hell, as the place was filled with a death mist. Her unique constitution evolved, Jian Wushuang thought as he felt the terrifying death mist. He felt depressed under the effects of the death mist. It was as though he was going to turn into a corpse. "Jian Wushuang, this is the first time I've used my power after I completely awakened my unique constitution. You should feel lucky that you'll be the first to experience it." The smile and playfulness in Lung Rushue disappeared. What replaced it was absolute coldness and terror. Jian Wushuang looked gloomy. From what he knew, Lung Rushue rarely used her power to fight. At least he had yet to see her fight. No one knew how powerful she really was. Jian Wushuang guessed that Lung Rush's fighting power was at the level of a great emperor. But now, without even attacking, just the aura of Lung Rushue was putting great pressure on Jian Wushuang. This aura was more powerful than that of old Monster Jiao or Qin Qi. It was at the same level as Bing Shan's aura. "Jian Wushuang, today I will show you what true destruction looks like." Lung Rushue looked at Jian Wushuang indifferently. She remained in place as she pointed her finger out in front of her. Instantly, an endless gray mist started to fill this heaven and earth before crashing towards Jian Wushuang like a tsunami. Jian Wushuang used his divine power immediately to stop the gray mist. He soon realized his divine power had been completely suppressed by the silver mist to a 10-meter radius square box around him. There were still signs of his divine power being pushed back. How is this possible? Jian Wushuang was shocked. There should not be anyone in this heaven and earth who possesses a stronger divine power than me. What is the gray power that she just used? Even though it is not as powerful as mine, it still completely suppressed my divine power. Suppression in terms of divine power. This was the first time Jian Wushuang had encountered this situation after he had broken through into the ultimate phase of the 7th step inverse cultivation. "Poisonous dragon," Lung Rushue said softly. Instantly, the silver mist that filled heaven and earth started to gather and form a gigantic silver dragon. This dragon was tens of thousands of feet long, and it covered the entire sky. It exhaled a cloud of silver mist before attacking Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang gripped the Blood Mountain sword in his hands tightly. He dashed. A sword light was seen within the gray mist. It was like the first light of day as it lit up the world. The sword light hit the gray dragon as it tore the dragon into half. The gray mist then saturated the air again. You simply suppressed my divine power. It does not affect my fighting power. Jian Wushuang looked at Lung Rushue coldly. If one poisonous dragon cannot hurt you, how about 10? Lung Rushue said with a low voice. Instantly, the gray mist started to twirl again as more similar gray dragons were formed. This time, there were 10 of these gray dragons. These 10 dragons brandished their claws as they attacked Jian Wushuang from all directions. Jian Wushuang was not afraid. His figure flashed again as he left eerie shadows in the air. Even though these poisonous dragons were extremely powerful, they traveled too slowly. Jian Wushuang dashed around the battlefield in a weird way before appearing in front of the gray dragons. He swung his Blood Mountain sword at it once again. 10 sword lights appeared and struck the poisonous dragons at the same time. The 10 gray poisonous dragons dissipated instantly. Your attacks are really stylish. However, they're useless against me. Jian Wushuang looked at Lung Rushue and said coldly, Is that the case? Do you really think that my poisonous dragons are so simple? Lung Rushue replied. Jian Wushuang knitted his eyebrows tightly. He had a bad feeling about what was going to happen. He then noticed the changes in his divine body. This is poison. He could clearly feel that a large amount of the gray mist entered his body through his pores. This gray mist had come about after the gray, poisonous dragons dissipated. Jian Wushuang had been at the center of where all of the dragons had dissipated. Hence the gray mist would come in contact with him. Under normal circumstances, the divine power around his body should have stopped the gray mist from entering his body. In reality, it had not. The gray mist was incredibly powerful. It ignored the protection from the divine power around Jian Wushuang's body before it started to corrode everything within Jian Wushuang easily. What a terrifying poison! It corrodes my divine power and my internal organs. It can even corrode my soul. Jian Wushuang turned pale